Hartelijk welkom bij de open dag van het Koninklijk Conservatorium en dan speciaal de School voor Jong Talent. Waarom zou je hier gaan studeren? Je bent waarschijnlijk dol op muziek, gek van dans of je bent een beeldend kunstenaar in wording. Dit is de plek waar je de gelijkgestemden tegenkomt. Andere leerlingen die precies hetzelfde willen. En met jou mee willen gaan en ontdekken wat het is om na te denken over een toekomst als professional. De omgeving is mooi. Er is een conservatorium waar oudere studenten zijn. Er is een omgeving waar ook onderzoek wordt gepleegd. Er is een omgeving waar een symfonieorkest en een dansgezelschap dezelfde roltrap opgaan als jij.
Allemaal. Zoals Henk van der Meulen, directeur van het conservatorium, al aankondigde, we zijn hier ook op de School voor Jong Talent. Mijn naam is Jan van Bilzen, ik ben directeur van de School voor Jong Talent. Naast me zit Aniek van Gennep, hoofd van de muziekafdeling. Sander, een leerling die hier studeert. Aan de andere kant Jan Linkens, directeur van de dansvakopleiding. En daarnaast zit Guido van der Linden, die het BK-programma coördineert. Kortom, alle smaken hier aan tafel. School voor Jong Talent, wat is dat? Nou, het Koninklijk Conservatorium is de enige hogeschool in Nederland die intern een eigen basisschool heeft en ook nog eens een middelbare school. En op die school zitten kinderen die combineren hun gewone schoolprogramma met een heel intensief voortraject om daarna door te stromen naar het Koninklijk Conservatorium of een ander conservatorium of een dansvakopleiding of naar een kunstacademie. Is dat verplicht? Nee, natuurlijk niet. Want je doet ook gewoon je school. Je haalt hier ook gewoon je VWO-diploma. Je haalt hier ook gewoon je HAVO. Je doet hier gewoon de CITO-toets. Maar de meeste van de leerlingen hebben wel ongelooflijk veel zin om heel veel met muziek of beeldende kunst of dans bezig te zijn. En sommige daarvan willen daar ook mee verder, of de meeste eigenlijk. En komen uiteindelijk op de podia terecht of gaan op een andere manier met muziek, dans of beeldende kunst hun leven vullen. De school is dus feitelijk ook gewoon een hele normale school. Maar laten we eerlijk zijn, de leerlingen komen niet voor mij. Ze komen niet voor aardrijkskunde en geschiedenis en wiskunde. Ze komen omdat ze ontzettend graag willen dansen of muziek willen maken of met beeldende kunst bezig zijn. Daar ga ik nu wat vragen over stellen. En mijn eerste vraag is eigenlijk aan Aniek. Aniek, ik heb een dochter die speelt hartstikke leuk viool. En de docent die zij heeft zegt op een gegeven moment van... Goh, je bent eigenlijk hartstikke goed en je hebt zoveel plezier. Informeer eens naar de School voor Jong Talent op Koninklijk Conservatorium. Wat moet je dan doen? Hoe kom je op die school?
Nou, wij willen altijd graag mensen zo snel mogelijk zien. Iedereen die maar een beetje interesse heeft, ook al twijfel je zelf nog enorm over je niveau... zeggen we altijd, neem contact met ons op. Dat kan op allerlei manieren. Meestal krijgen we een e-mail, soms krijgen we een telefoontje. Al die informatie staat natuurlijk gewoon op onze website. Het eerste wat we eigenlijk standaard doen, is mensen uitnodigen voor wat wij noemen het informeel voorspelen. Dus dat betekent dat je komt, dat we met een heel klein gezelschap alvast luisteren naar datgene wat je kan. En dat we alvast een gesprekje hebben. Wat zijn eigenlijk je verwachtingen? Wat zijn je wensen? Wat zou je graag doen? Dat zorgt ervoor dat we elkaar gewoon kennis kunnen maken op een wat makkelijkere manier. En dat kan ook het hele jaar door. Dus het maakt niet uit of je in september komt of dat je in juli komt of ergens daartussendoor. Als we op een gegeven moment denken van nou, we denken dat dit best wel een match kan zijn, dan sturen we iemand door naar de auditieronde. Die is bij ons standaard in april. Het gebeurt ook met grote regelmaat dat het mei wordt of dat het juni wordt. We zijn een kleine school, dus we kunnen heel snel schakelen. Het gebeurt ook wel eens dat we denken, nou weet je, je bent er misschien nog niet helemaal klaar voor. Daar geven we opdrachten mee. Soms zeggen we, kom alvast een paar keer bij ons proefdraaien. Dan geven wij alvast les. Kunnen we ook kijken hoe we op elkaar reageren. Dus er zitten eigenlijk verschillende smaken in. Afhankelijk van het niveau, afhankelijk van wat ook de wensen zijn van een mogelijk nieuwe leerling. Ja, passen we eigenlijk daar het op aan.
Okay. En dus eigenlijk zeg je, ga vooral naar de website, mail ons, neem contact met ons op. Dat kun je allemaal op de website ook vinden. En een vraag die ik heel vaak krijg van ouders die interesse hebben is... moeten ze ook nog een speciaal stuk instuderen?
Ja, die vraag krijg ik ook altijd. Wat moeten we eigenlijk kunnen? En dat is bij ons nog niet zo heel standaard. Want we kunnen wel eisen stellen of wensen hebben over bepaalde stukken. Maar misschien speel jij een stuk wat je gewoon heel erg mooi speelt. En dan kan dat ook al wel echt voldoende zijn.
Okay.
Maar bij de auditie geven we wel een beetje richtlijnen mee. Dus of je nou klassiek bent, of je bent jazz, of je bent beginnend of vergevorderd... laat altijd een beetje verschillende kanten van jezelf zien.
Dus ik maak nog een kans?
Nou ja, er zit wel een soort leeftijdslimiet aan. Ja. Naast dat ik je nooit heb horen spelen.
All right. Dat is muziek. Voor dans gaat het natuurlijk... Je kunt zich voorstellen dat bij dans ook het lijf een heel belangrijke rol speelt. Nou, de specialist daarin is... ik heb toevallig ook nog een dochter die wel danst, moet ik zeggen, Jan. Hoe gaat het bij de dansvakopleiding?
Nou, je zegt, bij dans is het anders dan muziek, maar het is eigenlijk precies hetzelfde. Okay. Wat we doen is, we hebben een voorprogramma voor de instroom... waar de kinderen kennis kunnen maken met hoe wij hier werken op school. Het oriëntatieprogramma Jong KC Dans. En daar kunnen ze op de woensdagen en de zaterdagen kunnen ze lessen nemen. En daar gaan we kijken hoe de kinderen zich ontwikkelen. Wij letten heel erg op natuurlijk de fysieke mogelijkheden, coördinatie, de muzikaliteit, het dansgevoel. En in die 2 jaar dat oriëntatieprogramma werkt, komt het kind achter, nou wil ik dit, vind ik dit leuk. En ook wij komen erachter wat voor soort kind is. Er zitten groeimogelijkheden in. Want wij hebben een doorlopende lijn. En bij ons beginnen ze in de instroom basisschool 7 en 8. Middelbare school en dan door naar het bachelor. En dat is 1 opgebouwde leerlijn. En die is voor ons heel belangrijk.
En jullie beginnen zelfs nog wat eerder dus?
Ja, dus we beginnen eigenlijk met de kinderen basisschool 5 en basisschool 6.
Oké, maar die komen niet de hele week hier?
Nee, die komen niet, die zijn gewoon op school en die komen hier op de woensdag en op de zaterdag.
Oké.
En dan doen ze de audities en in die audities kijken wij of je het allemaal kan combineren. Hè? Want dat is wel een hele belangrijke factor. De fysieke component. Dat je heel hard moet trainen. Maar ook gewoon je school moet doen. En die dingen moeten wel bij elkaar gebeuren in 1 week.
Ja.
En daar letten we goed op. Oké,
dank je. En dan hebben we ook nog leerlingen die vanaf de brugklas een beeldend kunstprogramma volgen. En Guido, we hebben muziek en dans gehad, maar beeldend is ik durf bijna niet te zeggen vager. Maar hoe kom je nou, wat moet je laten zien als je naar de kunstacademie gaat? Hoe gaat die toelating?
Nou ja, fysiek is bij ons dan weer wat minder belangrijk. Wat moet je laten zien? We zeggen eigenlijk altijd, neem gewoon huur een aanhanger, gooi die vol met alles wat je hebt gemaakt en kom naar de academie.
Pardon?
Ja. Zoveel mogelijk willen we zien. En we willen natuurlijk ook iemand horen praten over wat ze zelf interessant vinden en over wat ze zelf hebben gemaakt. En de meesten doen dat ook. Dus we hadden er laatst een met een rolkoffer helemaal vol met werk. En daar gaan we dan naar kijken. En die gaat er dan over vertellen.
En als jullie dan het gevoel hebben van, hey, dit is heel interessant. Hoe gaat dat dan verder? Of...
Nou, dan maken wij de keuze of iemand toegelaten is of niet. En als we denken, het is het misschien nog net niet, eigenlijk als met muziek, dan geven we een opdracht mee. En als er een opdracht mee wordt gegeven, dan kijken we nog een tweede keer hoe is het gegaan en welke stappen heb je doorlopen. En ja, dan is eigenlijk iemand al snel toegelaten.
En ik begrijp dat werk laten zien, althans dat heb ik begrepen, daarvoor moet je een afspraak maken op de kunstacademie. Ja. Daar ga je naartoe met je aanhanger, begrijp ik. Ja. Zoveel mogelijk. Ja. En oké. Maar wat ik jullie alle 3 hoor zeggen is, hou dus de website in de gaten en neem vooral persoonlijk even contact op, omdat dat het beste werkt. Er zit hier 1 leerling en dat is Sander. En Sander die is pas later naar onze school gekomen voor muziek. Sander, wat speel je? Laat ik daarmee beginnen.
Ik speel hoorn, ja.
Hoorn.
En viool.
Oh, ja.
En viool, hoorn en viool. Maar jij bent eerst begonnen als een leerling die alleen maar die hoornles had. En op een andere school zat.
Ja,
En
extern, ja.
2 jaar geleden ben jij, dat noemen wij extern inderdaad, en 2 jaar geleden ben je hier naartoe gekomen. Kun je wat vertellen waarom je dat gedaan hebt? Waarom heb je niet die school gewoon afgemaakt waar je zat?
Ik vond de combinatie van echt een soort van zware school die echt veel van je verwacht en de muziek ook, vond ik te zwaar worden en het ging uiteindelijk ook niet heel goed. Dus ik heb besloten om intern te gaan zitten en ja, ik vind het heel fijn en zo, het gaat heel goed en het is heel fijn dat ze van school soms ook iets minder van je verwacht, wel op een positieve manier hoor, maar ja, dat is gewoon fijn dat er weer rekening mee wordt gehouden.
Okay. En noem eens 2, 3 dingen waarvan je zegt van ja, dit is echt een enorm verschil met mijn vorige school. En daarom, nou goed, ik ken je natuurlijk, daarom heb je het hier ook naar je zin. Kun je daar iets over vertellen?
Ja, soms communicatie gaat wel sneller en beter. Dus soms als ik dan vrij moet krijgen voor iets, dan gaat dat gewoon makkelijker, omdat ze weten wat er aan de hand is of zo. Anders met de vorige school moest ik dus heel lang gaan uitleggen wat ik aan had en zo. Maar het hoeft hier minder, vond ik. Een ander ding is misschien ook gewoon het allemaal in één gebouw. Dus het kost ook gewoon reistijd. Ik moest gewoon allemaal op en neer en nu is het gewoon allemaal hier. Dus dat is heel fijn.
Oké.
En ik denk dat het ook wel belangrijk is om te vermelden dat het aantal vakken wat je nu krijgt, dat veel groter is. Dus bijvoorbeeld, we zetten Sander overal voor in. In de werkplaats speel je heel veel. Ze maakt heel veel kamermuziek. Hij zingt meer. Het is makkelijker ook om zijn bijvakken, want Sander kan eigenlijk alles. Dat is een voordeel, maar dat is soms ook een beetje een nadeel.
Luxe probleem.
Ja, hij doet ook alles. En nu kunnen we toch proberen om dat ook al beter aan te bieden voor hem.
Ja. Maar dat is inderdaad wel het grote verschil tussen de leerlingen die op een huidige school blijven. Is, je kunt gewoon minder aanbieden omdat de leerlingen, ik wil niet zeggen vastzitten, maar wel zich erg moeten richten naar de richtlijnen van die andere school. Terwijl de leerlingen die intern zitten, ja, die zitten eigenlijk om de hoek. Dus je loopt 3 meter, trekt een leerling uit het lokaal en deelt hem in, of haar, bij een les waar je dat belangrijk vindt, of een kamermuziekensemble. Dus het is veel flexibeler en ook veel meer vakken. Bij dans, Jan, gaat het een klein beetje anders, want jullie organiseren leerlingendagen, jongensdagen. Kunnen we daar iets van laten zien misschien?
Zeker, laten we een stukje leerlingendag zien.
Welkom bij het Koninklijk Conservatorium! Ik vind dat hier heel erg fijn, omdat iedereen hier zijn eigen passie heeft en zijn gevoel na kan gaan. Ik vind het zo fijn in deze school dat je je passie kan volgen en jezelf helemaal kan zijn. Ik wil dansen en daarom kwam ik hier op school.
Dat was een impressie van de leerlingendag, waar leerlingen zich voor kunnen opgeven, dansen in dit geval. Jan, jij bent er ook altijd bij. Hoeveel van die dagen organiseren jullie per jaar?
We organiseren ongeveer 4 tot 5 van dit soort dagen, waarbij dus kinderen van buiten die nog nooit iets met dans hebben gedaan, naar de school kunnen komen en eigenlijk gewoon een dag leerling kunnen zijn. En dan krijgen ze les in verschillende onderdelen die wij ook hier onderwijzen. En we trakteren ze aan het eind op een voorstelling van onze eigen leerlingen.
Okay.
En op die manier krijg je een beetje het gevoel. Ik denk dat het voor jonge kinderen ontzettend belangrijk is om een gevoel te krijgen bij een school. Want het is toch de reden waarom je je ergens prettig voelt en naartoe wil. En ze zijn met hun passie, zitten ze op een school waar soms die passie niet gedeeld wordt. Of er heel weinig gedeeld wordt. En dan kom je hier en dan heb je allemaal kinderen die dat ook leuk vinden. En dat ook willen. En ik denk dat dat ontzettend stimulerend is. Okay. Dus we proberen ze dat gevoel te geven op zo'n dag.
Oké, want Guido, dan kom ik weer bij jou terecht. Want ik werd een paar dagen geleden verrast door leerlingen die voor beeldende kunst waren aangenomen. Maar die zaten ook al in een soort van voorprogramma. En dat noemden ze de Kids Club. Kun je daar iets over vertellen?
Ja, er zijn een aantal andere soorten programma's naast de School voor Jong Talent. Eén daarvan is de Kids Club. Die begint vanaf 8 jaar. Daar kunnen kinderen dus al terecht. En dan kunnen ze daarna eigenlijk doorstromen in de School voor Jong Talent. En vaak gaat dat heel geleidelijk, omdat ze al bij ons een voorprogramma hebben gedaan. Wat er ook bestaat op de academie is het kunstplan. Dat zijn dan andere middelbare scholen waar leerlingen 1 dag mee kunnen lopen op de academie. Dus we kunnen ook zeggen, nou, misschien is de School voor Jong Talent wat te veel, maar deze opties zijn er ook.
Oké. De goede luisteraar heeft begrepen dat als de kinderen hier op school zitten, dat als ze dus aardrijkskunde hebben, ik noem maar een vak, of wiskunde, dan zit dus muziek en beeldende kunst en dans, die zitten bij elkaar in de klas. En alleen, hoe werkt dat dan? Nou ja, je hebt 2 uur Nederlands, je hebt 2 uur Engels en dan gaat de bel en dan gaat een groepje dansers naar Jan Linkens, die krijgen daar balletles. Sander die gaat naar muziektheorie of heeft misschien zijn hoofdvakles horen daar gepland, want hij heeft namelijk geen aardrijkskunde, dus precies in dat gat wordt dan de horenles gepland. En de leerlingen die het beeldende kunstprogramma volgen, die lopen als groepje naar de kunstacademie. Dat is 5 minuten lopen, alhoewel de gemiddelde puber 12 minuten.
12.
En krijgen daar hun beeldende kunstles. Maar soms doen ze ook dingen samen. We proberen natuurlijk dat die kinderen ook van elkaar dingen zien en meemaken en beleven en ervaren. Dat is niet altijd even makkelijk, want het lijkt alsof ze bij elkaar zitten, maar ze hebben ook wel hele drukke programma's. Ze zitten soms ook wel een beetje vast in hun eigen kanaal, zoals we dat wel eens noemen. Maar tegelijkertijd stimuleren we wel, zoals volgende week, een week waarin heel veel kamermuziek gemaakt wordt. Nou, dan proberen we toch ook de klasje met de balletleerlingen. Ga kijken naar wat je klasgenoten doen. En we proberen ook leerlingen die muziek maken van, goh, ga nou eens naar de studioavond kijken voor dans. Of ga naar de expositie van Guido's leerlingen. Omdat je daar altijd dingen weer van oppikt. Die je ook weer in je eigen discipline dan vervolgens meeneemt. We hebben ook projecten die dat stimuleren. Waarin we eigenlijk de leerlingen in de leeuwenkuil gooien van, nou, hier ga je een week werken. Zorg ervoor dat je met z'n allen, muziek, dans, beeldende kunst, een mooie productie maakt. Corona heeft eigenlijk alleen maar nadelen gehad. Maar een heel klein lichtpuntje is ook dat je wel eens gedwongen wordt om dingen te doen waar je je niet op had ingesteld. Dat is dan weer het mooie eigenlijk. En zo hebben we in de eerste periode van lockdown, waarin we eigenlijk heel weinig mochten, hebben een project gedaan. En dan zie je die 3 disciplines eigenlijk samenkomen. Dus in het volgende fragment zie je het symfonieorkest muziek maken. Je ziet de dansers dansen. En je ziet dat ook qua vormgeving en beeldend er nogal wat uit de kast getrokken. Het is een fragment uit een kerstfilm die we gemaakt hebben. Dat zult u misschien nu niet meteen herkennen dat het met kerst te maken heeft. Maar het geeft een beeld van wat we interessant vinden en wat we ook vaker willen gaan doen in de toekomst. Kunnen we daar een impressie van zien? een heel mooi voorbeeld waarin we proberen de verbinding te leggen tussen de verschillende disciplines. U zag ook een orkest spelen, het ACO, het Atheneum Kamerorkest. En bestaat uit leerlingen van de School voor Jong Talent. Aniek, nog even terug naar muziek. Volgende week, ik kondig het al aan, we noemen dat de werkplaatsweek. Maar het is eigenlijk een week waarin ongelooflijk veel kamermuziek gemaakt wordt en gepresenteerd wordt. Maar kun je iets vertellen over de samenspelvormen binnen jouw afdeling en de vakken die gegeven worden?
Ja, nou het samenspel, dat wisselt een beetje natuurlijk. Binnen muziek kan je ongelooflijk veel doen. Eigenlijk zijn alle instrumenten mogelijk en ook bijna alle stijlen bieden we wel aan. Wat we overkoepelend hebben als vak is inderdaad de werkplaats. We noemen het de werkplaats. Daarin spelen de klassieke muzici en de jazzmuzici allemaal een rol. Dit zit standaard in hun vakkenpakket. Dus iedere donderdagmiddag is de hele afdeling muziek aan maken. Het is bij de klassieke muzici gebaseerd eigenlijk op kamermuziek. Dus ze worden ingedeeld in ensembles, afhankelijk van wat wij denken, nou, dit is goed repertoire voor ze. Hier zijn ze aan toe, deze muzici passen goed bij elkaar. Dus we kijken veel meer naar niveau dan naar leeftijd. De jazzmuzici werken samen in de stijl. Het is eigenlijk theorie op het instrument. Dus er wordt de hele tijd muziek gemaakt. Er wordt heel veel gebruik gemaakt van hun vaardigheden. En ze worden wel erg aangesproken op wat ze ook al theoretisch kunnen koppelen aan hun instrument.
Ja. En dus veel kamermuziek, theorie heb je genoemd. Welke vakken krijgen ze nog meer?
Theorie is wel een belangrijke component. Okay. Binnen theorie moet je wel denken aan dat ook is gesplitst. Dus dat gaat over gehoortraining, over ritmetaal, veel luisteren, veel doen. En
ze moeten dus ook allemaal piano leren? Of?
Ja, eigenlijk spelen alle leerlingen hebben als bijvak piano. Ofwel piano klassiek, ofwel piano jazz.
Maar daar hoef je, als je toelating doet, niet meteen heel goed in te zijn. Want je komt tenslotte. Sander kwam voor die horen.
Ja, nou ja, Sander kon al een beetje piano spelen. Sommigen kunnen het nog helemaal niet. Sommigen spelen het op een heel excellent niveau. Dus daar wordt ook aan aangepast van wat past bij. Ze zingen allemaal in koor. Ze krijgen dus met name de blazers en de strijkers. Op zaterdagen wordt er gewerkt aan orkestspel. Waarbij de strijkers zitten in het ACO. Dat was eigenlijk wat je net in de clip ook zag. De blazers die werken soms los, omdat de kwaliteit van blazen en de samenklank, dat vraagt toch weer een hele andere. Is eigenlijk een hele andere dynamiek dan hoe dat voor blazers is. Dus soms zijn de projecten voor blazers apart en strijkers apart. Soms combineren we ze. De pianisten die krijgen uiteraard geen bijvak piano, maar die krijgen dan juist harmonie aan de piano. Waarbij ook het improviseren een belangrijke rol voor ze speelt.
Oké. Ja. Voordat ik weer naar Jan ga, toch nog een vraag aan Guido. Want aan tafel zit ook Tonja. En Tonja is nou zo'n leerling die niet muziek doet, maar beeldende kunst. En op de kunstacademie, dat is misschien... Kijk, als je horen gaat studeren of viool, dan krijg je waarschijnlijk ook horenles of vioolles. Dus dat is vrij logisch. Maar wat krijg je nou op een kunstacademie aan vakken, Tonja? Want ja, de meeste mensen denken bij een kunstacademie dat betekent de schilderen en tekenen en zo. Maar als ik wel eens door jullie atelier loop, zijn totaal andere dingen waar jullie mee bezig zijn. Kun je wat vertellen welke vakken jij hebt en wat je daarin precies, of wat eigenlijk van je verwacht wordt in die vakken?
Nou, in de onderbouw krijg je de vakken 2D, 3D en theorie. En in de bovenbouw krijg je dan...
Wat is 2D, 3D?
Ja, 2D houdt eigenlijk in dat je... Ja, dat is eigenlijk schilderen en tekenen, dus platwerken. En 3D is ruimtelijk werken, dus met klei, sculpturen maken of hout of metaal of textiel, eigenlijk van alles. En bij theorie maak je opdrachten die jou een soort van kunsttheorie moeten leren. Dus bijvoorbeeld dingen met het kleurencirkel of hoe je precies een schilderij of een kunstwerk eigenlijk moet bekijken. Wat daar de verschillende aspecten van zijn. En in de bovenbouw krijg je dan 3D intermediair fotografie en 2D. Ja.
Ja, want Guido heeft me dat eigenlijk nog nooit goed kunnen uitleggen, maar op het rapport daar staat ook altijd een vak, dat heet dan conceptontwikkeling. Kun je me uitleggen wat dat is?
Ja.
Misschien beter dan Guido, anders moet hij het alsnog doen.
Ja. Conceptontwikkeling is wel vaag en vrij persoonlijk, maar volgens mij gaat het erover hoe je als leerling je werkhouding een beetje ontwikkelt. Het gaat meer zeg maar algemeen over inderdaad je werkhouding en je proces, eerder dan wat je specifiek voor elk vak doet. Dus het is een soort van algemene vak.
Oké.
Ja.
Doet ze het goed,
Ja, hoor.
Guido?
Het woord concept is natuurlijk altijd erg moeilijk. En niemand begrijpt dat. Ik denk zelfs vele docenten op de academie niet. Maar het is een soort vormen van een idee. En vanuit daaruit ga je wat we noemen het procesontwikkeling. En dan ga je dat idee eigenlijk vormgeven. En dat doe je met een aantal stadia. Dus met experiment, met reflectie. Proefmodellen maken. En zo bouw je eigenlijk naar een werk toe.
Ja, want dat vind ik altijd wel grappig om te zien bij de verschillende disciplines. Het valt mij altijd op dat bij jullie, bij beeldende kunst, wordt er altijd vanaf het begin af aan heel veel gesproken over wat ben je nou eigenlijk van plan? Wat ga je nou eigenlijk doen? En heb je daar wel de juiste materialen voor? En wat wil ik eigenlijk van mezelf laten zien in hetgeen wat ik maak? Terwijl ik dat bij de dansleerlingen en de muziekleerlingen werkt dat toch totaal anders. Omdat daar een soort van ambachtelijkheid in zit. Die eerst eigenlijk, ik zeg saai, maar dat hoeft niet saai te zijn, heel saai ontwikkeld moet worden. Voordat je naar dat punt gaat waar jullie eigenlijk op beginnen. Dat is altijd wel heel bijzonder om dat te zien.
Ja, dat gaat ook een beetje samen. Want ze krijgen natuurlijk ook materiaalkennis. En dat gaat eigenlijk tegelijk met dat ze dat idee aan het ontwikkelen zijn. Dus hoe voer je dat uit? En daar krijgen ze dan tegelijk eigenlijk materiaalkennis bij.
Ja, maar ik denk dat dat bij dans en muziek natuurlijk ook gebeurt.
Ja.
Natuurlijk gaat het samen, maar het zwaartepunt is wel heel grappig en mooi om te zien hoe dat zwaartepunt binnen die opleiding dan inderdaad verschuift gedurende een aantal jaren. Jan, ik ga nu weer even naar de danswereld. Als ik in de trein zit, 's ochtends, dan kom ik vanuit Amsterdam, dan stapt op ieder station stappen er broodjes in. Dat zijn meisjes met een bepaalde kapsel dat belangrijk is voor de dans. Maar ik weet dat je ook ongelooflijk veel energie steekt in. Gelukkig kom ik in de trein ook altijd Boas tegen. Dat is de enige jongen die ik dan zie in de trein. Maar jullie zijn daar heel actief mee bezig. Kun je daar iets over vertellen?
Zeker. Het is jammer dat er nog steeds het clichébeeld heerst in Nederland dat het toch een beetje raar is als je als jongen wil dansen. En dat proberen we heel erg te doorbreken door van allerlei activiteiten aan te bieden waar jongens onder elkaar zijn. En waar ze dus niet de enige jongen in een balletklas zijn, maar gewoon met elkaar dit fantastische vak ontdekken. En daar doen we een speciale jongensdag voor, die aanstaande zondag 13 februari opnieuw wordt gehouden. Dat doen we ieder jaar. Waarbij we de mannen hier naar de school halen. En ze dus daar, net als de leerlingendag, met verschillende dansvakken, maar ook acrobatiek, alles wat een beetje anders is ook dan alleen de voorbereiding op het klassieke ballet. Om ze daarmee in aanraking te laten komen. Om te kijken van, ja, eigenlijk is het wel ontzettend leuk. En stoer om met je lijf bezig te zijn, om goede dingen te kunnen doen. Om virtuoos te worden, om dingen te kunnen doen waar je in elkaar kunt concurreren. En daar is een drempel en die drempel proberen we echt te verlagen.
Terwijl in de danswereld zijn de mannelijke rollenzetters altijd prinsen en helden, toch?
Nou, niet alleen prinsen en helden. We moeten niet vergeten dat de ontwikkeling binnen het dansveld wordt eigenlijk op dit moment veel meer gedomineerd door mannen dan door vrouwen.
Ja.
En dat komt gewoon omdat die inhaalslag gemaakt is in de professionele wereld. En er zijn natuurlijk landen waar veel meer mannen dansen. Ik denk aan bijvoorbeeld Cuba, daar dansen veel meer mannen dan vrouwen.
Oké.
Dus het is alleen in ons protestant landje is het nog een beetje een probleem. En dat proberen we te veranderen.
Bijvoorbeeld met een jongens.
Bijvoorbeeld bij de jongensdag. En ja, die jongens hebben een fantastische dag met elkaar. Misschien moeten we daar even naar kijken.
Welkom in Amare!
Hot items.
hier naartoe komen.
Een hele leuke sfeer. Ja. En omdat we, zeker als je met zo'n grote groep jongens bent, vind ik in ieder geval, is wel gewoon heel veel gezellig. Want ik weet, van mijn oude balletschool was ik de enige jongen en dan voel je je toch een beetje erbuiten. En nu hier zo met zo'n groep is wel veel leuker.
Nou ja, we zitten hier dus in onze tweede week in Amare al, het nieuwe gebouw. Hoe vind jij het?
Nou, ik vind het waanzinnig. De studio's zijn heel mooi, de schoollokalen zijn heel mooi, alles, het hele gebouw is heel mooi en ja, een beetje achter ons door de view, het uitzicht, is waanzinnig.
This is my fourth year, so I've been here for 3.5 teaching. And I always enjoy a lot because I thought that I can teach the young generation that what I have been through with 11 years dancing with Dutch National Ballet. I find it's very, how to say, interesting and challenging. Especially see them performing on stage and also the exams. So it's very exciting for me.
Nou, het leuke ook aan deze school is ook hoe vaak we op het podium hier kunnen staan, omdat we ook een podium hebben. En je krijgt gewoon, het is ook gewoon een heel ander gevoel, omdat je gewoon helemaal make-up staat in kostuum. Je krijgt een speciale rol en een dans om te doen en het is gewoon een heel ander gevoel om te entertainen voor een publiek. En dat is altijd iets heel speciaals.
Ja, voor mijzelf ook. We doen hier ook Young Talent Project en dat is dan een samenwerking met het NDT. Dus dan ga je ook met echt professionele dansers werken en ook de moderne kant op van de dans. En dat is ook een heel leuk deel van deze school.
Nou, ik vind de eindverstellingen zijn altijd natuurlijk heel erg leuk. Je krijgt een bepaald ballet of zo, wat je gaat dansen. En vooral de sfeer die er dan is gewoon perfect. Het is altijd toch iets gezelliger, omdat je toch samen gaat eten, samen een voorstelling gaat dansen, nog een voorstelling dansen en dat dan een hele week.
Dus mocht jij geïnteresseerd zijn, ik zou zeggen kom.
Ja,
kom bij de jongensdag. Kom bij de jongensdag. En wie weet dans je net als soms in deze prachtige zalen. Tot ziens. Doei!
Zoals gezegd, vandaag open dag. Het wordt een drukke dag op het conservatorium. Er gebeurt van alles. Ook al hebben we nog steeds te maken met coronabeperkingen. Maar dan, desalniettemin vinden we het fijn om mensen te ontvangen. Dus dat doen we vandaag ook volop. Het gebeurt van alles. De open dag was 2 weken geleden op de Kunstacademie. Daar zullen we vandaag ook nog wel wat mensen van verwachten die op die dag zijn doorgestuurd naar dit gebouw, naar Amare. Voor de rest gebeurt er in alle lokalen gebeurt er van alles. Veel met muziek. Aniek, wat gebeurt er? Want we hebben nog 4 minuten. Wat gebeurt er op het gebied van muziek op dit moment? Dan hebben we het alleen over die School voor Jong Talent natuurlijk. Het HBO heeft natuurlijk ook nog een enorm programma. Waar kunnen ze naartoe?
Ja, precies. Nou, onze voorprogramma's die hebben vandaag gewoon hun reguliere lessen. Dus dat gaat over de piepkinderen. Dat zijn de kleuters die van 5 tot en met 7 op zaterdagochtend in het gebouw zijn. Verder is er heel veel kamermuziek te beluisteren. Eigenlijk zijn alle leerlingen aanwezig en die spelen in verschillende ensembles. De jazzcombo's, we hebben er 6, er spelen er vandaag 3. Die zijn te beluisteren. En onze pianisten hebben een apart programma.
Okay. En jij bent zelf nog te bereiken in Studio 7.
Ja.
En je bent ook te bereiken waarschijnlijk op de 6e verdieping waar de School voor Jong Talent zelf zit. Dus ouders kunnen ook gewoon naar een klaslokaal gaan kijken. Precies. Met gewone docenten en niet muziek, dans of beeldende kunstdocenten. Daar kun je ook vragen stellen. Ja. Dat is allemaal op de 6e.
Ja, ook onze collega Anneke Kien is aanwezig om heel veel vragen te beantwoorden. Okay. Matteo Costanzi. We lopen allemaal eigenlijk zo meteen op de 6e verdieping rond.
Oké. Dan ga ik naar Jan. Jan, het trilt hier af en toe omdat ze boven jouw leerlingen aan dansen zijn. Waar kunnen we vandaag terecht voor jouw afdeling?
Wij hebben 5 dansstudio's waar de hele dag lessen zullen plaatsvinden met verschillende onderdelen dansstijlen. Van klassiek ballet tot pas de deux, tot flamenco, modern, werelddans. Alles heb ik ingeroosterd. Alle leerlingen zijn aanwezig. En het is een heel vol programma, dus ik zou zeggen iedereen komt naar deze school.
Oké. Het gaat over de open dag. We praten nu alleen over de School voor Jong Talent. Maar zoals ik al zei, er gebeurt nog veel meer. Wij zijn maar een onderdeel. Wel een mooi onderdeel vind ik zelf. Maar goed, ik preek voor eigen parochie van deze school. Loop door het gebouw. Er zijn genoeg mensen met gele truien met conservatorium erop die u kunnen verder wijzen in het gebouw. Ga ook gewoon kijken op die 6e verdieping, want het is van de andere kant ook gewoon een doodnormale school. Met een groep 8, met een juf en een meester die daar gewoon aardrijkskunde geven en topo. Een hele fijne dag en tot ziens hopelijk in Amare.
Welcome to Amare! And here we are at our new home, the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague.
This is the Wayfield Synthesis Studio, which is one of my favorite spots in Amare.
The study rooms are just amazing. It's great to practice here.
And this is my favorite room in Amare, one of the jazz drums practice rooms.
We're now at the dance studios, which is my favorite part of Amare.
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 And it also has a really good acoustic.
Actually, we can show you.
But this one's great too. Yeah, we really like it here. I was always a little kid with big dreams to become a singer. To be a singer means that you need to practice.
Yes, a lot. Like we're here every day. We practice really, I think, 6 to 7 times a week. And we have our lessons here, our theory lessons.
And our practicing is not only singing, but also research and reading operas and hearing operas. We have amazing opportunities, great projects that help us develop as musicians.
To just get to know new things that we maybe never knew that existed, like operas or songs, composers even. And we also have the opportunity to work with young composers together from the composition department, where they write songs especially for us, for example. And also in our department, we are really working well together and we're supportive to each other. We sing together. And it's a very good experience for all of us.
Hoi, ik ben Luc en ik neem jullie mee naar de studieavond van Art of Sound. Ik studeer Art of Sound hier in Den Haag. Wat voor mij speciaal maakt is dat je naast de technische vaardigheden ook de muzikale vaardigheden leert. Waardoor je muzikaal verder ontwikkelt en dus ook muzikaler gaat werken. En daarnaast zit je in een conservatorium omgeven door muzici. Waarmee je ook projecten aan kan gaan. We werken regelmatig samen met jazzstudenten om opnames te doen of met compositie en de klassieke afdeling. Ik speel zelf gitaar. Dit is onze analoge opnamestudio. Dus we hebben hier 1 grote live boot, 3 kleinere boots. Mooie kans om ervaring te krijgen ook met van dit soort apparatuur. Leuk aan de opleiding dat je heel veel projecten kan doen, waardoor je heel veel praktijkervaring krijgt, zoals het ook in het werkveld eraan toe gaat.
Hi, my name is Annika and welcome to the dance department.
And we're from the bachelor program, dance.
For me, actually the highlights of the year are just performing in general. I really like to work towards a performance, and we have a lot of them throughout the year, so I just always look forward to them the most.
So we had the Young Talent Project, and then we have studio evenings like twice a year, and then also the end of the year performances, which will be on the big stage here in Amare, which is amazing. Earlier this year, we participated in the Young Talent program, which is always an amazing experience, working together with Nederlands Danstheater.
And we're now sharing the building with them, so it's really actually inspiring to see that they're only like 3 levels below us, and sometimes in the corridors you could see them walk past, and it's kind of inspiring to see like professional dancers and in the same building.
It's just amazing to learn repertoire from NDT. It's just an amazing opportunity to taste a little bit of company life.
And this is the sonology department. Came here because I was really intrigued by the way how the department marries composition and electronic music.
And also I think it's very nice to be among such an active community of musicians where people come from very diverse backgrounds.
And also because it has such a rich history in electroacoustic music. Sonology is the study of sound. To study sound, we use various means: analog equipment, digital environments like coding and working with artificial intelligence, field recording practices, improvisation, working with multi-channel setups. Sonology is quite technical, but in the end it's the art that matters and the music. All the classrooms and studios are very pleasant to work in. We used to be in the basement, now we're on the 6th floor. We have daylight, we have big windows, light that can be dimmed.
Very nice. It's very dry, which is nice, and also the acoustic panels that are placed on the walls, and it's a nice small room. It's very clean, and it's a great space.
Fijne repetitieruimtes en ook fijn om nu eindelijk hier te zitten.
It's really nice.
It's really nice to be here.
Thanks.
Amare is a really special place. We have all the cultural things in one, where we have everything you can imagine, from an orchestra to a dance theater, and of course also our conservatoire, which is the top floors with the best view.
You can find the art of sound, jazz department, percussion department, classical department, classical singing department.
Contemporary dance, but also classical dance.
Recording, producing en sound reinforcement.
Music theory.
En muziekgeschiedenis krijg je onder andere.
Sound engineering, the colloquium where people's research is being discussed.
You have so many possibilities. You are very welcome to come maybe next year.
Hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm here on the beach of Kijkduin. This is one of the most beautiful parts of The Hague. You see here mainly the residents of The Hague enjoying peace and nature. During the summer, Kijkduin is the perfect place to relax. You can easily enjoy and chill out at one of the authentic beach clubs and enjoy a beautiful sunset. The beach bars here are praised for their friendly staff, delicious dishes and casual atmosphere, and guarantee a pleasant end to the day.
A very, very warm welcome to the open day of the Royal Conservatoire here in The Hague. I'm standing here in Amare, our brand new building. It's glorious, it's inspiring, it's huge. And we share it with the orchestra, with the dance company. And this is in a way a laboratory for the future of music and dance. And why would you come and study with us? I'm not here to persuade you to do so, but I'm here to ask you a question. Why would you study music and dance? How are you going to do it? What is the future of the art forms music and dance? These are questions that we can answer by acting, by being here, being amongst each other and addressing these questions. That is what education is about, the questions and trying to formulate answers. And it'll never stop. It won't stop within the 4 years of a bachelor course or the 2 years of a master course. It will not stop if you study dance and get your diploma. It'll always go on. And I think what we're here to educate you with is to keep on moving, keep on thinking, keep on creating your own life in combination with the discipline music and dance and what they mean to society. Come here and change and keep changing.
In het Koninklijk Conservatorium in Den Haag wordt deze dagen onder leiding van Reinbert de Leeuw gerepeteerd voor de wereldpremière van Andriessens laatste compositie, De Tijd.
Het is in tegenstelling tot de meeste muziek en het meeste beeld, is het niet om je mee te slepen, maar juist om je de tijd, het duren van de tijd, hoe langzaam een klok gaat, om je dat zoveel mogelijk bewust te laten worden. Dus de muziek die je hoort is extreem langzaam en over het algemeen nogal zacht.
Het is een heel radicaal stuk waarin eigenlijk, als je het op de korte afstand bekijkt, niets gebeurt, heel weinig gebeurt. Louis zei zelfs, ja, misschien is het wel saai. Maar als je afstand van het stuk neemt, net zoals je afstand moet nemen van een beeldhouwwerk van Henry Moore, hè, dat kan je ook niet zien als je erop staat. Als je het helemaal kunt behappen, dan begrijp je de ongelooflijke dynamiek die in dat stuk zit.
Elke groep heeft op enig moment in het stuk iets met een van de andere groepen te maken. En het maakt dan niet uit waar ze zitten, of ze naast elkaar zitten of totaal tegenover elkaar. En elkaar net wel, net niet kunnen zien. En toch moet het dan klinken als één klap. Want uiteindelijk heeft hij het toch als pianostuk geschreven en dan uitgeschreven voor... Dus hoe makkelijk het is om op één piano dit te doen, op het moment dat er een tweede piano is die precies hetzelfde moet doen, is het al een uitdaging. Laat staan als er, nou ja, wat zijn het, 58 spelers tegelijk een klap moeten geven.
Orchestra of the 18th century is, of course, a very good orchestra with great musicians and with a lot of experience. So playing with them, it's super enriching, and it always sounds very good.
Für mich ist das Side-by-Side-Projekt eine wahnsinnige Chance, weil wir die Möglichkeit haben, mit professionellen Orchestermusikern zusammenzuarbeiten, gemeinsam ein Konzert bzw. jetzt eine Konzertaufnahme zu produzieren. Und wir lernen auf höchstem professionellem Niveau zu arbeiten.
Before we got no taste, we're audible. You should give us a chance, cause we're all victim of circumstance. We've had it pretty tough, but that's okay, we like it rough. We'll settle the score, survive the rats and 2 world wars. Get up and dance to our Eastern European. Gotta get up and dance to our Eastern European. Gotta get up and dance to our Eastern European kind of funk.
Goedemorgen allemaal en hartelijk welkom bij de presentatie van de opleiding docent muziek aan het Koninklijk Conservatorium in Den Haag. En niet zomaar in Den Haag, maar vanuit ons hele mooie, prachtige nieuwe gebouw Amare in Den Haag. Ik ben heel blij dat jullie allemaal kijken. Er zitten ook wat mensen in de zaal mee te kijken. En ik ga straks even kort vertellen hoe deze presentatie eruit gaat zien. Maar eerst wil ik even de mensen voorstellen die met mij aan tafel zitten. Hier naast me zit Brit, tweedejaars student, docent muziek. Natasja Kurek, zangdocente aan de opleiding. Wilmar, ook tweedejaars student. En Tessa Kraus, docent methodiek en pianopracticum. Ik ben Suzanne Overmeer, ik ben coördinator van de opleiding docent muziek. We hebben op het conservatorium een afdeling educatie en docent muziek valt daaronder. Er hangen ook nog 2 masters onder, de master Kodai en de master Instrumental and Vocal Teaching. Die zijn nu niet aan tafel, maar als je het interessant vindt om daar iets over te weten, kijk dan even op de website, want er zijn nog online questions en answers te boeken over die opleiding. Nu hebben we het over docent muziek. En docent muziek is eigenlijk de breedste opleiding van het conservatorium, want je wordt opgeleid tot docent en muzikus. En van dat stukje muzikus zag je net al een filmpje, want dat filmpje, de video die je net zag, kwam uit onze jaarlijkse theaterproductie The Case. Normaal gesproken live in een zaal, maar vorig jaar door de welbekende omstandigheden in een online vorm. Straks gaan we daar zeker nog iets meer over vertellen. Eerst maar even iets over die opleiding, muzikus en docentschap. Dat staat centraal in onze opleiding. En als je de opleiding hebt gedaan, dan heb je een eerste graads bevoegdheid docent muziek. En dat betekent dat je eigenlijk overal kan lesgeven. Je kan lesgeven op de basisschool, de middelbare school, zowel de onderbouw als de bovenbouw. Je kan lesgeven aan volwassenen en in het mbo. Nou, dat is nogal wat. Dat betekent dat je ook veel leert in de opleiding, veel verschillende dingen. We hebben muzikaal-praktische vakken, theoretische vakken. We hebben vakken die gaan over ondernemerschap, projecten draaien en natuurlijk de onderwijskundige vakken. zoals methodiek, didactiek en stage. Daar gaan we straks nog in het gesprek ook over praten. In Den Haag ligt een behoorlijke focus op de muzikaal-praktische vakken, op je muzikantschap. Wij hebben de visie dat het belangrijk is dat je als muzikus voor de klas staat, welke klas dan ook, of welke groep dan ook. Dus je hebt hier heel veel vakken die gaan over je muzikale ontwikkeling. Bijvoorbeeld pianopracticum, zangpracticum, drumpracticum, gitaarpracticum. Maar misschien wel het allerbelangrijkste is het les op je eigen instrument. Dat noemen we hier je primair instrument. En toevallig, nou niet geheel toevallig, zitten hier natuurlijk wat mensen aan tafel die daar iets over kunnen vertellen. Natasja en Brit. Natasja, jij geeft zangles aan alle studenten die als primair instrument zangbreed hebben. Zangbreed, dat is popzang, jazzzang, soul, nou noem het maar op. Natasja, kun jij vertellen waar jij aan werkt in je lessen met de studenten?
In de eerste 2 jaar werken we aan ontdekken wat je sterktes zijn in je zang. En we kaarten aan wat je nog moet ontwikkelen en mag ontwikkelen. We werken met verschillende repertoire die je al van binnenkomen al goed ligt. Maar we proberen je ook laten groeien in het kijken wat je nog anders kan leren. En dat duurt dus 4 jaar op wekelijks basis. Dus je krijgt echt een kans om heel veel te leren over je eigen stem, over je eigen componeren ook. Want dat neemt ook plaats in de lessen. Als mensen daar behoefte aan hebben om aan zijn eigen repertoire te werken, dan doen we dat ook. Maar vooral werken we in de eerste periode aan je technische ontwikkeling.
Ja, en Brit, jij krijgt zangles van Natasja. Maar er zijn natuurlijk nog wel meer lessen waaraan aan jouw muzikantschap wordt gewerkt. Zou je daar iets over kunnen vertellen?
Ja. We hebben bijvoorbeeld ook een vak ensemble. Daar zitten we eigenlijk met de hele klas bij elkaar en daar maken we eigenlijk met z'n allen muziek. We krijgen dan verschillende opdrachten, arrangeeropdrachten. En dan moeten we voor onze klas een arrangement maken van een nummer. Afgelopen jaar moesten wij bijvoorbeeld allemaal een blues arrangeren. En dat is vaak ook voor een vrij ongebruikelijke setting moet je dat doen. Want we hebben iemand die euphonium speelt en we hebben iemand die trombone speelt. Maar we hebben ook 5 zangeressen. Dus die moet je dan ook ergens anders aan het werk zetten. Dat is een voorbeeld van het muzikantschap. We hebben natuurlijk inderdaad, wat je net zei, gitaarpracticum en drumpracticum. En als je daar meer wil ontwikkelen, kan je dat ook als keuzevak kiezen. Dus je wordt eigenlijk heel breed als muzikant opgeleid. En er ligt echt een focus op je muzikantschap ook. Het is echt een combi van lesgeven en musiceren.
Ja, we hebben ook een docent muziekkoor.
Ja.
Kun je daar iets over vertellen? Wie zingen er allemaal in mee?
Iedereen, op de hele opleiding. We gaan altijd elke maandagochtend met de hele opleiding koor zingen. Met de dirigent, Jos. En dat repertoire ligt aan welke projecten we hebben lopen. Want we hebben een koorweek in december altijd. En die koorweek dat eindigt ook met een concert. Dus dan ben je de hele week aan het repeteren aan repertoire. En het repertoire verschilt ook van klassiek tot mooie koorarrangementen van popmuziek. Of soms zelfs rock, gospel. Dus dat is heel erg breed. En het helpt denk ik ook zeker voor de instrumentalisten onder ons, dat zij ook echt leren koor zingen en leren hoe dat is.
Ja, dankjewel. Het koor wordt al even genoemd. Een van de projecten die we met de hele opleiding doen. We zijn niet zo'n hele grote opleiding. En we vinden het eigenlijk heel belangrijk dat we veel dingen samen kunnen doen. En iets anders wat we samen doen is de avond van het lied. Natasja, kan jij daar iets over vertellen? Wat is het eigenlijk?
De avond van het lied is een van de leukste avonden in onze hele jaar. Dat neemt altijd plaats net voor het kerst. En it starts off your Christmas vacation. Als je echt over vermoeid bent, dan is dat een mooi moment. waar we ons samen verzamelen met de hele opleiding en zingen we voor elkaar liedjes en spelen. Nou, wij studenten doen dat voor elkaar. Dat is een van de avonden waar iedereen zich op verheugt, maar iedereen ook vreest. Want je moet daar zelf een liedje zingen en je moet jezelf begeleiden. Nou, dat is voor de zangers wat makkelijker en voor de pianisten, maar iedereen moet dat doen. En dat is natuurlijk heel spannend. Maar dus het is een heel democratiserend moment in de opleiding, want iedereen moet boven hetzelfde drempel springen. Maar we doen het op een heel fijne manier, een heel veilige manier. Het wordt niet uitgezonden online. Ja, iedereen presenteert dus een stuk dat ze heel graag met anderen wil delen. Iets dat ze moeilijk vinden waarschijnlijk, maar ze worden heel goed daar voorbereid in de lessen van de zangpracticum en de pianopracticum. Ja, kom eens kijken.
Ja, kom eens kijken. Wilmar, jij speelt euphonium. Voor jou is zo'n avond van het lied dan echt even uit je comfortzone, kan ik me voorstellen. Maar naast die avond van het lied doen we nog meer dingen gezamenlijk. Bijvoorbeeld de voorspeelavond. Kun je daar iets over vertellen?
Ja, nou wij als tweede jaar organiseren verschillende projecten binnen de opleiding, waaronder ook de voorspeelavond. En de voorspeelavond is een avond, eigenlijk 2 avonden, waarop de hele opleiding samenkomt en iedereen een stuk presenteert op zijn of haar hoofdinstrument. Dus dat is eigenlijk in het begin van het jaar, dat is een soort meetmoment of een moment waarop iedereen eigenlijk zichzelf kan laten zien, muzikaal in plek van normaal presenteren. En daar hangt ook altijd een thema vanaf. En dat is een hele bijzondere avond voor iedereen. De hele opleiding komt samen. En ook voor de eerstejaars is het vooral een bijzonder moment, omdat ze zichzelf voor het eerst kunnen laten horen aan de hele opleiding.
Is het vooral spannend of is het vooral leuk?
Vooral leuk natuurlijk, maar ook wel een beetje.
Dat kan ik me helemaal voorstellen. Natasja, we gaan straks kijken naar een stukje van een eindrecital. Vorig jaar was dat noodgedwongen. Ja, normaal doen we dat in een zaal en nu doen we dat een beetje anders. Wil jij het aankondigen?
Ja, nu doen we dat ook gedeeltelijk online, of tenminste vorig jaar. En wat we nu gaan zien is een onderdeel van zo'n eindrecital van een van mijn voormalige studenten, Renske. Waar ze een stuk van Daft Punk hebben neergezet in een vorm van een video. Ze hebben alles zelf opgenomen, video en audio, dus dat leer je ook hier. En je ziet dus 3 studenten die zangers zijn en 1 die instrumentalist is die daar zingt. Mijn vraag, nou, gewoon quiz. We hebben waarschijnlijk een prijsje om te ontdekken wie dat is. Of waarschijnlijk zingen ze allemaal zo geweldig, want je krijgt hier 4 jaar lang zangles. En dat hoor je ook.
We gaan luisteren naar Daft Punk van Renske.
Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail it, grade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, write it, got it, paste it, save it, load it, check it, quick rewrite it, plug it, play it, burn it, rip it, drag and drop it, zip unzip it, lock it, spin it, call it, find it, view it, call it, jam, unlock it, surf it, scroll it, pause it, click it, cross it, crank it, switch, update it, name it, rate it, tune it, print it, scan it, send it, fax, rename it, touch it, bring it, pay it, watch it, technologic, one more time. Like the legend of the phoenix, yeah. Oh, ends will be beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginnings. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bars and our cups to the stars. Hey, we're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get sun. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get sun. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get up all night to get lucky. Ba da ba ba ba. No, no.
Zo, we hebben al even gesproken over het stukje muzikantschap in onze opleiding. Maar ik zei al, ja, er zijn 2 dingen heel belangrijk in onze opleiding. Dat is ook het docentschap. En om docent te worden moet je alles weten over hoe je nou muzieklessen maakt, maar natuurlijk ook over hoe je ze geeft. En dat leer je in de vakken muziek, didactiek, muziekpedagogiek en in de stage. De stage vinden we heel belangrijk, want je leert lesgeven toch het beste in de praktijk. Dat is de afgelopen tijd niet zo makkelijk geweest, want we hebben veel in lockdowns gezeten of ja, scholen vonden het niet altijd prettig als er nog weer extra mensen in de klas kwamen. We hebben het maar positief ingezien en veel geleerd over hoe je dan online lesgeeft, maar we staan natuurlijk het liefste voor de klas. En Brit, jij bent nu tweedejaars. Ja. Zou jij iets kunnen vertellen over hoe die stage nou eruit ziet in jaar 1 en jaar 2?
Nou, in jaar 1 ga je eigenlijk alles een beetje langs. Je gaat langs de basisscholen, je gaat langs de middelbare school, onderbouw vooral. En je gaat ook nog even naar het buitenschoolse muziekeducatieveld. Voor ons was dat vorig jaar eigenlijk allemaal digitaal, dat buitenschoolse gedeelte. Maar ik hoorde dat ze dit jaar wel overal langs zijn geweest, dus daar gaan we zo vast wat over horen. Dus dat is heel leuk, want je krijgt gelijk het hele brede werkveld te zien. Je krijgt gelijk een beeld van, oké, dit is wat ik misschien zou kunnen gaan doen na de opleiding. Nu dit jaar zijn wij, ik ben tot nu toe bezig geweest met middelbare school onderbouw. En daar loop ik elke week stage. En ja, dat is heel leuk. Af en toe geef je dan een les of een lesonderdeel. En je krijgt heel veel feedback van je stagedocent. Het is superleuk om voor het eerst voor de klas te staan. Mm-hmm. En je krijgt vanuit alle andere vakken die ook over lesgeven gaan, dus pedagogiek, methodiek, krijg je heel veel handvatten om aan het werk te kunnen in je stage. Ja. Dus dat is heel leuk.
Ik kan me best voorstellen dat mensen denken, voor de klas, dat lijkt me ook wel heel spannend. Hoe heb jij dat ervaren?
Ja, de eerste keer dat je echt voor de klas gaat staan, dan denk je echt, wat ben ik eigenlijk aan het doen? Ik vind het, dan denk je wel van, het is heel spannend. Maar je staat wel met een stagedocent die het altijd kan opvangen als het niet lekker gaat. En uiteindelijk valt het echt reuze mee. Het is echt superleuk.
Ja. Nou, dat is absoluut zo. Naast mij zit Tessa. Jij geeft les aan de derdejaars eigenlijk en begeleidt ook de stage in jaar 4. Kun jij iets vertellen van hoe die stages er in die jaren uitzien?
Ja, in het derde jaar is de studentengroep in 2 gesplitst. De ene groep loopt dan bij het primair onderwijs. En de andere helft komt bij mij. Dat is fijn, want dan ben je niet met te veel stagiaires bij elkaar. En wij hebben wel een interessant concept, vind ik eigenlijk. Dat heet methodiek op de werkvloer. Mm-hmm. En dat is eigenlijk een soort van superstage. Waarbij de studenten dus in een klein groepje, in dit geval bij mij, de hele dag meelopen. En alles ervaren van de bovenbouw van het voortgezet onderwijs. Dus dat gaat eigenlijk om die leerlingen die muziek als examenvak in hun profiel hebben gekozen. Nou, er zijn zeker toehoorders vandaag ook die daar nog mee bezig zijn en daar nog eindexamen in moeten doen. En halverwege het jaar switcht dat dan. Maar die methodiek op de werkvloer, ja, daar leren de studenten natuurlijk van alles. Omdat ze heel intensief meelopen. En ze leren niet alleen lesgeven in muziekgeschiedenis en theorie en hoe je dat op een interessante en aantrekkelijke manier kan aanbieden. Maar de praktijk speelt natuurlijk ook een heel grote rol. Dus ze moeten arrangeren voor grote groepen, zodat alle leerlingen kunnen meedoen. Ze moeten weten hoe je met koren werkt in het voortgezet onderwijs. Dus je moet kunnen dirigeren. Je moet ook veel weten van bandcoaching. Je moet kinderen kunnen voordoen wat je moet doen op de basgitaar of de drums of de gitaar. En ja, al deze aspecten, zeg maar, die komen natuurlijk ook in de opleiding weer als aparte vakken voor. Dus ja, zo ziet zo'n intensieve dag eruit. En dan later op in de week komen de studenten naar het instituut hier en krijgen ze methodiek waarbij we eigenlijk in vogelvlucht of ja, je zou kunnen zeggen als een drone nog eens hangen boven alles wat er ervaren en geleerd en gezien is. En daar gaan we er dan dieper op in.
Ja, wat goed. En in jaar 4, waar lopen ze dan stage?
Jaar 4, dat noemen we heel mooi de profielstage. Ze hebben dan een keuze waar ze stage lopen. En studenten kiezen dan iets waar ze zich nog verder in willen ontwikkelen. Hè. Dus het kunnen alle onderwijsvelden zijn. En ze zijn dan eigenlijk geheel zelfstandig. Dus waar bij jou nog de docent achterin staat, is dat eigenlijk niet meer de bedoeling. Dus ze gaan echt helemaal hun eigen gang. Je mag fouten maken, maar je moet ze dan ook zelf oplossen. En dat is denk ik ook het jaar waarin je het meest bezig bent met je onderwijsvisie. Dus wat wil ik nou straks na de opleiding doen? En hoe wil ik het doen?
En Tessa, jij hebt op dit moment natuurlijk ook al stagiaires in jouw klas. Kun je een mooi voorbeeld noemen van wat dan die studenten, waar ze jou bij helpen of wat ze van jou overnemen?
Ja, ik zat even na te denken over hoe dat vorig jaar ging. Want we hadden natuurlijk over het feit dat corona toen zo heeft toegeslagen dat de lockdown op de scholen heel streng was. Toen waren er ook toch wel een aantal bijzondere momenten. Want dat was ook het moment dat de eindexamenklas 6 VWO hun examenconcert moest voorbereiden. Maar ze mochten maar heel mondjesmaat op school komen. En dat was natuurlijk een probleem. En in de voorjaarsvakantie mochten ze dan repeteren. Nou, toen was het geweldig, want toen hebben de studenten de leerlingen geholpen met het examenconcert in elkaar te zetten. Hun te helpen bij het maken van het programma, hoe ze het zouden presenteren enzovoort. En dan zie je dat ze toch eigenlijk ook wel echt met het echte werk bezig zijn. En een ander voorbeeld daarvan is bijvoorbeeld dat je ziet dat studenten ook vaak leerlingen helpen die een vervolgopleiding in de muziek willen gaan doen. Conservatorium of een musical academie of zoiets. Want zij weten natuurlijk nog heel goed hoe je het beste kan voorbereiden. En ja, dat vind ik eigenlijk een goed voorbeeld van hoe studenten op de opleiding toch al echt eigenlijk met het echte werkveld bezig zijn.
Ja, dankjewel. Ja, nou het werd al gezegd, hè, we bouwen de stages helemaal op. Van heel veilig kijken, kleine stukjes doen, naar uiteindelijk in jaar 4 moet je in staat zijn om zelfstandig in een klas te kunnen werken. We hebben het over muzikantschap en docentschap, maar een steeds belangrijker onderdeel in onze opleiding wordt ook een stukje ondernemerschap. Want veel van onze studenten, die werken niet alleen maar op school, maar doen ook veel in het buitenschoolse veld. Bijvoorbeeld een eigen zangschool opzetten of workshops geven of een amateurkoor dirigeren. Er is heel veel werk, ook in dat buitenschoolse werk. En daar ga je vaak aan de slag als ZZP'er. Om die reden zijn we steeds meer eigenlijk dat brede werkveld in onze opleiding gaan integreren. En Amber zit aan tafel. Amber, welkom. Jij bent een eerstejaarsstudent, nog maar net begonnen. Maar toevallig zijn we nu in het eerste jaar bezig met dat buitenschoolse werkveld. En Brit zei het net al, we hebben daar ook stages in. Kun jij vertellen welke stages jullie allemaal hebben?
Wij hebben nu de mogelijkheid gekregen om stage te lopen bij het Amsterdam Zangacademie, het Residentieorkest, Pi of Co. En ik heb ook afgelopen week stage gelopen bij een PABO-opleiding.
Ja, want je kunt als muziekdocent ook bij de PABO gaan werken. En wat heb je daar gezien? Vond je het interessant?
Ik vond het zeker interessant, omdat ik zelf geen idee heb hoe muzieklessen eraan toe gaan op de PABO en in hoeverre ze daar muziek leren. Dus ik heb stage gelopen bij een muziekdocent die docent muziek heeft gedaan, hier ook toevallig. En zij heeft me verteld hoe ze het aanpakt, hoe muziek ook wordt betrokken in andere projecten op de PABO. Toch omdat als basisschooldocent je heel veel moet ontwikkelen. Op alle gebieden moet je ergens klaar kunnen staan.
Ja, nou dat is zeker waar. Ik hoop dat je veel gaat ontdekken, Amber. Want in het eerste jaar ben je dus heel erg bezig met je aan het oriënteren. Wat kan ik nou straks allemaal? We hebben dan in jaar 3 nog een keuzevak ondernemerschap in samenwerking met een culturele partner in de stad, waarbij studenten echt een projectplan gaan schrijven, dat ook moeten pitchen, we het ook over begrotingen moeten hebben. In jaar 2, ik sla het zomaar even over, doen de studenten heel veel aan organisatorische vaardigheden. Want al die leuke gezamenlijke projecten die we hebben, die moeten ook geregeld worden. En dat doen de tweedejaars, daar zijn we altijd heel blij mee. En in jaar 4, dat zei Tessa net al even, hebben studenten eigenlijk zelf de keuze om een veld te kiezen waarin zij willen stage lopen. En eigenlijk elk jaar zijn er wel een aantal studenten die dan voor dat buitenschoolse werkveld kiezen. Ik ga nu even door naar nog wat andere varianten van onze opleiding. Want wij zitten hier nu eigenlijk te praten over de voltijdsopleiding, de bachelor docent muziek, waar je in principe na je HAVO of VWO naartoe komt. Maar we hebben ook nog 2 varianten. En dat zijn de docent muziek verkorte opleiding en de docent muziek zij-instroom. Ze lijken op elkaar, maar ze zijn toch net even anders. De verkorte opleiding is, letterlijk zegt het al, is in feite de voltijdsopleiding, maar dan in een verkort traject. En die is bedoeld voor mensen die bijvoorbeeld al een bachelor muziek hebben. Je bent violist, je bent gitarist, pianist en je denkt, ik wil toch ook die lesbevoegdheid gaan halen. Dan kun je hier op basis van vrijstellingen meedoen aan de verkorte opleiding. En dat is een 2-jarig traject waarbij je eigenlijk maar 1 dag, nou laten we zeggen 1,5 dag, lessen krijgt en stage loopt. En dan in 2 jaar je bevoegdheid kunt krijgen. De zij-instroom lijkt erop, is net een beetje anders. De zij-instroom is bedoeld voor mensen die al in het onderwijs werken. Er zijn best veel mensen die daar op de een of andere manier zijn ingerold en nog niet bevoegd zijn, maar wel als muziekdocent op een school werken. En die een afgeronde hbo hebben. En zij kunnen dan bij ons via een subsidietraject van de overheid, de zij-instroom, kunnen zij ook in 2 jaar hun bevoegdheid halen. En zij volgen een assessment bij binnenkomst, zodat we kunnen kijken welke competenties heeft iemand al, wat voor curriculum moet deze kandidaat gaan volgen. Dus dat is nog ietsje meer op maat. Verkort en zij-instroom. Strakjes is daar ook nog even wat informatie over voor de mensen die daarvoor hebben ingeschreven. En ook op de website kun je nog een online question and answer vinden over deze opleiding specifiek. Nou, dat waren de varianten. We hebben het al een paar keer gezegd, de projecten, dingen samen doen, dat is belangrijk bij ons, bij Docent Muziek. En daar gaan we het nu over hebben, maar we gaan eerst weer even kijken naar een video. Wederom uit onze muziektheatervoorstelling The Case. Babette.
Les rêves des amoureux sont comme le bon vin. Ils t'emmènent de la joie ou bien des chagrins. Affablée par la femme, je suis malheureuse. Volant en chemin tout ce que je peux, car rien n'est gratuit dans la vie. L'espoir est un plat bien trop vite consommé. À sauter les repas, je suis habituée. En fleur solitaire, triste à nourrir. À un je suis aimée, je peux réussir, car rien n'est gratuit dans la vie. La fête va enfin commencer. Sortez les bouteilles, fini les ennuis. Je dresse la table de ma nouvelle vie. Je suis heureuse à l'idée de ce nouveau destin. Une vie à me cacher et puis libre enfin. Festin est sur mon chemin. Une vie à me cacher et puis libre enfin. Festin est sur mon chemin.
Jullie zagen Babette, onze tweedejaarsstudenten, met haar liedje Le Festin. En zoals ik al zei, dat kwam uit de voorstelling The Case, onze jaarlijkse muziektheaterproductie van onze hele afdeling samen. Brit, The Case, ik heb het al een paar keer genoemd. Kan jij nou vertellen, wat is het eigenlijk precies? Hoe lang zijn we daarmee bezig? Wie doen er mee?
The Case is inderdaad een soort muziektheatervoorstelling die we elk jaar maken. Die wordt elk jaar ook geregisseerd door een andere regisseur. Die komt ergens aan het begin van het jaar gaan we die altijd ontmoeten. Aan het begin van het schooljaar. En als tweede jaar organiseer je ook alles rondom de case. Dus repetities, rooster maken van de repetities. En de communicatie met de regisseur. En we zijn er ongeveer 3 weken in totaal mee bezig. Echt tijdens schooltijd. Je hebt een week na de kerstvakantie dat je de hele week gaat repeteren en allemaal stukken gaat voorspelen eigenlijk voor de regisseur. Iedereen mag stukken inleveren om te kijken of de regisseurs dat stuk dan leuk vinden om het in de case te stoppen. En na die eerste week laat je het allemaal zien en dan maakt de regisseur meestal een selectie van stukken die hij voor de voorstelling wil. En dan heb je daarna 2 weken in februari waar je nog meer gaat repeteren en het allemaal in elkaar gaat zetten, monteren. En dan wordt het één hele grote voorstelling van ongeveer 2 uur, geloof ik, is het meestal.
Meestal wel, ja.
Die spelen we dan 2 keer voor open publiek, voor iedereen, en 2 keer voor middelbare scholen.
Ja. Als je nou denkt, goh, dat zou ik wel eens willen zien, want het is bijna zover. De 2 weken in februari zijn eigenlijk de 2e en de 3e week dat wij daaraan werken. En op de donderdag en vrijdag voor de voorjaarsvakantie zijn 's avonds voorstellingen waar je naartoe kunt gaan. Wees er snel bij, want vanwege de maatregelen mogen we maar beperkt publiek toelaten. Dus we kunnen helaas niet de hele zaal uitverkopen. Althans, vooralsnog. Wie weet wat de persconferentie ons gaat brengen. We doen de case met de hele opleiding samen. Net zoals de koorweek waar we net al over spraken. De avond van het lied, de voorspelavond. Maar we hebben nog iets waar onze studenten altijd zeer naar uitkijken. En dat is de cultreis. Amber, jij bent dit jaar voor het eerst mee geweest. Kun je iets vertellen over de cultreis?
De cultreis is een reis dat wordt georganiseerd door de 4e-jaars. Zij nemen de leiding over alles. Alles wordt geregeld. En het staat elk jaar in een ander thema. Dit jaar was het thema dans. En we hadden workshops, dansworkshops. We hebben musea bezocht. Echt een cultuurtripje met de hele opleiding. Het is hartstikke gezellig. Je leert iedereen kennen. Het is ook helemaal aan het begin van het hele jaar. Dus het is heel fijn dat het op dat moment is. Omdat je de rest van het jaar weet, je kent de mensen al. Je bent met ze op reis geweest. Dit jaar was de reis naar Keulen. Het is echt superleuk.
Nou, dat is het zeker. Ik mag lekker ook altijd een paar dagen mee en het is echt een feestje. Amber zei het al, we hebben altijd een ander thema. Dat komt eigenlijk vanuit het vak CKV. Onze studenten, als ze klaar zijn, zijn ook bevoegd om het vak CKV te geven en kunst algemeen. Dat zijn best grote vakken. We kunnen daar natuurlijk niet heel veel tijd aan besteden in de opleiding, maar we besteden er wel tijd aan. En een van de dingen die we doen is dan de cultreis, waarbij de studenten eigenlijk in de 4 jaar dat zij bij ons studeren, kennis maken met de 4 andere disciplines, kunstdisciplines. Nu was het dans, volgend jaar is het volgens mij theater, maar ik weet het nog niet zeker. De cultreis is ook het moment om elkaar natuurlijk allemaal te leren kennen, wat zorgt voor een hele fijne groepsbinding in onze opleiding. Daar zijn we echt wel een beetje trots op. Ik ga een beetje al naar het einde van de presentatie toe. En een vrij belangrijk onderdeel is natuurlijk de toelating. Ik kan me voorstellen dat mensen die de opleiding willen doen, daar wel wat meer over willen weten. We hebben, ik ga het even zo snel mogelijk zeggen, eigenlijk 5 onderdelen die we toetsen in 2 rondes. En dat komt ook een beetje door de situatie rondom corona, dat we dat nu zo doen. Want ronde 1 bestaat uit 3 onderdelen en dat gaat allemaal online of via filmpjes. Als je door de eerste ronde bent, dan ga je naar ronde 2 en dat is live. In april hier bij ons in Amare. De eerste 3 onderdelen zijn muzikaal praktisch, theoretisch en een portfolio. Muzikaal praktisch betekent dat je iets voorspeelt op je eigen instrument of iets zingt, als zang natuurlijk je hoofdinstrument is. We willen ook iets horen van je algemene muzikaliteit en dat doen we. We vragen je dan om 1 of 2 liedjes op te nemen, zodat we horen hoe je kunt zingen. En die liedjes moet je dan ook begeleiden. Nou, niet iedereen speelt natuurlijk meteen al piano of gitaar, dus dat mag ook heel basic en eenvoudig, maar we willen toch een beetje kunnen zien, hoe leerbaar ben je, wat kun je al. Muziektheoretisch, dat is natuurlijk een heel belangrijk onderdeel. We willen ook weten of jij al wat muzikale bagage hebt qua kennis. Nou, daar staat een online tool En daar zal straks Moena ook iets over vertellen. Die staat nu al klaar op de website. Kan je nu al eens kijken wat wordt daar eigenlijk van me gevraagd. En daar kun je ook in oefenen. Het portfolio is heel persoonlijk. Daar vertel je eigenlijk iets over je achtergrond. Waarom je deze opleiding zo graag zou willen doen. En wat je al kan en gedaan hebt. Dat zijn eigenlijk de 3 onderdelen van de eerste ronde. Die moet je allemaal voor 1 maart bij ons indienen. Dat zeg ik er toch maar even wat streng bij, want dat komt er al snel aan. Dat is de deadline voor trouwens het hele conservatorium en ook voor ons. Wij gaan dan naar al je materialen kijken. En als we enthousiast zijn, dan nodigen we je uit voor de tweede ronde. En daarin gaan we eigenlijk dat stukje, dat onderwijskundige stukje, een beetje nader bekijken. Want je mag dan live met een groep, een minuutje of 5, aan de slag. Denk bijvoorbeeld aan een liedje instuderen of een klein ritmespelletje. Dat hoeft niet een volledige les te zijn, maar we willen natuurlijk graag zien, ja, hoe sta jij dan voor een groep? En het tweede onderdeel van de tweede ronde is een gesprekje met een collega en mij over je motivatie. En willen je ook graag even leren kennen. Nou, Moena, ik zit het allemaal te vertellen, maar jij bent er al doorheen gegaan, nog niet zo heel lang geleden, want je zit nu in jaar 1. Het was toen helemaal online.
Ja.
Kun jij een beetje vertellen hoe dat toen ging?
Nou, ik weet nog wel, ik ging even op de site kijken en zo, wat moet ik nou doen? En eerst keek ik ernaar en dacht, wow, wat een waslijst, maar eigenlijk valt het wel mee. Ik doe zang als hoofdvak, dus ik moest eigenlijk gewoon vooral video's inleveren waar ik zong. Dus ik heb wat oude live performances, door corona waren die opgenomen, heb ik ingeleverd. En ik heb bijvoorbeeld ook een film van mijn eindexamenconcert ingeleverd. Dus het hoeft niet allemaal a cappella, maar dat kan ook, mag ook. En ik heb zelf al best wel lang pianoles gehad, dus het stukje begeleiden was voor mij niet zo heel moeilijk. Maar wat je zegt, het mag heel basic. En waar ik eigenlijk vooral tegenaan liep, was het theoriegedeelte. Want ja, ik kende dat gewoon niet. Ik had geen kennis over theorie. En doordat je eigenlijk die oefentoets eigenlijk zo vaak mocht maken als dat je zelf wou en zelf behoefte aan had. Daardoor heb ik eigenlijk mijn theorie toelatingsexamen gehaald. Dus ja, dat zou ik zeker even aanraden.
Ik wou het je al vragen, Moena, want je bent vast niet de enige die dat stukje theorie nou juist het spannendst vindt. Ja. Wat heb jij nog meer gedaan om je voor te bereiden daarop?
Ik ben eigenlijk met mijn oud-muziekdocenten ook even gaan zitten, mijn oude pianolesdocent. Gewoon even zo van, als ik ergens tegenaan hikte, als ik toch nog een vraagje had van ik weet niet hoe ik dit moet doen, ben ik toch gewoon muziekdocenten van school en zo om hulp gaan vragen. En vrienden van mij die al in de muziek zaten. En het is eigenlijk gewoon, als je gewoon even op internet ook gewoon wat dingetjes opzoekt, als je ergens tegenaan hikt, dan kom je echt al een heel eind. Het is even een heuvel waar je overheen moet, maar als je er eenmaal overheen bent, dan is het zo gepiept.
Nou, ik hoop dat Moena jullie allemaal een beetje gerustgesteld heeft. Ik zei het al, voor 1 maart dien je de materialen op te sturen. Dat kun je uploaden via Osiris. Je moet je natuurlijk eerst nog wel via Studielink aanmelden. Dat vind je allemaal op onze website, de informatie. Ook wat je precies moet doen, dus je had niet mee hoeven schrijven. Dat staat allemaal netjes op de website ook verteld. Ik wou nog even besluiten met dat ik op 10 februari, en dat is al aanstaande donderdag, om 4 uur... ook nog een online question and answer organiseer. Je kunt je daar via de website wederom voor inschrijven. Want ik kan me voorstellen dat je ook vragen hebt. Die kunnen we nu natuurlijk niet beantwoorden. Maar die kun je dan wel stellen. Ik zal dan nog even kort vertellen, wat is de opleiding, waar gaat het over? En daarna is er heel veel ruimte voor kandidaten om vragen te stellen. Dus 10 februari om 4 uur nog een meet and greet voor online vragen. Vandaag zijn er op verschillende tijdsloten ontmoetingen mogelijk. We gaan dan met de studenten, mezelf, wat docenten, staan we in onze eigen docent-muzieklokalen. Er zitten hier al wat mensen in de zaal die ik straks voor de eerste ronde zal meenemen. En als je komt, we hebben ook nog een rondleiding door Amare, want we zijn natuurlijk ongelooflijk trots op dit mooie nieuwe gebouw en we laten het heel graag aan jullie zien. Mocht je vandaag niet komen, mocht je nou donderdag niet kunnen, je kunt me altijd nog even mailen. Mijn mailadres vind je dan ook wel op die website. En dan kunnen we ook nog een keertje, kan ik je gewoon bellen of kun je mij bellen. Dus aarzel niet om je vraag te stellen als je dat wilt. Goed, we gaan het afsluiten. Ik wil jullie ontzettend bedanken. De anderen die al zijn gaan zitten in de zaal ook. En we sluiten af met, nou vooruit, nog 1 stukje uit onze case waar we zo trots op zijn. Het nummer Glorious. En volgens mij doet bijna de hele afdeling daaraan mee. Klopt dat?
Ja, zo ongeveer wel, ja.
Nou,
ja.
Geniet ervan en hopelijk tot ziens.
When you come into His presence, lifting up the name of Jesus, and you hear the music playing, and you see the people praising, just forget
Hello everybody and welcome to the presentation about all the possibilities which the Royal Conservatoire offers in collaboration with the University of Leiden. My name is Caroline Kartens and I'm the coordinator of Practicum Musicae.
My name is Roos Leeflang and I am the coordinator of Master Research and Lectorate at the Royal Conservatoire.
In the next 10 minutes we are going to tell you all about the possibilities. We've noticed in the past few years that often students hesitate whether they should go to a conservatoire or whether they should go to university. If you're good at learning and you're also really good at music, then you have a problem. What to choose? Well, we have the perfect solution for you. At the Royal Conservatoire, it is possible to do both, and you can approach this from both sides. You can either go to the university and do a minor in music at the Royal Conservatoire, or you can go to the Royal Conservatoire and do a minor at the University of Leiden. Well, how does this work? It is called the Academy of Creative and Performing Arts, ACPA as we call it. And it's an institution in between the Royal Conservatoire and the University of Leiden, which enables students from both sides to switch and also to use their credits they earn in the other program, in the program they follow at the university or at the conservatoire. So what are the possibilities at the Academy of Creative and Performing Arts? Well, first of all, you can go to the University of Leiden and take a minor in music, which we call Practicum Musicae. Second, you can go to the Royal Conservatoire and take academic electives at the University of Leiden. And you can even take a minor which is called Music in Context. So first I'm going to tell you all about Practicum Musicae. Practicum Musicae is a program which you can take with all the studies at the University of Leiden. So it doesn't matter whether you study math or law or archaeology or history. With all these studies in the University of Leiden, you can apply for Practicum Musicae. Of course, you have to audition for this program. We can only allow 75 students in total to take part in the program. It is possible to combine this Practicum Musicae with all the departments we have at the Royal Conservatoire. So you can take courses in violin or singing or jazz guitar or even composition and sonology. The Practicum Musicae program consists of a program of 3 years. In these 3 years, you will obtain 30 credits. And these credits you can use at the University of Leiden. So instead of taking a minor, you could use Practicum Musicae in your minor space. You can also use Practicum Musicae in your elective space at the university, or you can just do it as an extra on top of your studies. After you've fulfilled your program, you will get a certificate of the Royal Conservatoire. Practicum Musicae also offers a few extras. Every month there's a small concert where you can participate in and where you can choose your own repertoire to play, so you can perform anything you like. Also, we organize 2 big concerts in the concert hall at the Royal Conservatoire, which are more formal concerts and where people are wearing gala dresses and really performing at the top of what they can do. And next to that, we also have an orchestra where you can audition for and participate in. There are lots of little ensembles and we're very proud of that. And we try to stimulate it as well. If you're watching this presentation and you're still in VVO, you could even consider in participating in the Practicum Musicae pre-class, which is a little preparation for the PM program, which you can take at the University of Leiden. Practicum Musicae is a program which enables you to get to the highest possible level of your musical skills. It will also enable you to meet a lot of other musical students and to perform together and to create ensembles or duos or even play in an orchestra, which will benefit your musical development for the rest of your life.
However, if that sounds so good that you want to focus on that exclusively, you can also choose for your main studies to be at the Royal Conservatoire. That doesn't mean that you have to say goodbye to developing your academic potential, because you can still follow courses at the university as well. Of course, you will spend a lot of time making music at the Royal Conservatoire, working with your main subject teacher, playing in ensembles, working in orchestra projects. But apart from that, you will also develop other skills. For instance, by following music theory courses. One of these courses is called Critical Music Studies, and you will follow this from Bachelor Year 1 until Bachelor Year 3. In this course, you will develop academic skills such as reading sources critically, writing well, presenting, but you will also learn to critically reflect on your own practice as an artist and the role of art and music in society. If you want to dig deeper than that and develop academic skills at university level, we also offer the option to follow courses at Leiden University in your elective space. Or if you want to go even further, you can follow an entire minor called Music in Context, which has been developed by the Conservatoire in collaboration with Leiden University. If you choose to follow courses at Leiden University, there's a wide range of subjects to choose from. ACPA offers courses in music history, music philosophy, even music psychology, but you can also choose elective courses from other departments. So there's a lot to choose from, and you can mix and match to suit your own tastes and interests. If you want to dig deeper and follow a more coherent program, there is also the option to take a minor called Music in Context. This minor takes place at the Royal Conservatoire, but you will also follow selected courses from Leiden University. This is a longer, coherent program, which you will follow from Bachelor Year 2 until Bachelor Year 4. If you follow the minor Music in Context, you will follow an advanced version of the course Critical Music Studies. You will get an exemption from the original course, get together with like-minded Conservatoire students, and follow the course at a higher level to develop academic skills at a university level. It's a more demanding version of the original course. Apart from that, you will also follow selected courses from Leiden University. One of the courses is called Music as Expressive Force. Another is called Music, Philosophy, Politics. The focus of this minor is mainly on music philosophy and cultural philosophy, but in the third year you also get the option to choose from the list of ACPA courses to make sure the minor really suits your own interests. As you can see, there are various ways to combine academic level studies with high-level musical studies. It just depends what you want to focus on and what your interests are. There are many ways to keep your options open.
And that's what makes the Royal Conservatoire unique. At the Royal Conservatoire, you don't have to choose between an academic career and a musical career. You can have both. If you have further questions, you can have a look at our website, which you will find on the sheets. And you can, of course, contact us via email. Thank you very much for watching and hope to see you next year.
Bye-bye!
Welcome to The Hague, the city of peace and justice. You made the right decision. You chose The Hague.
Den Haag is een van Nederlands snelst groeiende studentensteden. En wij gaan je rondleiden langs alle plekken in Den Haag die jij gezien moet hebben.
We would like to share our experiences with you by letting you explore the beaches, the nightlife, the city and the best places to go.
In Den Haag start jouw studentenleven. Hier ontmoet je je vrienden, maak je leuke momenten mee en start je jouw carrière, misschien een toekomst.
Are you ready? Let's get started.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jan Linkens. I'm the director of the dance department of the Royal Conservatoire. And I am here with 3 students of the Bachelor 3-year, Esme Boevink, Anneka Vlos, and Boas Molenkamp. And we would like to give you a little bit of an impression of our bachelor program and of our ensemble that we have here at the school. We are connected in a lifelong learning line of School of Young Talent, which we talked about this morning, where the young children come to our school starting the age of 10. And when everything goes well, then they join the bachelor program, which is another 2 years before they start their dance career. And the 3 of you students all come from this program. We are connected also with a lot of international students, but this morning here at the table, 3 Dutch students that came from School of Young Talent. And could you tell me, Esme, when did you join our program?
I joined here at 12, so that's like the first year of high school.
All right.
And I did like the whole high school, so that's 6 years for me. And then I joined the bachelor program.
Bachelor program.
Yeah.
All right. And Anneka, for you the same route?
Yeah, I also joined when I was 12, so also the first year of high school. And I did 5 years
Okay.
program.
And why 5 years?
Because I did HAVO.
You did HAVO.
You can do HAVO and VWO, so it's either 5 years or 6 years.
Right, right. And Boas?
For me, it's also the same as Esme. I joined when I was 12, and then I did the whole high school, which for me was also 6 years.
Okay. And did you have already the possibility to start when you were 10? Was that an option? Or it was very clear for you, you only want to start at 12? Because we have the option starting in basic school 7, which is 10 years old, more or less. Did you have that as well, or you just joined a bit later?
I had the option, but I just joined a bit later. Yeah.
Okay, okay. You went through the whole school, and then you joined the bachelor. Is there a big difference in our bachelor program than School of Young Talent?
Yeah.
Anneka.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think throughout the years of the School of Young Talent, you get more and more dance throughout the day, but you still have to combine it with school, which is obviously kind of challenging. But when you join the bachelor program, you can just dance the whole day and you really can focus on that, and you don't have to think about anything else. So that's really nice. But it's
All right, so the hours of dancing is more than in the School of Young Talent, where you have to do the normal subject as well.
Yeah.
And was it clear for you immediately that you wanted to make dance your profession?
When I joined the school?
Yeah, when you joined the school. Was that clear? You came here with 12 and you said, I want to be the dancer? Or you said, okay, let's see how it goes?
I think for me it was a bit of the second, like I'm gonna see how it goes, because I hadn't been doing ballet for so long when I came to the school. But it kind of grew on me over the years, and then I was like, I want to be a dancer.
Okay. Can you describe a little bit that when you came, that because all the things that you did it have an effect on you deciding, yes, I want to do that? Or it just went and you say, okay, I do this every day, so now I roll into the doing this as a profession? Or was it because, I don't know, there are other people, other students that are also here with a passion of dance and music and all of that? Was that an influence or not for you? It was clear for you?
I think it was clear for me.
All right. And for the ladies, Esme?
When I joined the school, for me it was very clear that I wanted to do this for my entire life. So
All right.
I came here with like a goal, and I tried to persuade it.
Okay. Anneka, for you
Yeah,
too?
for me too.
Yeah.
I came here with a goal, but also sharing the passion of dance with your students, it grows more and more then. So.
Right. Now we have our bachelor program where you have a lot of schools that offer a bachelor program. Can you describe what is special what we do here in our program? What is for you, what made your choice to choose this program, Esme?
For me, the YTP program was a really big, goal to stay here. It's like the program we have with NET, and also the balance between contemporary and classical is very good. Even though I want to do contemporary in the future, a ballet technique is very high and asked for. Yeah.
All right. So that balance between learning classical dance and many contemporary styles gives you a good basic in order to start a dance career.
Yeah.
All right. For you?
I think it's the same. I think it's, of course, if you want to do contemporary, it's still important to have a classical base. And I think it's really special that the school does the two and balances it out so that you don't have too much of one or the other. So I really like that as well.
Right. Okay. And Anneke, when you came to this school, did you think like that already when you were that young? Or did that come later?
It's not like, well, it started, I knew that it was it had a good classical and contemporary side, and I think it's really important for developing, because even if you want to do classical, you can learn a lot from contemporary classes. But I think throughout the years, I really felt like I benefited a lot from it, and you can really go any way, and you can explore everything that you can do with your body. So it's really broad, actually.
Right. Yeah. So this Young Talent Project, the development project together with NET, is for all three of you a very important element within the school. So maybe it's good to have a little glimpse for our audience to see what that really means. All right, so please, the first fragment. Now, the Young Talent Project is not only something we do in the bachelor program, we start with that also in the School of Young Talent. Was that important for you to start over there and get a glimpse of it and get an experience of it to make your choice to go to the bachelor? Anneke?
Yeah, I think it's really important because especially if you're in your last year from high school, you really can decide, do I really want to become a professional dancer and go to the bachelor and just put all my effort into it? And I think a program like Young Talent Project, it really makes you think, it kind of gives you a glimpse in the life of a professional dancer and working on those choreographies with those people. So I think it really helps to think, oh, I really want to do this, or yeah.
Right. Just to make it clear for our audience, the Young Talent Project, we work together with Netherlands Dance Theatre, where choreographers linked to Netherlands Dance Theatre, dancers who would like to start making choreography, plus dancers that would like to work as coaches, come to our school and work with you. And of course, we have the fantastic opportunity that the Netherlands is small, that people are close to us, and now being in Amare, where we are under one roof with NDT. So that makes it all very special for our program, and I think that is a really a unique situation that we have as a school, that we have to tell to everybody how wonderful it is to work with the professionals already in an age where you are still learning. Yeah? And besides, of course, the Young Talent Project and those choreographers linked, we have many, many choreographers living in the Netherlands and coaches and assistants that can join us in the whole program that we have. So an opportunity for you as students, where you probably think that it's normal that all these people come and work with you. I know that my colleagues from all over the world are very jealous of us that we are able to offer you that, all right? Because we find it normal because, you know, Hans van Manen comes and Yuri Kilian comes and all that, because they live very close to us. But it is not normal. And it's a great opportunity for you to learn. And I'm very grateful that we as a school can offer that. Yeah? Now, when you are in the last 2 years of working, the whole audition process starts to come, okay? How do you prepare yourself for that, Anneka?
I think in the bachelor program, everybody really focuses on that we're going to start auditioning, and during classes you really try and work on how you want to show yourself in auditions and kind of feel like, where do I want to go? In what kind of company would I like to dance? What direction do I want to go? And I think it's really, just in classes, really explore and try and prepare yourself as much as possible to find like the dancer you want to become.
Right, right. And do you know already, Esme, that when you start looking for companies you want to audition for, is it clear for you, okay, that's where I want to go? Or you keep it very open?
Well, the dance field is like so small. Like there are a lot of companies, but they take so little people. Mm-hmm. So I think it's important to keep like an open mind mm-hmm. and see wherever you can get. Like I know even I have like the top tier where I would like to dance one day, but just getting experience wherever you can go is just really good. Yeah.
Right, right. And then Boas, you have to start doing auditions. How do you prepare mentally for this? Because you go to an audition, you are there with, let's say, if you're lucky with 40 or 50, if you're not lucky with 600. How do you prepare yourself mentally? Because you go there, but you don't know what they're going to say to you.
I think the most important thing, obviously, is like going and doing it. I think the experience of auditioning is really important, that you know what will be going on and how people look. And also, I think it helps that in the school, teachers are also like, this is what they're gonna look for in an audition, and you should try doing this, or this would be nice to do. So like take all these little things, and then it's still stressful, but if you just go with it, I think you'll get the experience, and that's the best way to prepare mentally.
Right. Now you follow all the classes and the things that are offered by the school. What is important for you to learn in those 8 or 6 or 10 years that you're here? What is important? What when you look back now where you are, you think, what have you learned the most, Esme?
Well, in the beginning, you really learn like technique and getting the right base, and from that base you can develop, like create your own personality and just start moving and dancing, and that comes in the later years. So you take it kind of in steps. And when you get to the bachelor, you kind of start working for yourself, and because you have all this knowledge from the past year, so you just dig deep and try to remember all the corrections you got over the past years, and you just develop yourself.
Okay. And Annika, do you get a lot of, are you depending in your last years a lot on your teachers, or you get a lot of own responsibility?
I feel like in the last years, and especially in the bachelor, you get a lot of your own responsibility. Obviously, the teachers help you and support you, but they really want you to develop yourself as a dancer, because everybody is different and everybody develops different. And I feel like, especially in the bachelor, they really support you in doing that.
Right. So both you have to make your own choices. For instance, we have the tool creating a solo, where you have to choreograph on yourself, using that solo, first of all, to show what your possibilities are, but also using that solo for auditions. That creativity, how do you deal with this? Where do you start searching when you're looking for your own possibilities and creativity?
I think for me it takes a lot of experimenting and doing different styles, exploring different qualities the whole time, and then there is always something you can take from really anything. And like when you combine all of that, you find a way that suits you, and out of that your solo will kind of roll so that it really suits you. And
okay, and you have time to go in the studio and work on your own, or you go with colleagues, or you do that by yourself, or how does that work?
I think both. Obviously, you have to work on yourself a lot because it's your solo, but you also work with colleagues because they're really valuable as well, and they have a different perspective, or they can say something else which will make you see it in a different way, which is also really important.
Right. And then you create that solo together with learning the classical variation. This is two elements that you have to show on an exam. How does that work? Annika, explain to us. You do classic and modern. If you're lucky, on 2 different days. If not lucky, on the same day. How difficult is that? Or how easy is that?
Well, we get a lot of time to work on ourselves in the studio, in the bachelor program especially. But we also have classes like variation class and repertoire class where we can work with teachers, and they help us and they make sure that each student has time to work. And for the solos, we also have classes to develop solos and to see how can you work if you're kind of stuck, for example. They can give you tools or ways to go on or to explore different side that you didn't see before. And then you have enough time to work on your own in the studio and just try things and experiment. And,
right.
Yeah.
So I hear a lot of working on your own. That means long days, Esme?
Some days are long,
yeah.
Yes. Normally we finish at 4, 6, like kind of that. And then we can book a studio until 8. Okay. So.
And you start how early in the morning?
We start at 9:30.
9:30,
yeah.
So. And on Saturdays?
On Saturday we also start at 9:30 and finish at 3.
3, okay.
Yeah.
So, and Sundays you have a rest.
Yes.
Yeah. Also very important that you have a rest. Okay. Is there time to go to performances to see other things, all of that, or are you too tired at the end of the day to see something? How is that?
Well, performances give me energy, so I just make time for performances.
You make time for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's a pity that over the last 2 years we couldn't see so much. And hopefully that will start again, because I think that is important for you as young students that in order to make sure where you want to dance, how you want to dance it, that you know as much as possible and see as much as possible in order to make those good choices. Because I can understand if you have to do auditions, you have to travel, and dance is an international language. That means you can dance everywhere, but to go and do audition in Canada or wherever costs a lot of money. Yeah, do you have help in that? Or comes it all to doing an extra job and earning money, or looking at your parents and asking, can you support me?
Well, there are like prizes you can win, and I think you can also use them to go to an audition, I think. There's also this little pot that if you need some money for...
So there are possibilities within the school that whenever you have financial problems in following the program, that because I think that is for a lot of people very important to know that dance is for everybody and it should make no difference in that. And if there are problems, that the school can help. I think that is a very important thing. Yeah? Maybe we take the next fragment to give a little bit of an idea of what we all do here. Fragment van Niels Christen, een van de choreografen waar we mee samenwerken hier op school. Niels Christen, Hans van Maan, Jiri Kilian. Hoe belangrijk is het om al zo vroeg in je studie... I'm doing it in Dutch only now. It's because of Niels Christen. How important is it in your study to work with a lot of different choreographers in different styles? Esme?
I think it's very important. It's amazing to learn so many like qualities and different kind of dances, and that can like be very helpful for developing also your own like style, but just getting like as broad as possible of a dancing language.
Mm-hmm. All right. For us as a school, we hear always from students that whenever you go and do audition, you have to have experience. Therefore, we try to bring in a lot of different dance languages in order to prepare you. And for that, we are starting the dance ensemble. So that for those that are needing a year to get experience working with choreographers and dancing a lot of performances, that there is the possibility to be part of the dance ensemble and to get that experience that you need, because as you told us before, the jobs within the dance world are very limited, and you just have to be at the right moment, at the right time, in order to get a possibility. So the more experience that you have, the better it is. When I sum it up, we have a young talent project, we have classical dance, we have an amount of guest choreographers and coaches that work with us. We're also starting this year for the first time a summer school where we can bring even more guests in, and that we're going to do together with the composition department, because next to this summer program, we would like very much to develop choreographer and composer and let them work together in order to give them an experience working with classical trained dancers, in order to get an experience of what it means in a short time to make a creative process and get a result. So we're going to do that for the first time from the 15th of August until the 20th here in this wonderful new building. And I ask everybody who is interested in that to go to the website to look at our information, and hopefully we will see many, many students to get a glimpse of what we do here at the school, and to have the same kind of development as you guys had in the last 8 years. I wish you very good luck in your next steps, because it's important the coming months, auditioning and preparing for your future. And I hope the audience got a good idea of what we do as the dance department of the Royal Conservatoire. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm at Grote Markt in The Hague, a lovely terrace with many bars and restaurants. Live performances take place here all the time, and cool parties are organized. This place also has a fascinating history. In the Middle Ages, there was a large monastery here that was destroyed. Around 1640s, this place was used as fruit and vegetable market. Now, taking you back to our time, you can enjoy the best cocktails, beers, and also amazing dishes. If you like to have a good time with your friends, Grote Markt is the place to go.
A very, very warm welcome to the open day of the Royal Conservatoire here in The Hague. I'm standing here in Amare, our brand new building. It's glorious, it's inspiring, it's huge. And we share it with the orchestra, with the dance company. And this is in a way a laboratory for the future of music and dance. And why would you come and study with us? I'm not here to persuade you to do so, But I'm here to ask you a question. Why would you study music and dance? How are you going to do it? What is the future of the art forms music and dance? These are questions that we can answer by acting, by being here, being amongst each other and addressing these questions. That is what education is about. The questions and trying to formulate answers. And it'll never stop. It won't stop within the 4 years of a bachelor course or the 2 years of a master course. It will not stop if you study dance and get your diploma. It'll always go on. And I think what we're here to educate you with is to keep on moving, keep on thinking, keep on creating your own life in combination with discipline, music and dance and what they mean to society. Come here and change and keep changing.
In het Koninklijk Conservatorium in Den Haag wordt deze dagen onder leiding van Reinbert de Leeuw gerepeteerd voor de wereldpremière van Andriessens laatste compositie, De Tijd.
Het is in tegenstelling tot de meeste muziek en het meeste beeld, is het niet om je mee te slepen, maar juist om je de tijd, het duren van de tijd, hoe langzaam een klok gaat, om je dat zoveel mogelijk bewust te laten worden. Dus de muziek die je hoort is extreem langzaam en over het algemeen nogal zacht.
Het is een heel radicaal stuk waarin eigenlijk, als je het op de korte afstand bekijkt, niets gebeurt, heel weinig gebeurt. Louis zei zelfs, ja, misschien is het wel saai. Maar als je afstand van het stuk neemt, net zoals je afstand moet nemen van een beeldhouwwerk van Henry Moore, hè, dat kan je ook niet zien als je erop staat. Als je het helemaal kunt behappen, dan begrijp je de ongelooflijke dynamiek die in dat stuk zit.
Elke groep heeft op enig moment in het stuk iets met een van de andere groepen te maken. En het maakt dan niet uit waar ze zitten, of ze naast elkaar zitten of totaal tegenover elkaar. En elkaar net wel, net niet kunnen zien. En toch moet het dan klinken als één klap. Want uiteindelijk heeft hij het toch als pianostuk geschreven en dan uitgeschreven voor... Dus hoe makkelijk het is om op één piano dit te doen, op het moment dat er een tweede piano is die precies hetzelfde moet doen, is het al een uitdaging. Laat staan als er, nou ja, wat zijn het, 58 spelers tegelijk een klap moeten geven.
The orchestra of the 18th century is, of course, a very good orchestra with great musicians and with a lot of experience. So playing with them, it's super enriching, and it always sounds very good.
Für mich ist das Side-by-Side-Projekt eine wahnsinnige Chance, weil wir die Möglichkeit haben, mit professionellen Orchestermusikern zusammenzuarbeiten, gemeinsam ein Konzert bzw. jetzt eine Konzertaufnahme zu produzieren. Und wir lernen auf höchstem professionellem Niveau zu arbeiten.
When applying to the Master of Music program, you will need to submit a master project plan. This is a study plan in which you describe your personal plans for your master studies at the Royal Conservatoire, explaining how your artistic goals, your chosen research topic, and ideas for your professional integration activities will come together. But where to begin? Ask yourself a couple of questions to help you come up with or clarify your plans and goals. Start with Domain A, Artistic Development. What are your goals and what do you want to achieve during your master studies? For example, maybe your goal is to become a very good professional cellist. Great! Let's try to be more specific. What is a good cellist to you? What would you like to be doing as a very good professional cellist in, let's say, 5 years from now? How do you see your personal artistic identity and your place in society? This can be anything. Maybe you want to be playing chamber music, have your own ensemble, or maybe you want to be a teacher. Do you dream of having a career as a soloist, or playing in an orchestra, or working on interdisciplinary performances? Would you love to bring music to children, or do community projects? Maybe you would like to play a specific kind of repertoire, or you have a special passion for a certain style of music. The list of possibilities is endless. Of course, it can also be your dream to combine a few different things. With your goals as an artist in mind, you can now continue to think about your plans for the research domain and professional integration domain of your master studies. How can your research help you achieve your goals? Your research topic could be related to your cello playing, but it can also be linked to what you want to achieve with your cello. For example, a specific way of performing, combining different disciplines, a specific kind or even piece of repertoire. What would you like to delve deeper into and know more about? Now it is time for action. What is it that you can bring to audiences, to customers, and into society? What kind of professional integration activity, PIA, could you develop that would bring you one step closer to reaching your goals as an artist? Your PIA can be any activity that you initiate yourself and that takes place outside the school. For example, if your goal is to establish yourself as a teacher, a PIA could be developing written guidelines or video tutorials for specific technical or performance issues, publishing these, and trying to reach as many people as possible with them. If your goal is to play chamber music, a PIA could be organizing a first concert or creating a trailer of a concert program that you then offer to different venues. You can use your master project to experiment. You might not yet be entirely sure about what you want to be doing 5 years from now. See your master project as an opportunity to try out things you think you might want to do. Now it's time to write down your plans and goals. Please read the guidelines for writing your master project plan on the Royal Conservatoire website. These guidelines will tell you exactly what your master project plan needs to contain, what the requirements are, and how it will be assessed during the application process. It will also offer more examples, tips, and inspiration. Good luck! We look forward to reading your master project plan. Welcome everyone here live in Amare and also wherever you are joining us online. Welcome at this Meet the Classical department, where we will have a great number of interesting guests that can give you a nice impression of what it's like to be a part of the classical department at the Royal Conservatoire. A first welcome to our head of department, Marlon Titre. Welcome. Can you tell us a little bit about what students can expect when they study in the classical department at the Royal Conservatoire?
Yeah, sure, Isa. Well, when you come to the Royal Conservatoire and when you study at the classical department, you become a musician, but you also learn to become a professional. So I think that one of the core strengths of the way of working here is that you land in a tight-knit international community of students, of teachers, like-minded people who share the love for an instrument. But then you're also part of a larger community of our department. So you get to know people who play another instrument. And we're in this wonderful institution with creative departments, with performance departments. And so you're kind of broadening your scope, you're broadening your sense of community. And now the great thing is that we're here in this new building in Amare. So we have the Residence Orchestra, we have the Netherlands Dance Theater. And so there are these communities, multiple communities that you're part of. The Royal Conservatoire is part of a Connects network of international conservatoires. We have Erasmus partnerships. So you're going to be part of that. So you're part of this family.
And what distinguishes the Royal Conservatoire from other conservatoires?
Well, I think that our conservatoire is future-focused with roots and tradition. So, of course, playing an instrument well, developing your artistic voice is core to your whole artistic and educational experience. But we have this tradition of supporting creative thinking, of pioneering in a certain field. We had that in early music, we did that with new music, we have that in research. And what we find very important already when you're a bachelor student is that you discover what else is going on in different departments of the school. So let's say you're a clarinet student. You can pick a minor and learn about composition or sonology or conducting, or you can do a minor in chamber music. So there is the core in tradition, but at the same time, we want to push you in a direction of being creative.
Yeah, and one of the possibilities for that is to choose one of the specializations that we have here.
Yeah, indeed. So we have the Ensemble Academy as a specialization, for instance. And if you're in the Ensemble Academy, you join a group of students who love contemporary music. And one of the other options is that you go to the early music department and you go for a complementary subject. Yeah, we find it important to offer all these possibilities.
Great. Maybe you can introduce the next clip that we are going to see.
All right, so we're going to look at a clip that was recorded last year. The Casals Quartet, and the Casals Quartet is our ensemble in residence, came here and worked with our students, and you'll see some of the work that they did together.
We have with us here two of our current students, Chloe and Alba. Maybe you can tell us what program you are studying.
Sure. So I'm Chloe, and I'm in the second year of my Masters on the National Masters in Orchestral Conducting, NMO National Master Orkesterdirectie. And it's a course combined both here in The Hague and in Amsterdam, and we get classes with a few teachers, and I also get to work with a bunch of different professional orchestras here in the Netherlands.
Amazing. And Alba, what are you studying?
Yeah, I'm studying a Bachelor of Violin in Classical Department, but I'm also doing minor in Baroque. Yes.
Interesting. Can you tell us a little bit about how you find the atmosphere here? How is social life?
Yeah, it's great because you get to find people that share your interest, and I love early music. So through the minor, I get to find people that are in love with early music. So we share, we find new things that we like, and it's really nice to find that kind of connections.
Yeah, so the other departments, even that you're not officially a student of, they really broaden what you get
also
here.
I have friends in the jazz department, so at the end you get to know everyone from everywhere, and that's great.
Great. And Chloe, can you tell us what your musical aspirations are and what role the Conservatoire plays in this?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a conductor, so my aspiration is to be able to work professionally as a conductor. I really love the sort of open-mindedness of KC and the fact that it really encourages you to think broadly and creatively about your career path, and the fact I've really been encouraged and nurtured to be my own sense of self, and as a conductor that's so important to have a real clear artistic identity. So I think my aspiration is to make music with as many people as possible and to make really creative, exciting performances. And I've felt that the teaching here and the atmosphere also, as you said, being able to meet lots of different musicians has enabled me to sort of grow in that. So yeah.
Great. And how do you experience studying in the Netherlands as a
Yeah, it was exciting. So I moved here in 2020, just September 2020. So of course we were sort of in Corona times, and I kind of experienced the Netherlands in Corona times. But in a way, it was sort of lovely because it enabled a sort of slow process getting into life in a new country, because I was sort of trying things slowly as things opened up. But I mean, people are so kind and welcoming here, and I mean, for me, I'm a native English speaker, and so that was really helpful. The English is so good, and everyone speaks English beautifully, so that made my life really, really easy. But I've also loved learning some Dutch as well, and just the culture is so warm and open, and people are really friendly, and the Conservatoire has that too. So. Yeah.
And Alba, what do you like most about the violin program in the classical department, or the possibilities that you get here?
Yeah, we have a lot of projects, so we also get to know all the violins, and then again we share things because some people like more contemporary repertoire or strange composers that no one knows. So yeah, it's great to broaden your vision on your own instrument. But also you get to know people that want to create an ensemble, so you play with different instruments and yeah, also contemporary things. You see concerts from your colleagues, so it's really active and we learn a lot from everyone, yeah.
Great, thank you. We're now going to look at a clip of a project of the Ensemble Academy that happened last December.
Today we're here in the Kunstmuseum. William Engelen, who is a visual artist and a composer, has an exhibition, and we decided to work together with the Kunstmuseum and with William Engelen to explore his music, for students to get to know his music and to work together on this visual and compositional presentation. And you know, the Ensemble Academy gives us the space for the students to have this kind of special experience.
The Ensemble Academy is an academy about the contemporary music in the Royal Conservatory, and it's a master specialization for our students if you want to specialize yourself in contemporary music and to play with other people in an ensemble.
Ik heb gekozen om mij
in te schrijven voor de Ensemble Academy, omdat ik heel erg hou van in ensemble spelen. Ik vind samenspelen het leukste wat er is aan muziek maken. En ook omdat ik heel erg geïnteresseerd ben in het hedendaagse muziekrepertoire.
Yeah, so our idea was, why don't we create an ensemble academy that is an ensemble? And you know, the idea of the ensemble is to have kind of every instrument in a single voice. So, you know, 1 or 2 violins, 1 viola, you know, 1 cello. And so together there are about 10 students and they're the core of the ensemble. Okay, sometimes we need other instruments and then we bring in other master students or other students, but there's this core, you know, a group of like-minded musicians who also become friends in the process, and there's around 10 of them.
Yes, and our next guest is Else van Omme, the coordinator of the classical department. Else, can you tell us a little bit about how the entrance exams and the procedure worked?
Yes, so my name is Else, coordinator. On the website of the conservatory, all the steps are described, but I can tell you a little bit about it. So the deadline for application is the 28th of February for everybody, so bachelor, masters, everybody. All auditions are online, so no live playing, unfortunately, but for everybody it's the same rule now. So online you hand in your recordings. You can, the question which is being asked a lot is, can I send in my recordings in separate takes? Yes, you can do that. And there is a question to ask for your favorite teacher, and you can put it there as well. The bachelor students have to do the theory test before the 28th of February. That's new this year, so do the theory test before that time. And the master students are asked about the master project plan. You will have later today more information about this, but there's 3 pillars: the artistic pillar, the research and professional integration. So this master project plan is asked about to combine those 3 things. This is very important to have a good idea what you're going to do here in the master. So the deadline 28th of February, then there is a holiday actually in Holland the week afterwards. So we will start with the pre-selection on the 14th of February that week. And then the second round, you will be in April 4th, will be the second round. And if you're a master student, there will be probably a little time when we have a little time to get to know you better, an online meeting, but you'll get all the information on a later stage. And the results, it's a large puzzle we need to do, but probably end of April. So that is the timeline. Most of the questions I receive for this application process is there a possibility to have a scholarship? Unfortunately, the answer, you can find everything on the website, but in general, no, you cannot apply for a scholarship at our school. We do have some scholarships, but they're for master students with an excellence audition. But again, check the website. Another question we ask a lot, how about housing? If you go to our website for international students, you find all the information about housing. We do not have a campus, but there are all the information how to get a house, a room. And then another thing which is important for the non-European students, they need to hand in the language test. Of course, if you're a native speaker, it's not possible, you don't have to do that. But for non-European students, you need to hand in this English test before the 1st of September, which is important as well. And the last question I get a lot, how do I get in contact with a teacher? And the answer to that is, please send me an email. So again, my name is Else. I am the coordinator, so if you go to the website, you'll see my name. Now, not everywhere, but if you have a good look, you'll see my name. Do not hesitate to send me an email, and I'll get back to you and give you all the information you need.
Thank you, Else. So remember this name.
Yes.
With us are 2 of our excellent teachers, Pepe Garcia and Lucia Swartz. Welcome. Lucia, you are a cello teacher in the classical department. Can you explain how your work as a professional musician relates to your work as a teacher here at the Conservatoire?
I will try. Yes, so I studied here in this school, and I finished in '83. And I was lucky that at that time they were looking for a cellist in the Netherlands Bach Society, where I'm still a member of after 40 years. And also I played in the Schoenberg Ensemble, which later, after 10 years, became the name ASCO Schoenberg. So I could work with composers like Ligeti and Kurtak, but also with people like Franz Bruggen and Leonard. So it's always important when my students do contemporary music that I advise them go to the composers, try to speak with them, because it gave me such a pleasure and interest. And it also means that modern. I am teaching in both departments, in the historical and also in the modern department. But I see that also my modern cellists, they have interest in Baroque, but also the Baroque students have interest in contemporary music. And what we see nowadays, I think, for example, when we see Concertgebouw having a program in end of October with Maxim, what is his name, Emilianovic. They started with Zweling. He played Sink and on historical instruments, the members of the Concertgebouw playing historical instruments, and then a Mendelssohn Scottish Symphony, and even a Joey Raukens on the program. I think that's maybe our future, that we have to become to all-round musicians.
Yeah, so the versatility that you found in your career, that is what you also bring.
I think we need it nowadays. We need to find the strength of the person, of all students, but we cannot become in orchestras anymore. So I mean, 90 cellists are applying for a place in orchestra. So we have to find different ways, and I think this school gives a lot of possibilities and opportunities to find strength, your strong points, and to work them out.
Yeah, and Pepe, going on this topic, how do you feel that the changes in the profession impact the way that you teach?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's very connected to what the topic we were just discussing, but and it influences in many different levels. I mean, from the artistic of creative side, but also there are some certain issues that they're a little bit more aware nowadays, like diversity, inclusivity, gender balance, climate change. All those things, of course, affect the way I program, the way I interact with society, and that is what I also bring to my students. So the way I like to discuss about these topics, it's because I'm also very interested in what they think about it. It's not just about like, oh, this is what it is and you follow me or you follow what I think. It's not. I mean, because I also learn a lot from them and they inspire me a lot. They're actually great teachers as well. But we discussed about these topics and said like, this is what's happening in my field. This is affecting in this way the perception or the way we are moving, also like technological advances or developments. And since percussion, I'm a percussion teacher, so percussion is the oldest instrument, but in a way sort of the newest that joined this whole classical family. So it's also the sounds or the instrument that reflects the changes in modern society. So it affects in almost immediate way, and I just bring it here, and it's so nice to have these discussions where we can actually all just feedback each other's ideas.
Yes, and what do you think distinguishes the KC from other conservatoires?
Well, there are many. Let's start just with the first one, which is the most obvious, which is the place where we are now.
For the people online, we very much hope that you get to experience our great new building, Amare.
Yeah, that is. I mean, of course, the location but when Marlon was also talking, immediately I said, like, of course, is that. I mean, this is the oldest conservatory in the Netherlands, and it carries tradition, but it carries a lot of history. And me as a student, I was always very proud to be part of that tradition. But as Marlon mentioned, also we focus on the future. And the way of the vision that we have in the school of how to still carry that tradition, but to merge it and to transform it and to be aware of where we are going, I think it's what really distinguishes from the rest of the schools. And as a teacher, I must say that for me, here is a place to grow. I like that they really listen to my ideas and they support my sometimes crazy ideas. But it gives me, in a way, the boost to keep inspiring my students and to keep learning. And that is, for me, as a teacher, it's a great place to be.
Great. And Licia, could you say something about your educational approach, or philosophy? It's a big word, but...
No, I think my wish is to make them independent and to give them the tools to become independent, because they all have their strength. And for example, when they have to play Brahms, I want them to look really in the score and to take the composer seriously, and also have knowledge about the time Brahms was born and meet his friends. And on the other hand, putting their personal playing in the piece. So, yeah, I think independence is very important for me.
Thank you so much. We are now going to have a look at the next clip, which shows a project of the National Master Orchestra conducting that they did with the Residentie Orchestra The Hague.
This energy today felt really electric. There was just so much energy and like creative spark in the room. It was really exciting.
Yeah, because it was really clear all four of us had a different sound in front of the orchestra, and they really made that come to life.
It was so cool, like listening to all of the other conductors do it and just appreciating what a great piece it is.
It was great to work with musicians who are so astute and responsive to what we do, and they know exactly what they want from you as a conductor, and they work hard to make what you want work as well. So it was a very informative experience for us all, I think.
So we had really wonderful teaching from Anthony today. We've been working with pianos, preparing before we came to work with the orchestra. I think Anthony was just encouraging me to really stand my ground and to trust that I don't need to give too much coming forwards, but actually I can wait for the musicians to come to me and bounce off my energy. So it was figuring out how to have control but also energy at the same time and getting that balance.
There's always room for experimentation, and one of the great things about Residentie was that they were so open to experimentation, and we tried a few things that worked and didn't work, but I felt comfortable doing that because when we were experimenting with things, I knew exactly the sound I was after, and they helped me work towards that. So I guess in a way that's also another thing that I learned more broadly, is just the process of finding sound and timbre. Well, as students, we're not in front of an orchestra every day working, so we're getting experience in finding these sounds, and ultimately we'll find these quicker and be able to work more proactively to make music.
I'd love to see how far we can push it with the sound, especially in that last movement that we heard, the real extremes and dynamics, if we can get the audience jumping out of their seats. But also finding moments of narrative and nuance in the music, in the phrasing, and creating a really beautiful storyline.
with us now is one of our alumni, Ursula. Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
When did you graduate?
I graduated 6 months ago, so July 2021. Yes.
And what did you graduate?
I graduated from the Master's Classical Viola, and I had an amazing time here. It was still in the old building, so I'm amazed to see this, all this beauty of the new building. But I think in the 6 years I was there for my bachelor and the master's, I learned to find my voice through really a lot of different things. For example, there was this elective with the Franco-Flemish Polyphony Choir, so completely different department. But I took a bit from that, and then another time there was a project with 6 violas and contemporary music. So, yeah, through that I'm now, I think, a well-rounded musician, but still at the beginning of everything. Yeah. So,
as I heard, you experienced many different things that brought you things that you didn't know or were unaware of that would fit in your artistic identity and what you would like to do.
Yes, so I'm now in an orchestra academy in Rotterdam, the Rotterdam Philharmonic, which I didn't, a year ago I wouldn't expect to play there. But yeah, I notice when I'm playing there that when we have a new composition, for example, I really take it seriously because many of my friends are composers, and I think there's not all schools have such a big composition department that you actually get to know so many different composers and yeah, just this knowledge of music.
Yeah, so you notice that this background that you have from studying here for 6 years, yeah, really gives you another approach than you see with some other people.
Yeah, it's not, oh, this weird composer, why is he writing that? But yeah, when you've had, for example, in this 6 violas project, we had to put violas between your legs and play in a completely different way. And this was a strange experience, but it brought me now to take everything seriously, what's in the score. And
so even because people might think, well, if your dream job is to play in an orchestra, why would you spend time in Flemish polyphony or doing composition projects? But you feel that doing those things help you being an academy player at the Rotterdam Philharmonic now.
You put it perfectly. So what can I say? That's basically my opinion. Yeah.
Well, that's great to hear. Yeah. Thank you. Our next guest is Santo Militelli, one of the theory teachers. I think what is special about the theory department is that there's a very close integration now of theory and chamber music. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yes. So in the chamber music program, we decided to include some coaching from theory teachers. So each ensemble has his own theory teacher, and the theory teacher together with the main subject teacher will coach the students. So the idea is to approach performative issues from the side of the music theory. So to give an example, to approach tuning, looking at harmony, to approach problems related with agogic and tempo, thinking about the musical form, approaching the problem of balance of an ensemble by thinking about analyzing the texture of the music and asking questions concerning what are the main motives, how they are elaborated, how they are developed, so which is the most important instrument in this bar and who becomes important in the next bar and so on. So we try to approach performance issues but putting some with the help of analysis.
Yeah, so the students are exploring actually how the theory and practice relate.
Yeah, indeed.
What are the different elements of theory in the bachelor's curriculum?
Well, this is a difficult question because we have many subjects. I will mention the foundational subjects that we have that you would take, that every student is required to take. So we have, maybe the key word here is that we try to make it practical. So we have a rhythm class, and is about performing rhythm on percussion instruments. We have oral skills and analysis class, and you see that we are combining oral skills with analysis. So we try to develop hearing skills and analytical skills together as much as possible. We have keyboard skills and harmony class. So when we study harmony, we try to make it sound. So performing is to do it, yeah, not just to write it and to read it, but also to play it at the keyboard. And then we have a new subject, since it's not so new anymore, but it was new some years ago. It was oral skills and improvisation. So we decided that improvisation has to become one of the normal subjects that every student should take. So, of course, at the bachelor level, it's just a beginning course, but it's like to show a path that
to explore.
To explore, because as has been mentioned many times at this table, diversity, variety is the key word of the musicians of today. We need to be able to do so many different things and to deal with so many different styles. So also improvisation becomes a foundational aspect of the education and the program. Yeah.
If I can add, it is actually improvisation where it all comes together, because you have this inspiration from the different subjects, and then actually you don't learn to just play it on the piano or to write it down, but how to play it on your own instrument, your own voice. So it's a really useful, connecting subject.
And what are the possibilities for students who would like to dive deeper into the theory?
To the theory, yes. We have 3 possibilities. Well, the first is just to take more electives in theoretical subjects, and we have a variety of electives: arranging, harmony, counterpoint, analysis. Then we also have a minor program for music theory to be done in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year of the bachelor. That's quite an intense minor, again with classes in ear training, in harmony and counterpoint writing, and in analysis. And we also have, finally, a main subject theory bachelor program and master program. So you can study 6 years of music theory as a main subject, and this is an extremely rich program. That now we don't have time to go into the details of all the subjects that we have, but that's also a possibility.
Great.
So I encourage to look in the website.
Check the website.
Check the website. We have all the curriculum handbook, and the handbook for the minor and the electives is fantastic. You can find so many informations there.
Thank you, Santo.
Thank you.
And then to Catherine Koch, Head of Master Research. So master research is one of the main elements of our master's program. Can you tell us a little bit about the master project and what this is?
Of course I can, Isa. Now, I think our master program is something to be very proud of, because it in fact reflects the realities that young musicians will face nowadays. It's no longer that you can just play your instrument fantastically. Of course, that is something that still should happen. But we hope to help students to not only play their instrument, but also to think about what they're doing, to reflect, to be curious, to be inquisitive, to question what their teacher tells them, to question what have become standard norms in approaching certain types of repertoire. So the master project, in fact, is a triangle of the 3 most important elements of our master program: artistic development, your instrument, your passion. If you're a singer, how you develop yourself and where you see yourself in 2 years, and how you see that the school here can help you reach those goals. Then we have professional integration, which helps you get outside of the school and show the world what you're capable of doing. And we have master research. Now, master research is not necessarily an academic research element, although it can be. We have students who approach the research aspect of the program in different ways. You may explore something that's very close to the technical aspect of your instrument. You may combine different aspects of doing research. Maybe someone would look into linguistics if they're a singer. or instrument building on their instrument, or some theoretical aspect of the repertoire that they play, and explore that using, under the guidance of a research supervisor. We provide various courses that help students think, because we have such a wonderful international student body, and students come from all over the world and have different experiences with writing and reading and doing research. So we allow them to develop and explore different areas in the first semester. And in the 2 years that they're with us, they will develop a beautiful research project, an artistic research project, and document that in text, learn how to do that, or explore how to do that once again, if that's something they've done many years ago. And they will also present in a research symposium and learn how to stand up and talk about how they think about music, which of course is a very important skill for performing musicians nowadays.
And students that have enjoyed doing this research during their masters, there are possibilities to continue this within the institution, right?
There are certainly possibilities. I'm a very good example. I studied at the Conservatoire. I've been here since 1996, of course, the old building, now enjoying this beautiful new one. I did my bachelor's here, my master's here, and then I went on to do a PhD in the doc artist program. I received my PhD from the University of Leiden. So what I can do and what we can do as a department is assist students in the quest, the search for a program that fits their artistic needs as a researcher. They may end up in the doc artist program in Leiden, but there are also other institutions that have jazz artistic PhD programs, for instance. My job is also to expose students to the wonderful world of research conferences where they can present their artistic research to the world or publish in journals and magazines. So if students are seeking the next step to develop in musicology or academia or artistic research, they're at the right place because we can help them with that next step.
Great, thank you so much, Catherine. 2 new guests have arrived at the table. We have Caterina Bevegne and Daniele Zamboni. Welcome. Daniele, what kind of projects does the classical department organize?
Well, the classical department organizes a big variety of projects. We start with orchestra projects that also divide in symphony projects. We normally have 2 big symphony projects every year, and then we have 2 orchestra sessions where the beginner year of bachelor students can also experience how to sit in an orchestra and how to improve and get better playing in an orchestra. And next to that, we have a lot of collaboration and specific projects. So, for example, a brass project, we have the Dutch National Opera Academy project, we have the European Chamber Music Academy collaboration, as the Royal Conservatoire is part of the European Chamber Music Academy and hosts a session of it for chamber music every year. So we have a very big variety of projects. And
a lot of collaborations with a lot of partners. And how about the role of chamber music in the program?
Yeah, we decided that the role of chamber music is very important, as chamber music is the first and easy way to start playing music together. You don't need to have a big orchestra, but you just need maybe a group of 3, 4, 5 people that plays together. Sometimes even 3 is enough. And so we decided for the bachelor program to have a mandatory 2 years chamber music, where students can have multiple coachings and lessons with different teachers throughout the year. And also, as Santo said before, they can also experience theory lessons on with chamber music, and that's something that is a very important point of the chamber music program. At the chamber music program, at the end of every year, we organize a chamber music festival where all the ensemble, the bachelor ensemble, perform around the end of April, beginning of May, around The Hague.
And those performances are not always happening inside the school?
No, they're not always happening inside the school. We have some concerts happening inside the school. We have some concert series inside the school. For example, sometimes the parts of the chamber music festival are inside the school. We have some open stage chamber music moments where students can perform for teachers or other ensemble.
what they're working on, but also we have external concert series. There is the Radio West concert series, we have the concerts in the Nieuwe Kerk, we have the Tivoli Vredenburg in Utrecht lunch concerts, the lunch concert at the Concertgebouw, so we have different...
Lots of performance opportunities.
Exactly.
Great. And then we have a specialization called Ensemble Academy. Katarina, what is the Ensemble Academy?
So the Ensemble Academy, someone already gave some info about it. It is a master specialization, as many other specializations that are offered by the Royal Conservatory. It is part of the classical department and is, a chance for students who are admitted to a normal master course to combine their main subject, their main instrument practice, with the practice, the research, the performance of contemporary repertoire. The Ensemble Academy is in collaboration with the New European Ensemble and Asko-Schoenberg Ensemble, which are very renowned and very renowned contemporary music professional ensembles. So the students will also participate to external projects with these professional ensembles, beside the practice of a weekly rehearsal here at school and internal projects. There are many kind of projects, especially when it comes to contemporary music. You get to know artists, composers, you get to work with other departments, so art of sound to make recording sessions, eventually sonology as well, for audio tape and different kind of music to explore. So it's really for students who would like to combine their music practice with new repertoire and contemporary repertoire.
Great, thank you. Marlon, would you like to close this session?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone who's watching us online for joining, obviously, and everybody here at the table for giving a snapshot of what the classical department is like. We're going to move on to an online Q&A at 2 o'clock. So if you go to the website www.concon.nl, you can find the link to that session. So come on in, ask us some questions, have a chat. And then I would say over to you, Isa.
Well, you've heard it. If you have any questions, join the Q&A at 2 o'clock. And thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, I'm at Maurits House. The Maurits House shows the best of the Dutch paintings from the 17th century. In the heart of The Hague, you can view the famous collection. Over 200 masterpieces by Dutch and Flemish masters have their place in this classical building. Masterpieces such as the Vermeer Girl with the pearl earrings, the paintings by Rembrandt, and the gold flinch by Fabricius are on permanent space in this wonderful museum. You imagine yourself in another century when you scroll through the halls of this wonderful museum. Come and visit Maurits House and enjoy all the beauty and unique it has to offer.
Welcome to Amare!
And here we are at our new home, the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague.
This is the Wayfield Synthesis Studio, which is one of my favorite spots in Amare.
The study rooms are just amazing. It's great to practice here.
And this is my favorite room in Amare, one of the jazz drums practice rooms.
We're now at the dance studios, which is my favorite part of Amare.
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 And it also has a really good acoustic.
Actually, we can show you.
But this one's great too. Yeah, we really like it here. I was always a little kid with big dreams to become a singer. To be a singer means that you need to practice.
Yes, a lot. Like we're here every day. We practice really, I think, 6 to 7 times a week. And we have our lessons here, our theory lessons.
And our practicing is not only singing, but also research and reading operas and hearing operas. We have amazing opportunities. great projects that help us develop as musicians.
To just get to know new things that we maybe never knew that existed, like operas or songs, composers even. And we also have the opportunity to work with young composers together from the composition department, where they write songs especially for us, for example. And also in our department, we are really working well together and we're supportive to each other. We sing together. And it's a very good experience for all of us.
Hoi, ik ben Luc en ik neem jullie mee naar de studieavond van Art of Sound. Ik studeer Art of Sound hier in Den Haag. Wat voor mij speciaal maakt is dat je naast de technische vaardigheden ook de muzikale vaardigheden leert. Waardoor je muzikaal verder ontwikkelt en dus ook muzikaler gaat werken. En daarnaast zit je in een conservatorium omgeven door muzici. Waarmee je ook projecten aan kan gaan. We werken regelmatig samen met jazzstudenten om opnames te doen of met compositie en de klassieke afdeling. Ik speel zelf gitaar. Dit is onze analoge opnamestudio. Dus we hebben hier 1 grote live boot, 3 kleinere boots. Mooie kans om ervaring te krijgen ook met van dit soort apparatuur. Leuk aan de opleiding dat je heel veel projecten kan doen, waardoor je heel veel praktijkervaring krijgt, zoals het ook in het werkveld eraan toe gaat.
Hi, my name is Annika. And welcome to the dance department.
And we're from the bachelor program, dance.
For me, actually the highlights of the year are just performing in general. I really like to work towards a performance, and we have a lot of them throughout the year, so I just always look forward to them the most.
So we had the Young Talent Project, and then we have studio evenings like twice a year, and then also the end of the year performances, which will be on the big stage here in Amare, which is amazing. Earlier this year, we participated in the Young Talent program, which is always an amazing experience, working together with Nederlands Danstheater.
And we're now sharing the building with them, so it's really actually inspiring to see that there are only like 3 levels below us, and sometimes in the corridors you could see them walk past, and it's kind of inspiring to see like professional dancers and in the same building.
It's just amazing to learn repertoire from NDT. It's just an amazing opportunity to taste a little bit of company life.
And this is the sonology department. Came here because I was really intrigued by the way how the department marries composition and electronic music. And also I think it's very nice to be among such an active community of musicians where people come from very diverse backgrounds. And also because it has such a rich history in electroacoustic music. Sonology is the study of sound. To study sound, we use various means: analog equipment, digital environments like coding and working with artificial intelligence, field recording practices, improvisation, working with multi-channel setups. Sonology is quite technical, but in the end it's the art that matters and the music.
All the classrooms and studios are very pleasant to work in. We used to be in the basement, now we're on the 6th floor. We have daylight, we have big windows, light that can be dimmed.
Very nice. It's very dry, which is nice, and also the acoustic panels that are placed on the walls, and it's a nice small room. It's very clean and it's a great space.
Fijne repetitieruimtes en ook fijn om nu eindelijk hier te zitten.
It's really nice.
It's really nice to be here.
Thanks.
Amare is a really special place. We have all the cultural things in one, where we have everything you can imagine, from an orchestra to a dance theater, and of course also our conservatoire, which is the top floors with the best view.
You can find the art of sound, jazz department, percussion department, classical department, classical singing department,
contemporary dance, but also classical dance.
Recording, producing en sound reinforcement.
Music theory.
En muziekgeschiedenis krijgen onder andere.
Sound engineering, the colloquium where people's research is being discussed.
You have so many possibilities. You are very welcome to come maybe next year.
Hope to see you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to the presentation about all the possibilities which the Royal Conservatoire offers in collaboration with the University of Leiden. My name is Caroline Kartens and I'm the coordinator of Practicum Musicae.
My name is Roos Leeflang and I am the coordinator of Master Research and Lectorate at the Royal Conservatoire.
In the next 10 minutes we are going to tell you all about the possibilities. We've noticed in the past few years that often students hesitate whether they should go to a conservatoire or whether they should go to university. If you're good at learning and you're also really good at music, then you have a problem. What to choose? Well, we have the perfect solution for you. At the Royal Conservatoire it is possible to do both, and you can approach this from both sides. You can either go to the university and do a minor in music at the Royal Conservatoire, or you can go to the Royal Conservatoire and do a minor at the University of Leiden. Well, how does this work? It is called the Academy of Creative and Performing Arts, ACPA as we call it. And it's an institution in between the Royal Conservatoire and the University of Leiden, which enables students from both sides to switch and also to use their credits they earn in the other program, in the program they follow at the university or at the conservatoire. So what are the possibilities at the Academy of Creative and Performing Arts? Well, first of all, you can go to the University of Leiden and take a minor in music, which we call Practicum Musicae. Second, you can go to the Royal Conservatoire and take academic electives at the University of Leiden. And you can even take a minor which is called Music in Context. So first I'm going to tell you all about Practicum Musicae. Practicum Musicae is a program which you can take with all the studies at the University of Leiden. So it doesn't matter whether you study math or law or archaeology or history. With all these studies in the University of Leiden you can apply for Practicum Musicae. Of course you have to audition for this program. We can only allow 75 students in total to take part in the program. It is possible to combine this Practicum Musicae with all the departments we have at the Royal Conservatoire. So you can take courses in violin or singing or jazz guitar or even composition and sonology. The Practicum Musicae program consists of a program of 3 years. In these 3 years you will obtain 30 credits. And these credits you can use at the University of Leiden. So instead of taking a minor, you could use Practicum Musicae in your minor space. You can also use Practicum Musicae in your elective space at the university, or you can just do it as an extra on top of your studies. After you have fulfilled your program, you will get a certificate of the Royal Conservatoire. Practicum Musicae also offers a few extras. Every month there's a small concert where you can participate in and where you can choose your own repertoire to play, so you can perform anything you like. Also, we organize 2 big concerts in the concert hall at the Royal Conservatoire, which are more formal concerts and where people are wearing gala dresses and really performing at the top of what they can do. And next to that, we also have an orchestra where you can audition for and participate in. There are lots of little ensembles and we're very proud of that. And we try to stimulate it as well. If you're watching this presentation and you're still in VVO, you could even consider in participating in the Practicum Musicae pre-class, which is a little preparation for the PM program, which you can take at the University of Leiden. Practicum Musicae is a program which enables you to get to the highest possible level of your musical skills. It will also enable you to meet a lot of other musical students and to perform together and to create ensembles or duos or even play in an orchestra, which will benefit your musical development for the rest of your life.
However, if that sounds so good that you want to focus on that exclusively, you can also choose for your main studies to be at the Royal Conservatoire.
That doesn't mean that you have to say goodbye to developing your academic potential, because you can still follow courses at the university as well. Of course, you will spend a lot of time making music at the Royal Conservatoire, working with your main subject teacher, playing in ensembles, working in orchestra projects. But apart from that, you will also develop other skills. For instance, by following music theory courses. One of these courses is called Critical Music Studies, and you will follow this from Bachelor Year 1 until Bachelor Year 3. In this course, you will develop academic skills such as reading sources critically, writing well, presenting, but you will also learn to critically reflect on your own practice as an artist and the role of art and music in society. If you want to dig deeper than that and develop academic skills at university level, we also offer the option to follow courses at Leiden University in your elective space. Or if you want to go even further, you can follow an entire minor called Music in Context, which has been developed by the Conservatoire in collaboration with Leiden University. If you choose to follow courses at Leiden University, there's a wide range of subjects to choose from. ACPA offers courses in music history, music philosophy, even music psychology, but you can also choose elective courses from other departments. So there's a lot to choose from, and you can mix and match to suit your own tastes and interests. If you want to dig deeper and follow a more coherent program, there is also the option to take a minor called Music in Context. This minor takes place at the Royal Conservatoire, but you will also follow selected courses from Leiden University. This is a longer, coherent program, which you will follow from Bachelor Year 2 until Bachelor Year 4. If you follow the minor Music in Context, you will follow an advanced version of the course Critical Music Studies. You will get an exemption from the original course, get together with like-minded Conservatoire students, and follow the course at a higher level to develop academic skills at a university level. It's a more demanding version of the original course. Apart from that, you will also follow selected courses from Leiden University. One of the courses is called Music as Expressive Force, another is called Music, Philosophy, Politics. The focus of this minor is mainly on music philosophy and cultural philosophy, but in the third year you also get the option to choose from the list of ACPA courses to make sure the minor really suits your own interests. As you can see, there are various ways to combine academic level studies with high-level musical studies. It just depends what you want to focus on and what your interests are. There are many ways to keep your options open.
And that's what makes the Royal Conservatoire unique. At the Royal Conservatoire, you don't have to choose between an academic career and a musical career. You can have both. If you have further questions, you can have a look at our website, which you will find on the sheets. And you can, of course, contact us via email. Thank you very much for watching and hope to see you next year.
Bye-bye!
Hello, my name is Teunis van der Zwart and I'm the head of the Early Music Department of the Royal Conservatoire The Hague. It's a fantastic position to be in because I enjoy so much being here in this lively early music community with the students and with the teachers, and I'm happy that today we have some of our most distinguished teachers, part of the teaching team at this table, and also one of our fantastic students will join us soon. So yeah, the Early Music Department of the Royal Conservatoire has been at the institution of the Royal Conservatoire The Hague for more than 50 years now. And I can say that this institution, this department is leading rather than following developments in the world of the early music. And what we, our students and our teachers have in common, I think, is a great sense of curiosity, which is a marvelous thing to be working with. And we celebrate the diversity of early music, the diversity of more than 7 centuries of early music, vocal and instrumental styles of music from the Middle Ages and the Renaissance up to the end of the early Romantic period. And I think what all these students coming from different parts of the world and teachers also coming from all over the world have in common is this inquisitive mind that, well, helps us further, helps us to explore the music, keep telling the stories of early music in a new way. And I think personally that our world needs this curiosity, the diversity, the dialogue that happens when we come to our work with the inquisitive mind. So if you are attracted to early music and to early musical instruments, and if you are interested in the old craft of music, and you want to give it a modern, lively interpretation, then I think this early music community could be the right place for you to be. So today we're going to explore a little bit of what our department does in its daily life here at this beautiful new building, Amare. And I would like to start with a short video clip that we made last year. Richard Egar, one of our teachers, conducting Royal Early Music, our own early music orchestra in Handel's Water Music. I think you agree with me that this short clip reflects a beautiful spirit that we have in the early music department. Richard Egar conducting our own orchestra in Handel's Water Music. Here at the table, Kate Clark, one of our most active and versatile teachers, I can say. Kate, you share a beautiful big traverso class with Wilbert Hazelzet.
That's right.
And but you also lead the traverso, or should I say, Renaissance flute consort.
Yes.
Yes, and you teach ornamentation and diminutions. And you were conducting the orchestra lately. So can you tell us a little bit about your experiences at this school?
Absolutely. I studied here myself a very long time ago, from 1986 to 1990. But I've been teaching here since 1996. And that was for many years simply teaching the traverso, but it expanded into teaching the historical development of the flute, which I did many years. I recently passed that on to Florencia Gomez, wonderful, also graduate of the school. It expanded at a certain point to teaching all students from the department who were interested about the art of ornamenting, 16th century music, 17th and 18th century music. And these days it also includes learning to improvise or compose new material on the basis of, let's say, an 18th century figured bass line. And from time to time I also have conducted projects here, perhaps 5 or 6 times, always with a tremendous amount of pleasure. And as well as that, I teach the Renaissance flute as a minor for students who want to have a period of focusing on that, but also as a chamber music activity, Renaissance flute consort. And for many years now, we have always had at least one keen consort of 4 students. This year we actually have 2, so we have 8 students doing Renaissance consort. And that means that we can cover really flutes from 1500 to 1900 in the class and in the activities that the department offers, which is wonderful, feels very rich.
Of course, that's wonderful and rich, yes, very much so. It also sounds like you know quite a lot of students, also from the other instruments.
That's right. It's partly through the ornamentation class. I've gotten to know students from all of our department. And since we have the classical department students now taking, or some of them taking early music as a minor, I get to meet those students as well. Similarly, through the historical development class, I got to know all of the modern flute students that came through. And now it's a first-year subject. It used to be a second-year subject, but one way and another, I ended up knowing them all, so that the possibility of cross-fertilization between the modern students, the modern flute students and the early flute students has grown over the last years. Yep. Really appreciated that, yeah.
I can imagine. And although we're a big department with around 100 main subject students and many minor students, etc., I think we managed to maintain this kind of community feeling.
Absolutely.
In the department.
In the department, for sure. I think it's grown, in fact. I think it's much more of a community now than it used to be. Once upon a time, you were in your room with your teacher, and then you had 1 or 2 other things and you went home. But in the years since I began here, the curriculum has enormously expanded. It's just become a whole lot more interesting in my view. It gives people a much richer way of approaching early music as an enterprise. And it means that the students spend much more time together. They don't just hang out with their teacher and their classmates after a studio concert, a voorspelavond. They have many classes together. They do many projects together. They do chamber music together. It's really become a community in that way, especially in the last, well, several years, I would say. So
yes, like this, you in fact already answered my next question, which would be, why would you recommend this school to early music students?
I think because, first of all, I think the curriculum is fantastic. I didn't used to think that, so I can say that with a full conscience. I think the curriculum has become really rich and interesting. The possibility for research has enormously expanded. We have amazing projects, which means that students who are most interested in the Renaissance or who are most interested in the early modern period can all be participating in one or other or many projects. We have an immense capacity for students to make chamber music together. And actually, assisted with our brand new building since a few months ago, we also gather physically in the same place much more than we used to in the old building. So my feeling is, of course, we should ask the students, and we will, but my feeling is that the students do feel truly part of a community here. They don't just come for us as individual principal study teachers anymore, which was perhaps once the case. Now they come for the department, for the whole experience.
I think so too, and I truly hope so.
Yes, I hope so too.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, from the Traverso we go to the Viola da Gamba. The Viola da Gamba department, very strong at our school, and we would just love to share a clip with you. Two of our students, Stefan Woudenberg and Alex Baker, playing a chaconne. Also at our table today is Catherine Koch, head of the master research of our school. And she has a very strong connection to the early music department, teaching harpsichord, teaching historical keyboard skills. Can you explain to us what historical keyboard skills mean?
I certainly can. I'm also someone who's been in this building for a long time. I studied here from 1996. So as Kate, I have seen many different developments, and one of those developments is historical keyboard skills. Traditionally in Conservatoria, in the classical music department, you would have to take a keyboard skills class. And we decided that that was something that was also very important for our students, not necessarily only to have the skills and to be able to read and play on a keyboard instrument, but to be aware of the role of the keyboard player in your ensemble, which I think is a really important thing. Let's face it, in Baroque music, basso continuo is really the roots of the tree of what we do. We have here traverso and oboe at the table. You are the leaves and the flowers in the tree, but we need a strong root system to keep the ensemble together, and that's what basso continuo is. And I think for many upper instruments, they're not always aware of the role they can play and the discussion that they can have with their fellow keyboard player about harmony, articulation, the role in the ensemble. So by teaching students historical keyboard skills in 3 years, we hopefully equip them with the skills to be able to communicate and to make decisions in their own ensemble and to be aware of the different roles that these instruments play.
And do you teach this to all the bachelor students?
All early music bachelor students have...
No matter what instrument they play.
No matter what instrument. And also no matter what experience. Some of these students have played piano for many years. Some have played organ. Some have absolutely no skills at all. And we take that into account when putting the curriculum together. And in the end, they are all, no matter where they started off, they are all aware and capable and have the skills to have this discussion with their keyboard player at the end of the bachelor.
Sounds like a great opportunity.
It's a fun class.
A fun class, yes, very well.
Too,
yeah, I can imagine. You're also, as I already said, head of the master research. What role does the master research play in our school?
Well, we're very proud of our master department in that, in fact, it's divided into a triangle of basically the reality that musicians will face once they leave us. They need to be strong artists on their instrument. Face it, that's #1 priority still. They need to have the skill and the musicality to function in the musical world as it is today. They need to be able to function as a professional musician. So we have professional integration. How do you make contacts? How do you organize concerts? How do you find your voice in the musical world? And the most important, in my opinion, part of that triangle is research. Not necessarily academic research, but artistic research. Why are you doing what you do? Why are you playing that trill? Why are you choosing that instrument? Why does that composer speak to you? Where is your voice in this whole process? And we hope to make them inquisitive, curious, interested in what they're doing, and also to give them the skills to be able to document what they're doing and speak about it. Because nowadays, in concerts, it's expected of professional musicians that they stand up and communicate and interact with the audience. And that's a skill that needs to be developed, just as playing the oboe or playing the traverso. You need to practice doing that and think about how you want to communicate to your audience and what you want to tell them.
Yeah, sounds very, very familiar to me, actually, coming from the early music movement myself. Yes. This is what we've been doing, what we've been exploring, what we've been finding out about, just in the real world. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity that now this school fully embraces this concept, this triangle concept, as you just explained, and that we are learning with the students how to communicate these things.
Yeah. Absolutely. I must say, one of the greatest gifts that I get is we have a Master Research Symposium every year, and that's basically the exam moment for the research aspect of the master. And I'm usually the chairperson of many of these exams. And first of all, I'm very proud to see where the students have ended up after a year and a half of working on a research project, but I learn an awful lot about what there is to know about music. And of course, we're now at the early music info session, but they're jazz students and classical students and composition students who also present. So it's a wonderful, rich and varied community week in which students are able to present the results of their hard work.
I couldn't agree more. We're about to watch a short clip of a video made by one of the master students of last year, Asako Ueda, a lute student. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to see, the beginning of the clip?
Now, Asako was originally a Baroque violinist and came to the lute at a later stage in her life. And her research is about improvisation or intabulation on the lute based on 16th century polyphony. So she takes several different genres and puts them together and in fact creates a new way of doing intabulation for herself. And she not only learned more about her instrument, but she discovered an area that makes her very excited, as you can see if you talk with her or meet her. And she learned incredible research skills, as you will see in this video.
And now we have this wonderful document that we can keep.
Absolutely, yes.
And show our audience today. Exactly. Just imagine what Asako had to go through, what she had to learn, all these skills she had to acquire, next to the research itself.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm sure she learned a lot, and hopefully we'll get more of this kind of videos from her.
Well, if I may just say that I think this experience for going through this artistic research project opened so many doors for Asako, because we also allow our students to invite external experts to join the committee of their presentations and to involve them in their research. And this has meant that Asako travels regularly now to Basel, where she meets with other students. She's been asked to present at research conferences. She can have her research document published in journals. So it opens many, many doors. And in fact, widens the community and introduces you to people that you may not even have considered involving in your career before you came here.
I'm very glad you say that, because I also wanted to emphasize today that we are not a closed community at all. We're very open, very international, inviting people from all over the world to speak to us on and offline, to come to our place to give masterclasses and vice versa. So wonderful, thank you very much. João Santos, good to have you here. You once were a Traverso student at this school, and then you slowly or quickly evolved into a theory teacher at the early music department. What happened?
Good question. So indeed, I came here to study, among others, with Kate, in fact, too. And actually, before my bachelor, well, I was following the curiosity element that you mentioned earlier very much. And I have to say, The Hague specifically is a very nice place to do that. We have, in fact, one of the best libraries for early music, I think, in the world. I think something always needs to be mentioned. And I was using this a lot also with the guidance of my teachers. And in fact, before I finished my bachelor, I already started a collaboration with the theory department with Paul Schepers and other people that were interested in not only in historical performance of music, but also how people in the past learned composition, how they would look at music, analyze music even, and general skills. And I started doing this at the end of my bachelor, and that evolved into my master's research. And which was about the interaction a little bit between the historical notions of executio or vortrag, or historical performance practice, but also in connection with historical compositional techniques and theories and ideas. And that led to a small course that grew and grew and grew and became part of the official curriculum of the school as it is now.
Yeah, and I've asked you to describe in a couple of keywords what the theory curriculum of our early music department is.
So I think what we're trying to, we're really doing is to try to give the students a wide view of what historical musical practices encompassed, which of course includes the traditional themes of how do you add ornaments, or how do you accentuate a piece following treatises, but also what it means to really have been a musician in the past in terms of how they would have learned from even the very rudiments of how to sing, but also counterpoint, and in a very practical way. So it's, again, historically minded, so it's by doing that you learn things, also connected with historical keyboard skills. As Catherine already mentioned, it's divided into 3 courses, basically: Musica Practica, historical keyboard skills, and early music studies. Musica Practica is a general introduction to the vocal skills that musicians had in those days, which includes chant, improvising canons, the historical practices of solfeggio even. Some of the things that are actually very recent discoveries in musicology we are already including. Historical keyboard skills, as Catherine already mentioned, also including counterpoint on the keyboard. And early music studies is a general course on how to learn, how to imagine how historical musical practices might have been, even from a research point of view, how to access documents, the sources that we have, being able to even to assess these documents, were they written for amateurs versus this professional material, how trustworthy they are, how to make connections between them, and how to come up with your own views of music. Also, how did people from the past think about music, what has changed, what has not changed, historical recordings, you name it, we got it.
I know from some students who really get kind of obsessed with all the topics that you offer them in our, let's say, theory department, which is very much practically based, as we just heard from you. Are there also students who never learn a trade?
Who never learn a trade?
Yeah.
In which sense?
In a way that you have to learn many skills. Yeah, you offer them many skills. Is it accessible to all the students?
Yeah, I think, as Catherine already mentioned, we really look at the students where they are. So, for example, we don't expect at all that somebody has read all the fantastic treatises that have survived from the past. And some might have, and in which case we can tailor things to that student in a way that they can go ahead a little bit more quickly. But indeed, we assume that wherever you are, there's something for you. And I think again, what you mentioned, we really try to figure out what the curiosity of the student is and try to fit them within a structure. So there's a nice ping pong, let's say, between an individual input and the framework that we can offer the students nowadays, which wasn't always the past. I mean, I think when I came here as a student, if you had curiosity, you certainly had something to do, but maybe if you didn't know exactly what you wanted to do, it was a little bit more difficult. But now I think we do have a structure that keeps the ball rolling no matter where you come from somehow.
I like that, the ping pong. Yeah, very well. Let's listen to a homemade video, actually, of a fortepiano class concert. Peter Muhari is playing on the fortepiano. We wanted to share this video with you, Peter Muhari playing, to give you a glimpse of our beautiful fortepiano collection that we have at the school. Very fantastic thing to have. Jonty Coy is at our table. Jonty, you come from Australia?
I do, yes.
Yeah, to study Traverso here with Kate and Wilbert, yes. Why did you come all the way from Australia? What did you expect?
I finished my undergraduate studies 3 or 4 years ago now, and in the final year of those studies, I had the great fortune to meet Kate when she came and visited Australia, and also Georgia Brown, who's another alum of this institution, and began to really start exploring historical practices and historical approaches to flute playing, and just fell totally in love with the entire approach and all the amazing music that there was to be discovered in this field. And I really wanted to continue studying that in some way, but the pathway forward for that in Australia was not so clear. There are ways of studying it there, but they are not connected necessarily to such a large community as we are here. You might be one of only a handful of students studying in a department in Australia. So the opportunity to study in a department of 100 students was really something quite extraordinary and something that really brought me here.
And did you find what you were expecting?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I should add that, of course, learning from Kate and Wilbert was another huge draw card in wanting to come here. And absolutely, it's lived up to everything I could have wanted from it. Even in the time of a pandemic, when we are not necessarily as connected as we would normally be, I think it's a testament to how connected we all are as a community here. That even with the pandemic, we still managed to come together and make music and form connections and that kind of thing. So, and it was a real lifeline in a way as well, being able to meet other like-minded students who are going through similar processes during that time. So yes, it far exceeded my expectations in that sense.
That's good to hear, Jonty. Yeah. I also asked you at this table to talk a little bit about your involvement as a student, which is of course very much welcomed by the Music department. Can you explain a little bit how this works for you? What, in your point of view, is the students' involvement in our department?
Well, I mean, the students are, I mean, we feel very much as though we're the centre of everything that's going on. And I've had the great pleasure for the last year and a half of being part of the student panel, which regularly meets with yourself and with other staff members to discuss issues that students might be facing and to give feedback and suggestions and also to help foster a sense of community here. So being a part of that has been really enriching as well. I first got involved really because I wanted to meet more people, but I ended up hanging around.
Good reason.
Yes,
yeah.
And I definitely did that. But I ended up hanging around because I could see actually what a useful tool it was for staying connected with everybody and for getting the best possible experience that we could as students here. And I'm very happy that it's been able to lead some changes and perhaps even help in keeping our community together in some ways over the last year and a half.
Definitely, not only in keeping the community together, but also in improving the curriculum, actually.
Yes, yes.
Because through discussions with the student panel, I learned a lot. And together we created.
Oh, as did I. I mean, yeah. I think we all did.
We could add important subjects to the curriculum.
Absolutely. I mean,
which I think is a wonderful way to learn and to develop together.
Yeah, it's just such a broad range of skills that are required of early music practitioners, and so being able to condense all of that into a curriculum somehow just seems like a mighty task. So any help that the student panel could be in that task,
definitely,
I think was very appreciated.
I can only recommend all the students to be part of the student panel for at least a while.
Absolutely,
because I'm sure it adds to the experience as you just described. Thank you very much. You also participated in quite some projects.
I did. I was very lucky in that regard.
For instance, the side-by-side project with Sigiswald Kuiken.
Yes, and that really, I think, illustrates one of that extraordinary thing about being here that I said earlier about the fact that you're part of such an enormous community. There are very few other schools anywhere, I think, that could put on projects like that with 60 students in an orchestra being led by someone as esteemed as Sigiswald. So that was a wonderful experience and something that was in fact my first introduction to playing keyed flutes and moving into classical repertoire as well. So that was a very, very exciting, thrilling couple of weeks. And one that I'm very, very glad to have been a part of because I don't think I could have had access to that kind of enrichment in other places. So.
Very nice. Yes, let's listen to the side-by-side project of last year. The Orchestra of the Early Music Department combined with the Orchestra of the 18th Century, conducted by Sigiswald Kuiken in a movement from Haydn's 7 Last Words of Christ. Frank de Bruyne, our Baroque oboe teacher.
Yes.
Can you tell us what we were watching right now?
What we were watching?
Yeah. How does this work?
We were watching a project that recurs yearly, in which the students get to play side by side with the members of the Orchestra of the 18th Century. I don't think the Orchestra of the 18th Century needs any introduction. We saw a bit of a limited version of that because of Corona, because there were some members of the orchestra there in crucial places. There was some coaching. I was involved with that from the hall. But normally it is what it says on the tin. The students do play side by side with a member of the Orchestra of the 18th Century. And as John has just said, it is a highlight of their year. And I can say, because I am not only a teacher here, but I am actually a member of the orchestra, that also the members of the Orchestra of the 18th Century look forward to doing this every year.
Yeah, we shouldn't tell the students maybe, or maybe we should, that they're also a huge source of inspiration for the orchestra.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's lovely, this kind of peer-to-peer learning. I think that's what we do at our early music department. That's what we always like to encourage. So it's wonderful when this actually happens. I think the side-by-side project that we do every year is a highlight not only for our department but for the whole school. It's always a full house when we play the concert in the school. People from all departments of the school coming to join that wonderful occasion. And I think quite a few of them are very jealous that we manage to do this project every year. Yeah, we're about to.
We don't only play a concert in the school. It's a complete project. Often 3 or 4 concerts are attached to this period.
Yeah. And sometimes even leading to ex-students becoming new members of the orchestra, right? So that's the way things should grow.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, very good. Hey Frank, you've been teaching for quite a while here.
I have.
At the school. Yeah. Have you seen the students changing?
Well, I've seen. Not only do I teach here, but I also learned here in the very early years of the early music department. Yeah. And I sit at this table and I just think, oh, isn't it wonderful how far we have come as a department? And I have seen the students change. I have seen an increase in awareness of what they do, also out of necessity, I think, because it's not the easiest time to decide that you want to become a musician. You need to be more aware to be able to fend for yourself in this world, which is not the easiest one to find your way as a musician.
I can imagine you need a drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of sharpens their minds, I think.
Yeah.
Certainly more than mine was when I was a student. I can tell you that.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I've been very fortunate that I came into The Hague and there was this department and a wonderful teacher, Bruce Haynes, which was such a stroke of luck. And I sort of had it all handed to me, and then work just came because it was all on the up. And I won't say it's on the down now. It definitely isn't, but it's different.
Yeah. Oh, that's why the curriculum has become much more important, I think, these days. We really have to provide the students, as Catherine already said at this table, with many tools. With different aspects of a career, what it means to start a career in early music. Yes,
and before this gets terribly serious, I also have to say, just seeing all these clips, it puts a smile on my face. It just makes me happy. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad it does. Yeah. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one of the bonuses that we got also from the pandemic. We made so many recordings. We just said we need to continue somehow a bit of the students' life at the school. So we need to provide them within the rules. We do what we can to give them opportunities to be on the stage, to make recordings instead of concerts, and to make these wonderful documents. Yeah. let's finish this talk, this introduction of the early music department, with one more clip, one more short video of the side-by-side project led by Sigiswald Kuiken last year, this time conducting Haydn Symphony 99. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sharing these moments with us here in The Hague at the Royal Conservatoire. And whether you want to become a member of our community or not, let's share, let's keep sharing the love for early music. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Amare!
And here we are at our new home, the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague.
This is the Wayfield Synthesis Studio, which is one of my favorite spots in Amare.
The study rooms are just amazing. It's great to practice here.
And this is my favourite room in Amare, one of the jazz drums practice rooms.
We're now at the dance studios, which is my favorite part of Amare.
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 And it also has a really good acoustic.
Actually, we can show you.
But this one's great too.
Yeah, we really like it here.
I was always a little kid with big dreams to become a singer. To be a singer means that you need to practice.
Yes, a lot. Like we're here every day. We practice really, I think, 6 to 7 times a week. And we have our lessons here, our theory lessons.
And our practicing is not only singing, but also research and reading operas and hearing operas. We have amazing opportunities, great projects that help us develop as musicians.
To just get to know new things that we maybe never knew that existed, like operas or songs, composers even. And we also have the opportunity to work with young composers together from the composition department, where they write songs especially for us, for example. And also in our department, we are really working well together and we're supportive to each other. We sing together. And it's a very good experience for all of us.
Hoi, ik ben Luc en ik neem jullie mee naar de studieavond van Art of Sound. Ik studeer Art of Sound hier in Den Haag. Wat voor mij speciaal maakt is dat je naast de technische vaardigheden ook de muzikale vaardigheden leert. Waardoor je muzikaal verder ontwikkelt en dus ook muzikaler gaat werken. En daarnaast zit je in een conservatorium omgeven door muzici. Waarmee je ook projecten aan kan gaan. Ik werk regelmatig samen met jazzstudenten om opnames te doen of met compositie en de klassieke afdeling. Ik speel zelf gitaar. Dit is onze analoge opnamestudio. Dus we hebben hier 1 grote live boot, 3 kleinere boots. Mooie kans om ervaring te krijgen ook met van dit soort apparatuur. Het leuke aan de opleiding dat je heel veel projecten kan doen, waardoor je heel veel praktijkervaring krijgt, zoals het ook in het werkveld eraan toe gaat.
Hi, my name is Annika and welcome to the dance department.
And we're from the bachelor program, dance.
For me, actually the highlights of the year are just performing in general. I really like to work towards a performance, and we have a lot of them throughout the year, so I just always look forward to them the most.
So we had the Young Talent Project, and then we have studio evenings like twice a year, and then also the end of the year performances, which will be on the big stage here in Amare, which is amazing. Earlier this year we participated in the Young Talent program, which is always an amazing experience, working together with Nederlands Danstheater.
And we're now sharing the building with them, so it's really actually inspiring to see that they're only like 3 levels below us, and sometimes in the corridors you could see them walk past, and it's kind of inspiring to see like professional dancers and in the same building.
It's just amazing to learn repertoire from NDT. It's just an amazing opportunity to taste a little bit of company life.
And this is the sonology department. Came here because I was really intrigued by the way how the department marries composition and electronic music.
And also I think it's very nice to be among such an active community of musicians where people come from very diverse backgrounds.
And also because it has such a rich history in electroacoustic music. Sonology is the study of sound. To study sound we use various means. Analog equipment, digital environments like coding and working with artificial intelligence, field recording practices, improvisation, working with multi-channel setups. Sonology is quite technical, but in the end it's the art that matters and the music. All the classrooms and studios are very pleasant to work in. We used to be in the basement, now we're on the 6th floor. We have daylight, we have big windows, light that can be dimmed.
Very nice. It's very dry, which is nice, and also the acoustic panels that are placed on the walls, and it's a nice small room. It's very clean and it's a great space.
Fijne repetitieruimtes en ook fijn om nu eindelijk hier te zitten.
It's really nice.
It's really nice to be here.
Thanks.
Amare is a really special place. We have all the cultural things in one, where we have everything you can imagine, from an orchestra to a dance theater, and of course also our conservatoire, which is the top floors with the best view.
You can find the art of sound, jazz department, percussion department, classical department, classical singing department.
Contemporary dance, but also classical dance.
Recording, producing en sound reinforcement.
Music theory.
En muziekgeschiedenis krijg je onder andere.
Sound engineering, the colloquium where people's research is being discussed.
You have so many possibilities. You are very welcome to come, maybe next year.
Hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm here on the beach of Kijkduin. This is one of the most beautiful parts of The Hague. You see here mainly the residents of The Hague enjoying peace and nature. During the summer, Kijkduin is the perfect place to relax. You can easily enjoy and chill out at one of the authentic beach clubs and enjoy a beautiful sunset. The beach bars here are praised for their friendly staff, delicious dishes and casual atmosphere, and guarantee a pleasant end to the day.
A very, very warm welcome to the open day of the Royal Conservatoire here in The Hague. I'm standing here in Amare, our brand new building. It's glorious, it's inspiring, it's huge. And we share it with the orchestra, with the dance company. And this is in a way a laboratory for the future of music and dance. And why would you come and study with us? I'm not here to persuade you to do so, but I'm here to ask you a question. Why would you study music and dance? How are you going to do it? What is the future of the art forms music and dance? These are questions that we can answer by acting, by being here, being amongst each other and addressing these questions. That is what education is about, the questions and trying to formulate answers. And it'll never stop. It won't stop within the 4 years of a bachelor course or the 2 years of a master course. It will not stop if you study dance and get your diploma. It'll always go on. And I think what we're here to educate you with is to keep on moving, keep on thinking, keep on creating your own life in combination with discipline, music and dance and what they mean to society. Come here and change and keep changing.
In het Koninklijk Conservatorium in Den Haag wordt deze dagen onder leiding van Reinbert de Leeuw gerepeteerd voor de wereldpremière van Andriessens laatste compositie, De Tijd.
Het is in tegenstelling tot de meeste muziek en het meeste beeld, is het niet om je mee te slepen, maar juist om je de tijd, het duren van de tijd. Hoe langzaam een klok gaat, om je dat zoveel mogelijk bewust te laten worden. Dus de muziek die je hoort is extreem langzaam en over het algemeen nogal zacht.
Het is een heel radicaal stuk waarin eigenlijk, als je het op de korte afstand bekijkt, er niets gebeurt, heel weinig gebeurt. Louis zei zelfs, ja, misschien is het wel saai. Maar als je afstand van het stuk neemt, net zoals je afstand moet nemen van een beeldhouwwerk van Henry Moore, hè, dat kan je ook niet zien als je erop staat. Als je het helemaal kunt behappen, dan begrijp je de ongelooflijke dynamiek die in dat stuk zit.
Elke groep heeft op enig moment in het stuk iets met een van de andere groepen te maken. En het maakt dan niet uit waar ze zitten, of ze naast elkaar zitten of totaal tegenover elkaar. En elkaar net wel, net niet kunnen zien. En toch moet het dan klinken als één klap. Want uiteindelijk heeft hij het toch als pianostuk geschreven en dan uitgeschreven voor... Dus hoe makkelijk het is om op één piano dit te doen, op het moment dat er een tweede piano is die precies hetzelfde moet doen, is het al een uitdaging. Laat staan als er, nou ja, wat zijn het, 58 spelers tegelijk een klap moeten geven.
Orchestra of the 18th Century is, of course, a very good orchestra with great musicians and with a lot of experience. So playing with them, it's super enriching, and it always sounds very good.
Für mich ist das Side-by-Side-Projekt eine wahnsinnige Chance, weil wir die Möglichkeit haben, mit professionellen Orchestermusikern zusammenzuarbeiten, gemeinsam ein Konzert bzw. jetzt eine Konzertaufnahme zu produzieren. Und wir lernen auf höchstem professionellem Niveau zu arbeiten.
Welcome to the open day of the Royal Conservatoire in The Hague. We had a very interesting day until now with lots of individual lessons and information. We gave information to lots of people. And now we are here for you, those of you who watch the YouTube stream. We have a few people as audience here, but they are supposed to be silent. But around this table we have a singing teacher, Noah Frenkel. We have a third-year bachelor student, Sterre de Creux.
Fourth year.
A fourth year?
Fourth year.
You are fourth year?
Yes.
Oh, that's all, I always forget that. Sorry. But then I go to Sandra Senevali, who is a master student 1. And then we have Ruth Fraser, who is our coordinator and our project leader. And I am Monica Dame, I am the head of the vocal department. And we try to give as many information as possible to you in the coming 45 minutes. And I think you're most interested in listening to teachers and students. I can understand that, but I do a very short introduction into the curriculum. Our singing department has two parts. We have classical singing and we have early music singing. That doesn't say that there's a sharp division between classical singing and early music singing nowadays. There are many singers that do both. I know even a singer that sings Wagner and Bach. And we have a singer here who is one of our teachers, Noah Frenkel, who sings Bach and contemporary music and everything what is in between. What is important, if you look at the curriculum, is that we have 6 main subject singing teachers, and we have 4 early music specialists. They work all close together, which I think is very important. They know each other very well. They know the students. They know also each other's students. And I think on the whole, we have a very pleasant atmosphere in our department, and it has something to do also with the teachers, that they like each other. They talk to each other, and the students, I think the students take over that atmosphere in a way, and it influences both. You're nicking?
Very true.
Very true. Okay, that is what we want to hear, of course. That is what we want to hear. So our 2 curricula, they both have, for the bachelor at least, they have 4 main parts. We have the artistic development, that is the singing lessons, the lessons with the coach pianist, the group lessons with the singing teacher. We have musicianship skills, that is that is for the classical department. It's, for instance, rhythm class, it's all skills and analysis, all skills and improvisation. For the early music, it's also historical keyboard skills, for instance, and it's ornamentation and diminution. We have academic skills. For the first-year bachelor, that is always anatomy and phonetics. Learn to know your instruments. It's historical development of the voice. It's critical music studies for early music and for classical singers. Academic skills, part of academic skills is I make a mistake, I see. That's already, historical development already is part of the academic skills. And we have professional preparation. And professional preparation always is a very interesting thing, because when I started here years ago, I thought, how strange, professional preparation. Everything you do here, of course, prepares you for professional practice. But we have 2 important main lines. And the one line is the stage skills, or drama skills. From the first year onwards, we start with body work and, for instance, method of acting. In the 4th year, we do making your own performance, for instance, and that is exactly what it says. You have to make a small performance in which you are responsible for everything. It's finding your repertoire, the story you want to tell the audience, things like how to use light, how to act, everything. And we have also career skills, which we start already in the first year. And that is about the practical things, is how to write a CV, It's how to write a motivation letter, for instance. And it goes on with practical things as how do I start my own company, and lots of other subjects. And next to the curriculum, of course, we have our projects. We have projects for people, for students from all years. We try to select the repertoire so that there is something in for first years, there's something in for fourth year bachelor, there's something in for second year master. And what we think is very important, we ask all the students to always audition for projects. Which means that even if you are first year and you think, oh, it's all too difficult for me, we tell you, just come, because it's very important that you learn what it is to audition, that you learn what it is to step into a room with a committee and being very nervous, because that is what you're going to do auditioning a lot in your professional life. And so if you have 6 years in the conservatoire feeling how it works, I think it helps you a lot. And I see, Sandra, you are now saying yes.
Absolutely. I think just the experience to get out there and sing, and indeed your legs are shaking the first few times. You're not going to get in, but you get so much positive feedback. You train yourself, you advance, and hopefully one day you'll be there and you'll get one of these auditions. Still difficult in the first year of master, but sometimes.
Ruth, I give the word to you now.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk a little bit more about projects and stage skills and things in other parts of this talk. But sticking with the curriculum now, you've both got interesting backgrounds, because Stera, you came from a different institution to ours, and you're now a fourth year bachelor. And Sandra, you did the full bachelor with us and are now in the masters. How much freedom do you have as students to focus on your chosen area within the curriculum? Can you design it to how you want, or can you choose different things that you want to do, or do you like to stick the way it is?
Can I go? I found surprisingly, because coming from the Estonian system, which is quite the opposite, here we have a lot of freedom. And also because I had done a lot of music history, a lot of theory already previously, I found a lot of things were repeating. The chance to ask for exemptions, for instance, to focus really on singing, that was really nice. And yeah, in that sense, you can really design your own education. You can ask for what you want, but you have to, of course, know. You have to have a clear vision of what you want and what you like. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think this school is particularly open to giving very different kind of singers a chance, in the sense that we have singers that really flourish in an area by Verdi or Puccini, but there are also singers that are very at home in very early repertoire. So I feel this school really has a very wide variety of kinds of singers, and it also shows in the fact that we have a very strong early music department with which you can work closely together. So if that's your thing, you go there, you find your friends there to make a little ensemble with. But we also have a strong composition department, right? So I also got in touch with a young composer from that department, and you can also decide to go there and to discover how it is to make new music, contemporary music. So there are a lot of opportunities to discover different areas and to dive deeper into that. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a big strength of this school also. Yeah.
Thank you. You made a really nice link for me to ask Noah about the VOCO project, the vocal composition project, which obviously you're a main subject teacher, but you're also teaching on or guiding students in the vocal project. Can you say something a bit about that?
Yeah, the vocal project is a collaboration between the composition department and the singing department, in which the second year singers are the main part of the project, and the composers that are interested in writing for them are writing short pieces for maybe a singer and one or two maybe instruments. And in this process, myself together with one of the composition teachers, this year it's Michael Nass, we guide both groups or the different duos from what is it the composer is trying to achieve, how to see a score as a singer that I've never seen before. Maybe it's graphic, maybe it has something that, you know, and how is it to be a part of the creative process? I find that this is such an important thing for singers to realize that Mozart and Monteverdi and Brahms and Rossini, you know, and every classical composers we all adore were living composers. Actually, some of the names that I mentioned worked with specific singers whom they knew. So we just make the creative process up front, and in the process we all learn from each other. So what is the possibility of the singer? What is the possibility of the composer? How can we help both sides to create? And finally we create a concert. So that's the project.
Great, thank you. And we talked a bit about, obviously, the freedom that you have in the curriculum, but do you also have freedom, an example, for making changes in the department? Like if there needs to be changes in the curriculum, how do we talk about that?
Student panel.
That's exactly what I mean.
Absolutely.
Well done for picking that up.
I've been in the student panel, I think, from the very first year that I came here. And I find it absolutely amazing. Lots of freedom to say what we like, and it's all anonymous in the way that if there is a real problem, we never have to be scared that, you know, it reflects badly back on ourselves. Or I feel like I can say anything that I feel I want to say.
Can you just explain a little bit for the people who don't know what the student panel is?
So there are 2 students selected from each year, and we gather once.
Who selects the students?
Our students ourselves, of course. And I personally always try to ask my course mates if they have any issues, any problems, any questions that they would like to bring up in the panel, and then I like to bring them. And we meet once every, I think, 2-3 times a year.
Yeah.
Depends on how busy we are. Mostly online recently, but also live. And there is cake. Ruth always brings cake. That's nice.
Come to The Hague. There is
Come to The Hague. There is cake.
Actually, yeah. It's the bottom line.
So yeah, it's always very open and nice, and we're always friendly towards each other and very supportive, and it's nice. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll move on a little bit. So I'll ask Noah if she can kindly vacate the seat for Sarah to come and join us. And we're going to talk a little bit about being in the first year, what it's like to be... Sarah is one of our first year students. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sorry?
Do you want to introduce yourself, or...
Well,
I probably just did it for you.
Yes,
okay.
I'm Sara de los Campos, and I'm a first year student.
First year bachelor. And Sandra is first year again as master student. So just ask a little bit about how's the first year going so far?
Well,
it's very open.
Yes, it's very open, but for me it's been great until now. Listening to you two talking about the curricula and also Ster about how broad it is, I've been having great time to have a lot of information in what's being a classical singer. I had the time to network, but also to interact with the early music people and the jazz people, and that's been just so great because I feel like I've already seen an improvement in the way I make music, and that's really great. Yes.
Nice, thank you.
I can maybe reminisce a little bit about my first year here, because for me it was, I don't know, did you come from the Netherlands or?
No.
You moved here also, because for me it was, you know, first day of moving indeed into a different country, and I felt really, in a way, it was, you know, the first year's the open week, everything, you were brought into this, you were introduced to different departments and different people. It was very like, woo, so much going on and your head is full of so much stuff. And time flies, I have to say, because you're having fun in the school. And being now in master, I'm in a way happy that I already did the 4 years and I didn't come straight into master, because now I know the school and I can take my time and really take what I need for myself as an artist from this school. Because master is even more than bachelor here. You have to design your own education. But I suppose we get to that later in the discussion.
We might, if we have more time. Go back.
Yeah, but I think it's important that you say some things, because I talked about the curriculum, of course, for the bachelor, that you experience now in what we still call our new master program, because we changed it a lot the last 2 years. So can you tell us a bit?
It is divided into 3 parts, our master studies. And for me, it was very clear when I read the Master of Music Handbook already how it is all connected. You have your artistic development, of course. you have your research, and then you have your PIA, professional integration activity. And it's a sort of a triangle that is supposed to design you as an artist. And it's all connected, and it makes a lot of sense for me, because whatever I struggle with personally as a singer is what I can use, what I can research, and what I can use later as an outcome for my PIA. So it's all like, you know, I call it more a circle than a triangle, but it makes a lot of sense for me.
Can you tell a bit more about what the PIA is? Because we know it, but it sounds a bit strange, I think.
Professional integration activity. Yeah, these words don't say anything if you don't know what they mean. Basically, you are going to design a project and you get help in you know, project management and all this financial stuff also. And for me, it's going to be, for instance, an opera concert with a little improvisational element, because I want it to be a little bit different. But some people, they work with composers, they make this whole new pieces. Some people, they do dancing and this whole, you know, it's up to you what you want to do, but it's usually a concert or a, yeah.
Yeah, and you are coached by somebody coming from the professional world.
Yeah.
That is also important, because that is, we see it also as a link to the professional world, and yeah, a further introduction also to that world.
And preferably you can take your project later and sell it outside when you've graduated, which is, you know, a nice way to leap into professional world.
And your research, what's your experience in research? Because for lots of singers that is the difficult part also.
For me it was mainly to do with drama and stage presence, because I'm really into opera, and I've gotten a lot of feedback from teachers and my own teacher that I sometimes do a lot of generic things like this and use opera hands when I sing. So I'm trying to get rid of that. I'm trying to find how a singer can, you know, optimize physical movement in a way that is more genuine, at the same time connecting it to your inner emotions. And what is the limit? Where can I go so deep that I don't start to cry, but I can still sing nicely? And I really want to connect my research with my PIA, so that, you know, they support and they help each other, and I can use the workshops and the rehearsals for my research and so on. So it's organic. Yes, that's my plan.
Sounds really interesting, actually.
Yes.
And connected, slightly connected to that. Obviously, doing the PIA is the professional integration activity. And we have this, in the bachelor's, we have 4 years trajectory of career skills, kind of professional skills. And we start off in the first year with a working group voice, then followed in the second year with an intensive boot camp, entrepreneurship boot camp. Did that? Did you?
That was in my 3rd year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have business of music, audition training, and PPP, all in the bachelor. And then obviously in the master, you've got the project management, the PIA, and that sort of thing. So we're really trying to prepare you for the, you know, the outside world now. What is, obviously you've been through it as well. You're just started in the working group voice, and you're still in it.
Yes.
What are your experiences of the sort of the PPP course, so the career skills courses that we have in school? Maybe we start off with Sarah. You're in the very basic working group voice.
Doing it for this first semester, and I think it's you said it in one of the courses. We think that maybe it's too early to start thinking about that stuff in the first year of the bachelor, but it's actually not. We've been already doing some networking and trying to work on what Monica was saying, writing our CV, knowing how to act professionally as singers, and it's already been helpful now, not just as a preparation for the future, but also today in our formation to know how to contact with the professional world. I think it's really helpful to have it from the first day. Yes.
I didn't do the boot camp, and I didn't do because I came in later in the school.
Oh yeah, explain. You came in a higher year.
Yeah. Yes.
So tell our watchers,
our
viewers, our beamers, our streamers.
Yeah, so I studied for 2 years in Belgium in a different school, and then I decided to come here. I auditioned, and then I came in the second year. So I missed some subjects of the first year, so I didn't do that boot camp, and I also didn't do the voice groups.
Working group voice.
Yeah, the working group voice. But last year we got several meetings on taxes and stuff, very dry stuff, but also very important as a singer in the Netherlands to know how to do these things, because also as an expat you come here in the Netherlands and there's a whole system of taxes and all kinds of fines you can get if you do things wrong.
Monica's the only one that knows. We're all like, oh.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming. Yeah. And also that is provided by the school. We have talks with somebody telling us how to do that, and what if we want to be an independent musician here, how does that work? So I had that, and that was very, very useful. And also what Ruth said before, the fact that we have auditions before each project is very useful, because we are also asked to send in our CV and a cover letter, which also means that we write quite a lot of these cover letters, and it also makes it easier for us when we do a real audition to know, okay, how does that work? What do we write? How do we write in a professional but still personal way? Because we still want to show our personality. And it's also nice because Ruth offers the opportunity to get feedback on our CV and cover letters. So that's also a big asset of this curriculum.
Do you have anything to add?
No, we're just grateful for you. It's very nice of you.
I'll pay you later. Give you some more cake. That is a nice leap to our next topic, and I might ask Sarah to swap with Jaap. We've invited many people today to talk about projects, auditions, stage skills. So as Monica mentioned before, we have lots of projects throughout the year. We do auditions for as many as we can. And applications with CV, cover letter, and then feedback. What is the application process like? Is it difficult? Is it annoying that I make you write something new every single time you want to audition, even though we have 7 auditions within like 2 months or something, didn't we, in September? We had so many auditions for project. Literally the first day of school this year, we had an audition. Yes. What's the process of the applying for projects and things like? Well, ask Jaap, as he's not.
Yes. I think it's nice because you have to write this cover letter about why you think this project is good for you and why you're good for the project. And I think it's a nice moment for me to reflect on what I'm doing, what kinds of projects I've done in the past few months, and how this project would fit into my development in a certain style, because we have early music projects, sometimes an opera project. We have all these different kinds of projects which don't necessarily connect to each other, but connect to the different parts of the different styles I'm exploring as a singer. So I think it's good that we write that cover letter every time, because and also update your CV so you can really see like how you're doing, and every time have a little moment to think about that.
And also, we don't have to do all the auditions. So it's not like there are a lot of opportunities, but if we decide to do only 1 or 2, because we want to explore that field, for example, an early music project, then it's also good. It's not that we're overwhelmed with things we have to do.
Yeah. And speaking of auditions, what's your experience in the auditions? Like on an audition day, what's it like?
For me, it feels professional, as if we have to, we can't just go there in our jumpers and our nice.
That's happened.
But so it feels like a professional environment, but still being carried by the kind faces of Monica and Ruth that are also sitting there in the panel. So we are still aware of the fact that we have space to improve. We don't have to be a finished product when we go to these auditions. But we do feel kind of that adrenaline kick, because there is an external person almost always there. So it's a good combo of both, I feel, for me.
No, what was also said before, the importance of getting that adrenaline and getting yourself out there. trains you to be used to it. And also, I don't remember who that was that said that actually, if you keep performing, your body adjusts to it, and then you are less nervous over time. This is why Corona is so difficult for some singers, because then you don't get used to it again, then you're so nervous. But yes, force yourself to go out there, force yourself to audition. You know, it's not going to go right the first time, but, you know, then you get used to it. It's important.
I do remember the first few auditions we had this year. Everybody was just so happy to just sing again.
Sing, yeah.
They weren't super nervous actually, because they were just so happy to sing
in front of people.
Yeah, like, oh, people,
live
it was
people.
just, yeah, rather than
Instead of
singing
your
into a
cats.
screen. Yeah. Definitely true. So, were there any memorable projects for you, or for example, Sandra, you've just been in one that wasn't?
I was so sad that it didn't continue, of course. We had Michael Chan's Alcina, yeah. And my still favorite that one that was in was The Fairy Queen with Michael Chance. I think that was in my third year or second year. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it was also with a lot of people, and Michael Chance always gives, you know, the chance to all the singers to do something, and you will have a lot to do because they're always so colorful. There's a lot of action going on. Just to be on stage, learn how to be on stage. Ruth gives us a small lecture about how to do stage makeup, and we get all the costumes, and it's just super nice. And also I feel always with the projects, I get to know all the singers that I never know. I see all these new faces on school. There's like people who jump in from second or third year, and then I'm like, who's that? And then during the projects, I'm like, we're best buddies, you know, it's super nice. And yeah.
Yeah, you get to meet a lot of students in your group lesson, because obviously the group lessons are from all the same students from your teacher.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you'll meet students obviously in your year, but the projects really bring...
And we meet instrumentalists, of
lots
course.
of people together, and you meet instrumentalists as well. They were very good in this project, and they were also very upset when on Tuesday we had to pull the plug.
Yeah, and meeting other people is also, there's another thing, because you not only have the projects and the standard curriculum, but you also have electives and minors, for instance. That is also a very important part, I think, of your education. And we have two important minors. That is, if you are doing classical singing as your main subject, you can do the minor early music singing, and the other way around. If you're a classical if you're an early music singer, you can do a classical minor. What's your experience in a minor?
Who goes first?
Yes, well, for me it's been great, because I came in here when I was 19, and I thought, okay, I'm going to study with Frans Wiesedier, my teacher, and then that was classical singing. And then I discovered in my first year with the Fairy Queen, where I also participated, that I liked early music so much, and then it's really easy to start a minor, do an audition, and then get these lessons with the early music specialists and be in more early music projects. And it's been a way for me to just experience all these different styles and these older styles, and that's been great for me.
Yeah, and if you do an elective, of course, you have lots of choices. So you were talking about meeting other students, other singing students, but that is also a possibility, having an elective or non-singing minor, to meet other people in the conservatoire. And I think that's also really important, because you already talked about meeting the composers and work together with them, and it's a thing that we think is really important.
Well, I did, for instance, the education minor, and there it's everyone, different departments, really, really nice. And we had to also do a project together, and you again meet people, so very nice.
You all give me great links to my next topics every time. My next topic is about community feeling and internationalization. Does any of you, it feels a bit awkward for me to say that we have a really nice department and everybody gets along, but we kind of do.
I agree, yeah.
Do any of you want to say something a bit about that? We hear there's a lot of camaraderie. We see it as well. We see that everybody seems to get along. Can you explain it from a student perspective, what it's like here?
I think it's also not just our department, it's the KC in general. And I've heard stories from other schools which might not be true, but I feel here there's such brotherly just warmness, and everyone is super supportive and open, and it's very, very international also. And I'm not afraid to talk about my, I don't know, my difficulties as an artist or as a singer with others. I don't feel like they judge me or anything ever, like something like that. It's very friendly, super open, and I also think I wrote that in my reflection letter when I graduated or whatever, that this has been one of the most open and heartwarming experiences for me in the school. Yeah. And it's hard to learn Dutch because everyone is international.
Tell me about it, yeah.
Very, very international,
Yeah,
very many
that's-
cultures, super nice.
It's also interesting for the people who are watching us that we almost do all the lessons in English.
Yeah.
And then I think the only exception is if you are Dutch and your singing teacher is Dutch, then
Yeah.
that is the lesson that you speak Dutch. But I think that's only, the only lesson, more or less.
So speaking of that in internationalization, obviously we've got a lot of international students. Does that bring challenges, benefits? What's it like being an international student? What's it like not being an international student? The one non-international here.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's been nice to get into contact with these people from all around Europe, but the world, actually. And to talk to them and find out where do they come from, not in a literal sense, but in this sense of how do they get into classical music and how do they get to The Hague. And it's just really nice to get to know these people and to hear about their experiences I think 19% of the conservatory is Dutch at this point, or something.
About
like
that, yeah.
Yeah. But I felt very at home here with all these people from everywhere, and
I mean, not to say anything bad about Dutch people or anything, but I feel like this international crowd makes it very open-minded, and everything is accepted. And I feel like that's a plus, a really big plus, that it's such a big international community. I feel like The Hague in general is very international. And it's easy to blend in here as an expat.
Yeah, it's also less overwhelming if you come into a school where almost everybody is coming from a different country, so you feel less lonely, right? Because there are, of course, a lot of different things about the Netherlands than in your home country, but everybody is going through that same thing. And of course, you will never be in the cafeteria not understanding a conversation because everybody is speaking English, and you won't have everybody speaking Dutch and you're the only Spanish one there, for example. So you won't have that, which is a very good thing.
Thank you very much. I would like to, in the nicest way possible, ask you to leave. And then, and then, one Stera can stay.
Thank you.
And then ask Noah and Maurice to join us, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
So Maurice we've met Noah before, one of our main subject singing teachers, and Maurice is one of our coach pianists. I'm just talking a bit about coach pianist, main subject teacher, and the combination teaching team and how it all works. Can you just briefly explain the difference in your roles?
Yes.
You can start.
Yes, okay. Our roles are in a way different that, of course, if you are going to sing, very often you have to start with the technique. And that is what you learn mostly, or actually completely, in your singing lesson with your main teacher. When you come to the coaching lesson, we don't work technically, but we work more. We look at the style of a piece, structure. Of course, what is very important is communicating with each other, how you communicate with the audience. We dive into the text, of course, in opera, in the story, into the story, but in art song, in the poems, into the poems. So, and of course, you are doing part of that also in your singing lesson, but yeah, let's be honest, there is a fair amount of time that goes into the technical aspect of singing during your main subject lesson. So,
nice. And yeah, I think that, of course, it's true what you say, and the more I teach, the more I realize how it's not what people think, that there is a singing teacher, but it's a community thing. It takes, like they say, it takes a village to raise a child. So I think that what is true, and I spoke about it with one of the people that came for a trial lesson today, if you're in an opera production as a singer, you know, you might get a lot of input from a stage director, from the conductor, from a pianist that is in rehearsal. So we share responsibility, we share the joy and the work together as a, and I always like to talk, if Maurice and I are talking about a student, which we share, because there are several teachers, several pianists, then we are the team of this student, and Maurice would have a different perspective that you get from the piano, from the perspective of making literally chamber music with the singer, whereas I come always from the outside in the sense of teaching the technique, also talking about music. So the aspects can be similar, but we bring different angles, which makes it a more complete education. So, and I think it's very needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think another aspect is that if a student has to work with a pianist, well, you have to make up your mind. Sometimes I ask, what tempo would you like? That's different when there is a pianist sitting, or that you are singing on your own in a singing lesson without piano. It's completely different, because you have to know how to make clear to a pianist what tempo you would like. And sometimes those simple things are already difficult. So it's also, for a part, it's also realization of some things you're not aware of, that they are that important to be clear in the communication.
And how do you think students should approach their lessons with you both? How should they be prepared?
Well, it's in our job as coach pianist, it's very funny because, well, it already says coach pianist. So I am a coach, but also a pianist. And when I am on stage, I'm not the coach anymore. On stage, we coach pianists transform into the equal
Master
partners.
Yeah.
Well, let's say equal musical partners. That's and of course in a lesson there's also room for a student. If a student has a strong idea about a song, he or she can tell that. But of course, as a coach, you also try to guide a little bit. But on stage, yeah, we are just two performers, and that's really nice. You know each other very well from the lessons, but on stage, yeah, that aspect changes.
Can I say something else? Because we were talking about sharing a student. You are a coach pianist, you are a teacher, but we also have the system that students can share, can have two teachers.
Right.
So you have also that sharing with another singing teacher.
Yeah, which is I find very special. I was teaching in communication with other universities, and it seems to be practically very rare or non-existent. So I think that it's worth mentioning. It means that somebody, for example, Stella is my student as well as Katherine's student. It means that you get lessons. Suddenly I speak to you, Stella.
I know.
You get hello. You get lessons from both of your teachers. And most of the time, because I feel that in terms of singing philosophy and how we listen, that we share so much between the different teachers that teach main subject teacher here. But of course, there are some differences. So for me, it depends very much on the student. I think there is a big advantage because I think that you get maybe even the same things said in different ways. In case people are confused, which happen. If they're confused, we try to be the bridge and create a communication. Sometimes I would call one of my colleagues and say, okay, how would you describe legato? Because this student was thinking, and then we just try to find the words so that we can work together. Of course, my early music singers have already some other singers. So there is a kind of a collaboration. But I also want to refer, if you allow me, to what we said before about how to approach, how to come prepared for the lessons. I think what I like to think and what I hear also from the curriculum and what we try to do here is that there are two almost opposing things that we try to do. One is this is a school where people are allowed and are encouraged to be young artists, to not know, to fail, to do auditions and not pass them, to learn, to break the voice on the way to get a technique, on the way to improve your musical talent. So all of that is the developing part. And on the other hand of that, we have all this preparation for the career, thinking how to be a professional, and I think that I always think that if you get that as our student, then you're doing really well. If you get a difference between what does it mean to be a professional, alongside the fact that you might be improvising or not knowing and you didn't figure yourself out as an artist, I think then you're really great because you allow yourself to experiment, and on the other hand, you already train the muscle, which we all need in this profession, especially this day and age, of knowing what to do. So I very much hope that also students that come, and communication is very important, that they come and they say, okay, I was doing this and that with Maurice, we try to, and now I'm doing that with you, how can we combine that, what are the subjects? So communication all the time, experimenting, and on the other hand, really from day one deciding that you're going to be a professional, that you came here, you mean business, you really want to be a singer, you really want to flourish when you finish the school. Yeah.
I think you just gave a really good closing statement.
Oh, okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I was going to ask another question, but I think that's a really good, strong way to end our discussion.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you
all the
very
people
much.
that are present.
All the people present.
All the people that are watching.
And everybody behind the scenes on the cameras and the audio. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Amare!
And here we are at our new home, the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague.
This is the Wayfield Synthesis Studio, which is one of my favorite spots in Amare.
The study rooms are just amazing. It's great to practice here.
And this is my favorite room in Amare, one of the jazz drums practice rooms.
We're now at the dance studios, which is my favorite part of Amare.
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 And it also has a really good acoustic.
Actually, we can show you.
But this one's great too.
Yeah, we really like it here.
I was always a little kid with big dreams to become a singer. To be a singer means that you need to practice.
Yes, a lot. Like we're here every day. We practice really, I think, 6 to 7 times a week. And we have our lessons here, our theory lessons.
And our practicing is not only singing, but also research and reading operas and hearing operas. We have amazing opportunities, great projects that help us develop as musicians.
To just get to know new things that we maybe never knew that existed, like operas or songs, composers even.
Composers.
And we also have the opportunity to work with young composers together
Exactly.
from the composition department,
Yeah.
where they write songs especially for us, for example. And also in our department, we are really working well together and we're supportive to each other. We sing together. And it's a very good experience for all of us.
Hoi, ik ben Luc en ik neem jullie mee naar de studieavond van Art of Sound. Ik studeer Art of Sound hier in Den Haag. Wat voor mij speciaal maakt is dat je naast de technische vaardigheden ook de muzikale vaardigheden leert. Waardoor je muzikaal verder ontwikkelt en dus ook muzikaler gaat werken. En daarnaast zit je in een conservatorium omgeven door muzici. Waarmee je ook projecten aan kan gaan. We werken regelmatig samen met jazzstudenten om opnames te doen of met compositie en de klassieke afdeling. Ik speel zelf gitaar. Dit is onze analoge opnamestudio. Dus we hebben hier 1 grote live boot, 3 kleinere boots. Mooie kans om ervaring te krijgen ook met van dit soort apparatuur. Leuk aan de opleiding dat je heel veel projecten kan doen, waardoor je heel veel praktijkervaring krijgt, zoals het ook in het werkveld eraan toe gaat.
Hi, my name is Annika. And welcome to the dance department.
And we're from the bachelor program, dance.
For me, actually the highlights of the year are just performing in general. I really like to work towards a performance, and we have a lot of them throughout the year, so I just always look forward to them the most.
So we had the Young Talent Project, and then we have studio evenings like twice a year, and then also the end of the year performances, which will be on the big stage here in Amare, which is amazing. Earlier this year, we participated in the Young Talent program, which is always an amazing experience, working together with Nederlands Danstheater.
And we're now sharing the building with them, so it's really actually inspiring to see that they're only like 3 levels below us, and sometimes in the corridors you could see them walk past, and it's kind of inspiring to see like professional dancers and in the same building.
It's just amazing to learn repertoire from NDT. It's just an amazing opportunity to taste a little bit of company life.
And this is the sonology department. Came here because I was really intrigued by the way how the department marries composition and electronic music.
And also I think it's very nice to be among such an active community of musicians where people come from very diverse backgrounds.
And also because it has such a rich history in electroacoustic music. Sonology is the study of sound. To study sound, we use various means: analog equipment, digital environments like coding and working with artificial intelligence, field recording practices, improvisation, working with multi-channel setups. Sonology is quite technical, but in the end it's the art that matters and the music. All the classrooms and studios are very pleasant to work in. We used to be in the basement, now we're on the 6th floor. We have daylight, we have big windows, light that can be dimmed.
Very nice. It's very dry, which is nice, and also the acoustic panels that are placed on the walls, and it's a nice small room. It's very clean and it's a great space.
Fijne repetitieruimtes en ook fijn om nu eindelijk hier te zitten.
It's really nice.
It's really nice to be here.
Thanks.
Amare is a really special place. We have all the cultural things in one, where we have everything you can imagine, from an orchestra to a dance theater, and of course also our Conservatoire, which is the top floors with the best view.
You can find the art of sound, jazz department, percussion department, classical department, classical singing department.
Contemporary dance, but also classical dance.
Recording, producing en sound reinforcement.
Music theory.
En muziekgeschiedenis krijg je onder andere.
Sound engineering, the colloquium where people's research is being discussed.
You have so many possibilities. You are very welcome to come, maybe next year.
Hope to see you soon.
A very, very warm welcome to the open day of the Royal Conservatoire here in The Hague. I'm standing here in Amare, our brand new building. It's glorious, it's inspiring, it's huge. And we share it with the orchestra, with the dance company. And this is in a way a laboratory for the future of music and dance. And why would you come and study with us? I'm not here to persuade you to do so, but I'm here to ask you a question. Why would you study music and dance? How are you going to do it? What is the future of the art forms music and dance? These are questions that we can answer by acting, by being here, being amongst each other and addressing these questions. That is what education is about. The questions and trying to formulate answers. And it'll never stop. It won't stop within the 4 years of a bachelor course or the 2 years of a master course. It will not stop if you study dance and get your diploma. It'll always go on. And I think what we're here to educate you with is to keep on moving, keep on thinking, keep on creating your own life in combination with the discipline music and dance and what they mean to society. Come here and change and keep changing.
In het Koninklijk Conservatorium in Den Haag wordt deze dagen onder leiding van Reinbert de Leeuw gerepeteerd voor de wereldpremière van Andriessens laatste compositie, De Tijd.
Het is in tegenstelling tot de meeste muziek en het meeste beeld, is het niet om je mee te slepen, maar juist om je de tijd, het duren van de tijd. Hoe langzaam een klok gaat, om je dat zoveel mogelijk bewust te laten worden. Dus de muziek die je hoort is extreem langzaam en over het algemeen nogal zacht.
Het is een heel radicaal stuk waarin eigenlijk, als je het op de korte afstand bekijkt, niets gebeurt, heel weinig gebeurt. Louis zei zelfs, ja, misschien is het wel saai. Maar als je afstand van het stuk neemt, net zoals je afstand moet nemen van een beeldhouwwerk van Henry Moore, hè, dat kan je ook niet zien als je erop staat. Als je het helemaal kunt behappen, dan begrijp je de ongelooflijke dynamiek die je in dat stuk ziet.
Elke groep heeft op enig moment in het stuk iets met een van de andere groepen te maken. En het maakt dan niet uit waar ze zitten, of ze naast elkaar zitten of totaal tegenover elkaar. En elkaar net wel, net niet kunnen zien. En toch moet het dan klinken als één klap. Want uiteindelijk heeft hij het toch als pianostuk geschreven en dan uitgeschreven voor... Dus hoe makkelijk het is om op één piano dit te doen, op het moment dat er een tweede piano is die precies hetzelfde moet doen, is het al een uitdaging. Laat staan als er, nou ja, wat zijn het, 58 spelers tegelijk een klap moeten geven.
Orchestra of the 18th Century is, of course, a very good orchestra with great musicians and with a lot of experience. So playing with them, it's super enriching, and it always sounds very good.
Für mich ist das Side-by-Side-Projekt eine wahnsinnige Chance, weil wir die Möglichkeit haben, mit professionellen Orchestermusikern zusammenzuarbeiten, gemeinsam ein Konzert bzw. jetzt eine Konzertaufnahme zu produzieren. Und wir lernen auf höchstem professionellem Niveau zu arbeiten.
Hello everyone, my name is Suzanne Abuel. I am head of the jazz department and I'm very happy to welcome you to the live stream about our department. I have some lovely students here. They wore the right sweater without even us asking. This is Sarah. She's Sarah Rape. She's a third-year bachelor voice student. And we have Gonzalo, and I never know your last name because Feijão, exactly. He's a double bass student in the Bachelor 2. We have main subject teacher Wolfert Brederode, the pianist, and main subject bass teacher Tony Overwater. Tony also gives a whole myriad of subjects, so we'll be speaking about the curriculum as well. And I would like to start the conversation off by addressing a cliché that is always very popular about this school, that it's a very traditional school. And yes, we are a traditional school, I think. We are very connected to the tradition. And at the same time, we also value innovation. And I'm just wondering what your take about this is. Maybe we start with you, Tony.
Sure, yes. Like Wolfert, I also was a student here in school a long time ago. Let's keep it to that. Of course, it had the name of being a traditional school, but if you look at the people that are alumni on this school, they're all in quite contemporary fields, or a lot of them, and very proud of that. But I think you can always hear if somebody had a decent jazz background, even if it's in free improvisation or it's in Arabic improvisation or anything else. But I think this ground of this school just gives a fertile ground to become a serious artist. So for me, the fact that it's traditional jazz is like when you go to school and you learn Latin. You know, that's just something you have to learn in order to be able to learn a lot of other things. So for me, yes, tradition, but innovation is the stuff that grows on tradition.
Yeah, thank you very much. And maybe the student's perspective, Gonzalo, what's the value for you to learn from someone like Tony, who has a very firm knowledge of tradition, and of course also is an innovator himself and a pioneer, and had a record label when no one had a record label back in the early 90s.
And they still had records.
Yeah, I think it's great that actually about the tradition part, I really find it that here we really are going traditional-wise in a perspective of jazz, because, I mean, for my understanding of it, I found that jazz is a moving thing. It's always innovating. So it's kind of the tradition to be always innovating. So if we learn in this school how jazz evolved and to get the language of jazz, and then like you give us the tools to then innovate, then you're really doing the tradition. You're keeping the tradition of jazz. And for me as a student, I'm really new to it because, I was in the classical department before, and then I started doing I checked some lessons with Tony, I did some rhythm section lessons, and I started learning a bit what was this, and I got really interested. And it was really good for me, especially to learn with Tony. It was really great because Tony also has this classical background. We shared the same teacher, Quirijn. And it's really nice to me to have someone that can really show me, like, how can I apply my technique coming from classical and my perspective on music coming from classical, and how can I shape it and apply it to the jazz world, how to learn this new language, and then what can I do with it, how can I move forward with it. And like for me it's really important, and it's been quite a ride, and I'm a student. Sometimes, like for some teachers, I feel like I'm quite a difficult student because it's like I have a lot of questions and I like to do a lot of stuff. And Tony really helped me. Like he goes with me in my questions, but at the same time he tells me like, okay, you got to do this, and you have to shape this and do this and build this solid background. And I feel that I'm building kind of this pyramid, like with a solid ground so that I can build up. And for me, it's really great. I'm really enjoying it. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, good to hear. And it kind of all comes down to vocabulary. That's what I hear back all the time, like language, vocabulary. You don't speak a language with 3 words. So it's really, that's what it boils down to. And maybe later on we'll speak about the technique aspect as well of studying classical singing, for example, or classical double bass, and of course classical piano as well. I would like to, of course, what the school is doing is giving great curriculum and a platform for students to meet and to change and to have a network that actually lasts a lifetime. In my case, it is like this, and actually in most of our alumnus cases. And I think it's also a school's task to provide an ideal as possible learning environment. And the first clip we will show you, I asked one of our master students, what's part of an ideal learning environment? So let's hear what Tristan has to say about this.
But besides that, it's just being surrounded by really good musicians and playing and talking. And there's something I really like about the conservatory is that a lot of teachers, for me at least, plant seeds of curiosity. Like it's just they talk about something. They won't necessarily go into detail, but a lot of them have so much knowledge. And so they'll just speak about something they know about. And you're just like, what is that? You go home and do all the research and everything. And so that's a good learning environment. Just doing, working.
Yes, so seeds of curiosity, I found is such a wonderful term. And we have many students who are doing different things. They are, of course, great performers, so great drummers in Tristan's case, but then in his case also, he's a fantastic pianist as well. He's an arranger and a composer, and probably we all love these kind of students. By the way, we also love the students with questions. So it's really, those are the students we love, of course. And maybe from your perspective, doing all these kinds of things yourself as well, in the piano department, how would you say, how is this stimulated, this, the fact of working on your own material as well, being a complete musician, having a great technique, learning about theory as well, harmony, you know, the whole package? What do you think about this?
Yeah, I personally hope to inspire them to check out as much as possible. You know, not only jazz, but also go to listen to classical, go to sonology, old music, you know, and accumulate that and see what you can use in your own music, you know, and if you can apply it to it, you know, and that's especially in the later years, so the 3rd year, you see then very students developing in a very original way. Somebody choose more minimalistic elements. And I try to support that and also give them directions, like if they say, okay, actually I feel like really going in this direction, then I hope that I can provide them with, okay, this might be inspirational for you, and I try to work on their own material. And that's very nice to see that the broadness of interest, you know, it's in the tradition, but also in more modern developments, other kinds of music. So yes, I hope, and I think most of the teachers do that, is stimulating that, you know, check out as much as possible and make it one whole.
Yeah, and that's what students often say, like not only Tristan, but many of our students say, I mean, teachers are like inspirators to check things out. And I mean, in the piano department, it's the secondary subject is usually classical piano, and I always found, now I saw the exams, the final presentation in secondary subject is 25 minutes of repertoire playing. Yeah. Right. And so it's much more than technique. Can you say just a few words about that?
Well, yeah, it's long, 25 minutes, but it's really nice because I think the 2 classical teachers we have teaching side subject
Bert Mooijman and Wim Vogt.
Yes, they also really are interested in what they're doing jazz-wise and how they're on, and they try to adapt in the final presentation, adapt the repertoire a bit to it. So it could be that John Cage is being played. You know, it's not just the classical, some technical Bach, and you know, it's well, same as you. It's also very original recitals, and I was curious myself, like, whoa, what's that composer? So that's very nice. So we make sure, and we also have contact with, of course, a lot of contact with the classical teachers, that it's kind of connected, that we know what they're doing, and we always try to emphasize that it's really, this classical playing can really help, you know, bringing ideas to you and sound, especially to your jazz playing.
So it's much more than technique, and it's also that sense of discovery of repertoire and horizon, of knowing what was before us and what is happening right now, of course, with the composition department and other departments that we collaborate with. Yeah, I would like to show a little clip now of Tristan again. I mean, I have to defend myself in using Tristan so much, because Tristan was the first drummer that graduated with a 10, and he also was the winner of the folk medal. That name is not so beautiful, but the medal is good. It's the best overall graduation of the entire school, and he recorded in Kees van Barnsaal some of his own material, so we listen just to an excerpt. And on this clip, you also see José Cervera, the alto saxophone player, an alumnus of us. So that's also really special, that alumni and current students and teachers work together. We just finished the community week. Later on, Catherine Koch, head of master research, will also join us. She did the first ever Baroque jam with jazz students, which was really a fantastic experience. So the community of expertise that we have in the departments, that we have in the teachers, in the faculty, but also in the students, whatever they bring, I think is really special. And I think we make it a point that there is no real separation. Of course, the teacher is the teacher and the student is the student, but they collaborate with each other. And I just have a very small clip of an example of that, or actually two clips. One is Chuck Seng Lam, a master student, alto saxophone, doing a recording with Eric Ineke. So we listen to that one first. Yeah, welcome back. We have teachers that are really interested in teaching. So, of course, like Eric Hineke, he is playing all over the place, not only in Holland, in normal times I'm talking, and internationally as well. But we also have, I mean, most of our teachers, all of our teachers have a long background of educators and of being dedicated in that domain as well. And we will listen to another nice, wonderful excerpt of our vocal teacher, Yvonne Smeets, with a student that she chose to accompany her. Just an excerpt of that.
Say, what did I do and what did I say that ever could lead you to treat me this way? If I've been untrue, I'm willing to pay. And darling, if that's not enough, I'll do anything you say. Darling, please, wherever you may be, hear my plea and hurry home to me. I know without your love, I just can't go on. I wonder where our love has
Yes, welcome back. This was Yvonne Smeets and Jonas Panen. And just yesterday in the Community Week, you were teaching with Yvonne. Can you tell something about that? About this team teaching you did?
Oh yeah, we had a really nice time in looking at the relationship between text and music, and to look at it from two different sides. So obviously you have a composition and you write a lyric on top of it, but what happens if you pick a poem and you're going to make music with that? And we had two different combos, and they each had their own take on this poem, and it was very funny actually, and very different how they approached it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was really nice.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Sarah, maybe you want to say something about being a vocal student as well. There's always, you know, the big discussion, are vocalists musicians as well, and you know, they have a certain curriculum that is maybe different in certain areas, but of course they follow all the same theory package and educational skills. And what does that mean for you to study, to kind of try to fit in both of these worlds?
It's an interesting question, actually. I feel like the conservatory is very open here to actually educate us all as to become musicians. And I really appreciate that. So to be honest, this was also why I chose The Hague Conservatory, because I saw my curriculum, I'm all the time with instrumentalists and I'm always in mixed groups. So I also learned to be a composer, to arrange for big bands, to play piano, you know, like a lot of stuff where I felt like, this is actually great, because I want to become a musician and not just vocalist. But of course, vocals is my instrument. So you have to face some things that are special about this instrument. And there are moments, especially in combo settings, where you will feel this, because we cannot just push the button and be in tune, or change the key like this. Sometimes you have a feel for the music, how you practiced it or something. And I feel there's a sensitivity that we need for our instrument as vocalists, but also the others would need, also some teachers would need to handle it in a different way sometimes. And I know there are really nice approaches, like I'm very happy where I am now with, but I know that there was some struggle for me personally in the first years to find my role and also to stand up. There's still a lot of traditional jazz music and bebop especially, which is instrumentally written, you know? And then sometimes the lyrics come later, or you write lyrics and you can suggest them, which makes it easier to find your role in a setting like this. But there will always be people who will kind of fight for the old traditional way to say, but there was no singer, so sorry, you have to wait now, you know? And it even can happen to you in a masterclass that you come with so much enthusiasm and you're like, yeah, great, there's a new teacher, I want to see what he's teaching or she. And then actually they just suggest tunes where there are no lyrics. So what do you do? Of course we learn to sketch. So I think this is definitely a thing which is helpful, to have harmonic awareness and also to become an instrument sometimes and to use this as well. But it's also good to stand up for yourself sometimes, and maybe to suggest to write lyrics for the next session or something like that, no?
Yeah,
And,
but you address something very important, that you kind of take, you're kind of proactive in this situation, and you think, how can I solve it to make it good? Because we have so many ensembles that have very different focuses all the time and always mixed levels, which we find is also important, that you learn from each other and you learn from the skills. And I know that, I think you were at a masterclass with Tony in the summer. Can you say something about this?
Which was outside of the conservatory?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, yeah. This is really inspiring that we are also getting information about classes or master classes or summer schools somewhere else. So in this case, I went to a summer week for Oriental music, where Tony is also teacher, and then a lot of great artists from Syria and Lebanon were there. So for me, this was really mind-blowing, to be honest, because we talked about before that it's a traditional school, and yes, we need to learn the basics in the first, especially for my field, the first 2 years.
You not only need to, you want to.
Yes, I want to. No, I really want to. I feel it really helps. What you said is completely true. It's a language, and we need to learn the basic skills, but it's really inspiring to go in other fields, and maybe you can collect other ideas of music, in this case, Oriental music or world music. And it's great because, our teachers are also offering things outside of the conservatory. And for me, this was really great to see. Also, in Oriental music, the singer has a different role. For example, it was new to me that if there is a soloist, that I can do backings. I don't know, I didn't experience it here before. And now I have a different view. If there are soloists, I can also do backings like a saxophone player, do lines, but then you get new ideas of it, actually.
And I saw that in your secondary subject exam as well. That's why these secondary subjects, it's a little bit not a very lucky name for the subject, because it's actually auxiliary subject that helps the main subject somehow. And then in these classes you also address many different much different repertoire that, like you say, enriches your musical world. So I've seen it in your case as well. I would like to speak about the projects we are doing. We do, of course, big band projects, about 5 a year. We had different conductors this year. We had Philippe Maniez, we had John Rocco, and he's going to be back in April. We also had Miho Hazama, who works with the Metropole Orchestra. But we also had the Aspire Project Week with teachers coming in, external teachers coming in. We just had the Community Week. I think we have a clip also from Emmett Cohen. We did a masterclass with the trio, so not only with one person, but with a trio. And that was really interesting because we could go to the studio as well. We collaborate very closely with the Art of Sound department. And in this case, it was a masterclass and then a recording in the studio. So we'll listen to a short clip of that.
Next, we'd like to play a Wayne Shorter composition. This is called This Is for Albert. featuring Rick, Pietro, Danilo, Dani, Arjun, and Kyle Poole.
Yes, so these were mostly master students with main subject teacher Rick Moll, trumpet teacher. That was a very interesting experience after one afternoon to go into the studio. We have, I think, a great community of students. Just recently, our students organized themselves the goodbye party of the Erasmus students. That was something that moved me very much. It was the first time in 20 years in higher music education that I saw something like that. You know, the students themselves actually asked, hey, can we organize this? And all the Erasmus students performed. So we have a lot of student-led initiatives as well. For example, the vocal night was an example like this, where the students got together and organized a whole concert program by themselves, the recording as well, and they felt responsible for it. So we do value these kind of initiatives, and I would like to show a short clip of that vocal night of Ania Krivionoka with her ensemble that she composed and arranged for strings and students from all different departments. Yes, so we're back and we welcome Catherine Koch on the table. She's head of research in the master and also teacher in the early music department, harpsichordist. And you're teaching the Introduction to Artistic Research course, among many other things. So we'll speak about the master curriculum in just a second. I first want to address also something that is very dear to me in the bachelor, that is all the opportunities that students have in the free space. They can choose electives. They can choose electives, of course, that we are offering, or they can go to Leiden University, do electives there. They can go to Code-Arts elective, and they can do minors, 3-year programs in different departments, or minor secondary instrument in the jazz department if they are multi-instrumentalists. So there's a whole spectrum of possibilities in the free space. And I wanted to ask you, Gonzalo, how do you make use of that?
Yeah, for me, it's really nice that we have these opportunities, because as a student, for me, it's really cool because like I said, about all the questions, and this actually gives me some answers that sometimes my teachers can't give me, because it's something that I really have to explore. I came from classical and I came to jazz, but also not just because I really like jazz, but also because I like music as a whole. And these electives really give me the possibility to explore. Like now I'm doing electives in the music production, so art of sound electives. And actually there we do some mixes of all the styles, so I really explore what's behind the music of those styles of music. If I could go, for example, to flamenco music. I have a friend who's there doing it, Antonio, and he's loving it. And it's great because I really see answers coming. You know, I was like, do I really like this? How much do I like this? How much time do I want to spend on this? And I'm second year now, so it's like this time where I'm really getting to know jazz, and then on the third and fourth year, maybe I am more free to explore myself as an artist. But I already have kind of an idea of where do I want to go in the next 2 years.
Sure.
And as maybe not as a student, but as someone that looks at the school, and maybe someone from outside, it's really nice to see different projects happening and how the students are moving themselves as artists. Like Antonio again, it's like he's building his own project with flamenco music, mixing jazz and flamenco music, but also with his own compositions. And it's really great to see that. And I mean, that wouldn't be happening for sure if he hadn't the opportunity of doing this elective in Code-Arts. And for me, I had this recording device, like I have the microphones and the audio interface at home. Yeah. And I learned a lot of stuff that really helps me to do like a basic recording, which is something really important for musicians.
So it's kind of a way, what I hear you say also is that it's a way to personalize the curriculum, because in the bachelor, the curriculum is quite general, and everyone kind of has to do the same. But in the free space, it's possible to personalize based on affinities and talents and interest, of course.
Personalizing, it's a key word, especially when we are in a art school, and that's something that I find it really important.
Not in a heart, but in art. You mean,
art. But in an art school, is that you build artists. You know, not just musicians or music players, but artists. And if you personalize it as much as you can, then you're really building it artists. You know.
For sure. This gives us a really great intro for the master, because in the master it's really all about personalizing and an individual question, a research question, and artistic research that is connected to the art and has an artistic outcome. So maybe first to you, Catherine, do you want to say something? Could you say something about how the 3 domains of artistic development and research and professional preparation, integration actually it is in the master, how they work together?
Sure. It was wonderful what you said about creating artists. And what we hope to do in the master is to create inquisitive, curious, thinking artists who are able to communicate not only through their playing and performing, but also verbally and in writing. and in film. So we have a great master program that we're very proud of, and it has 3 main points. Actually, it's sort of like a triangle. It doesn't need to be a fixed triangle. It can move a little bit. And the top part is artistic development. Let's face it, that's what we're here to do, right? To become compelling, communicative artists. So that's number 1 focus. But then the other 2 points are professional integration, getting students out of the building, getting students to create their own projects and to build their network and to build their community, but to give them the tools to do that. And my department is responsible for artistic research. Academic research, yes, and artistic research. Some students are searching for a stepping stone to maybe a PhD program or another type DMA program in the US or Canada, and we provide them with the skills to do that. But most of the students are working on artistic research, which is actually a question. We love questions. Questions lead to answers, and that's where we hope students will find that question that's connected to their instrument, their art, their style, the development of their style, their combo, their orchestra, their ensemble. And we give them 1.5 years the time to investigate that. And we provide them with a research supervisor. We provide them with a safe environment, a master circle. Tony is one of our master circle leaders. It's a safe environment where students can talk about research together with the help of someone who will lead the discussion. And we teach them how to speak about what they're doing, how to write about it, how to film it, and give them the opportunity to present in a symposium, which is basically an internal festival or research conference which I love. It's a whole week long where I sit as a chairperson and I'm proud of what our students have achieved, and I watch them stand up there and tell the world what they've been investigating.
Thank you so much. So fascinating. And you have a lot of experience, Tony, with coaching as well in different functions, like the master circle leader, but you're also main subject teacher. Can you give some examples of what has been researched or what within jazz?
Well, I actually, when I did this school, there was no bachelor-master thing, so I did my master only 2 years ago, and Catherine was my supervisor. So I was both a student and a teacher, and I hope to stay like that for the rest of my life, but because it's incredible what things you can investigate. So yes, it's really interesting with the questions that people come to. So I now have 2 students that I'm a supervisor of, 2 more students, and one of them is combining Chinese philosophy with jazz, which is really interesting, with playing bass guitar. And the other one is combining rhythm and movement with classical string players, violin, viola. So very different subjects and incredible journeys that these individuals go through. So that's really very nice. Yeah.
You are also teaching historical development, and you teach
educational skills.
Educational skills. You also teach a student now who is doing a minor, a cellist, I believe, and she's doing a minor in jazz bass. And you said that she's really fantastic, and you integrate her also in the rhythm section class, I guess. Yeah.
Well, there was just a student now who wants to become a singer, and he said, "But my dream is also I play French horn. I want to improvise on French horn. Is that possible in this school?" I said, "Well, sure it is. I mean, that's typically something that we like." And my student, cello student, is wanted to do minor jazz. She's an extreme positive example of how that works, and she will become quite somebody, I think, in the future. Yeah, it's really interesting to see that, and the curiosity which we had in the beginning is such an important thing. And I think what Gonzalo said is right on the point. We're not developing musicians. We're developing artists. I think that's what makes this school a little bit outstanding.
Yeah, indeed. And you are working with master students as well. Now we have 4 master piano students. They're all very different. They're all kind of doing different projects, different research. A little bit like you were describing research questions. In the example of Aseo, for example, he's already very, very active. And he's actually a very introverted person, but still he succeeds in going out and getting his projects, even in COVID times, heard. Can you say something about this teacher-student relationship? Which way do you support this as well as a main subject teacher?
Yeah, well, it's this example of Aseo, he's both the Japanese and Austrian, and he tries to integrate his Japanese background and Japanese folk music, ancient music, and also Japanese instruments into his ensembles. So, and that gives a very interesting color, which of course support and help him. I've helped him there with his compositions and harmonizing and looking for certain colors. So I think I've never seen this before, and I think it really works out beautifully because he has this very solid knowledge of jazz tradition, and but is also a good composer. Is aware of his background, so yeah, so that's a beautiful thing to work with.
Makes sense. I'm watching the time and I'm seeing that we're almost running out, and actually maybe there are some questions also on the chat. Of course, we would like to answer them if we can. We'll try our best. If there is a question. No questions? Okay, then I would like to say also please consult the website, because on the website, for example, for the master, please search master project proposal guidelines. Everything is very well described what you have to do. I think I also want to say that the theory exam this year, that's for the bachelor, has to be done before the deadline. That's also important to know. Everything can be done online. All our entrance exams will be online. We have 2 rounds. We first have the round of sending in videos, and then if you are good enough or assessed as good enough, you'll be doing a live online exam between the 4th and the 8th of April. We can already communicate that date. That's maybe also important. Maybe about the playing opportunities in The Hague. That's also something that always counts for students. Of course, we have collaborations with ProJazz and other promoters that book our students as opening acts for concerts. There's lots of jam sessions going on in normal times, and now it's coming back. Gonzalo, do you want to say something to end with?
Yeah, I mean about playing opportunities, especially outside of school. I find it, The Hague, it's really alive. I mean, of course, like now, COVID times, it's difficult. But I got the chance to, when I was still in classical, so 3 years ago, we were kind of getting into the edge of, everything, And I remember that it was crazy. Every night there was some jazz concert happening in some of the bars, and they are all really close to each other. So it's literally like you start going into center the Grote Markt and you listen jazz there, and it's like at least one every day, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday there are a couple of more, sometimes even 5 in one night. And during COVID times, I really found it that everyone, not just the people that were already playing live, but also always the students, the new students, they were really going to play live and to try to play as always following the rules, of course, but playing live. And there was really nice initiatives Tony did the tonality concerts, getting back to jazz.
Yeah.
So yeah, and also I feel that I really feel that there is a place for everyone. For example, for me, 2 days ago, I got called to a project in which they are going to mix Stravinsky, Gershwin, and Cole Porter. And I was I got a call out of nothing, and suddenly I have a project which is, I feel I really fit in because I come from classical. I still like to play classical, and I like to keep up with the bow. But I'm learning this new language, and for me it's perfect to see how they compare to each other. So
nice,
really
nice item to end this broadcast with. I just want to say that please get in touch with us if you want to have tryout lessons. Our address is jazz jazz@concon.nl. I really feel like on TV now. And so jazz@concon.nl. And I just want to say thank you very, very much to Gonzalo, to Wolfert, to Sarah, who is sitting over there, to Catherine, to Tony. And we end this live broadcast from the Royal Conservatoire. I believe that jazz was the last one. So thank you very much and see you soon in The Hague.